the Lindsay Clancy trial. We did not have court yesterday because there's some sort of scheduling issue, I guess, that the judge had. What's up, yo? How are you doing today? Any word on why the judge stopped early on Monday? I think Nate Eaton was the one that tweeted. It was either Nate or someone else, but apparently someone very close to the case had a funeral, so that's why they did not have court on Tuesday. It's really sad. So maybe it was like a last minute thing, or I'm not really quite sure. But we're expected to have court today, Thursday, and Friday, and we'll see if they end early or if we are going to just go full steam ahead and try to make the most out of these days. But the trial's starting right now. It's it's a little bit late, but we are on day 2. Patrick Clancy, the now ex-husband of Lindsay Clancy, is testifying on the stand. And we actually stopped at his testimony right when he's about to get into him discovering that Lindsay is on the ground. You know, she's kind of like bloodied up. And then he discovers the children in the basement. So it is going to be a hard watch today. Just want to let you guys know. And yeah, I hope you guys had a good, restful day yesterday. It is very early. Hi, Shaniqua. Good morning. Hello, hello. Good morning from Nashville. I hope you guys are doing well. Hopefully there's no heat wave where you guys are at. All right, let's get it started. Let's see. Oh, we have closed captions on Law and Crime. Thank you. We need closed captions. So we have Lindsay with her attorney. I think they're waiting for the jury to come in right now. I'm going to hop around and fast forward a little bit. Camera zooming in on Lindsay. Lindsay just looks the same throughout the entire trial, at least on day 1. She just looks very perplexed. Very tense. Hey, Richie. Hello, hello. Oh, you missed Monday? Well, I did a recap of Monday, so if you want to watch Monday, you don't want to watch a full live stream, I did do a recap on my channel, so feel free to check it out. Now, am I going to continually do these recaps? We'll see. I think what I'll do is, I don't think we're going to do like a full live coverage every day. Some important testimonies, I am planning on covering it live, but I think I'll probably do like videos for you guys. Hey, Anna, how are you doing today? I still love your username, Anna. I think it's very creative. All right, sure, it's coming in. Oh, I can hear my dog barking. You're going to the pet store this weekend to meet 4 potential green cheeks babies? Is that a lizard? Reptile?
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, within 4 the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington, and the Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Well, good morning, everyone. Nice to see everyone again. So what I want to do is just kind of go through first. I'm going to ask you those couple of questions, make sure that everybody was able to follow my instructions. Then I'm going to go over today's schedule and maybe discuss a little bit about the week's schedule, so you kind of have an idea where we're going with this. So first, let me ask those questions. Excuse me. The first question: has any member of the jury read, seen, or heard anything about this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial as a juror in this case? No. The next question: is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror that anybody needs to bring to my attention at this time? All right, again, thank you for following those instructions. Now, the schedule that we're going to follow today is we're going to continue with the case with the Commonwealth's witness who was on the stand Monday. And then we're going to take today be a little bit, might be broken up a little bit. There may be a couple of breaks that we have to take during the course of that, but we'll try and keep those to a minimum. But we'll take a break at 1 o'clock, and then we'll come back this afternoon, and we'll probably go to sometime between 3 and 4. All right. Hopefully, I think tomorrow will be pretty much the same schedule. Tomorrow's Thursday. And then Friday, we are planning to go on that view. All right. And as a judge,
Oh, Friday. Wait, are they going to go look at the house on Friday?
I control a lot of things, but I can't control the weather. All right, and so we've checked. It looks like the weather should be fine in regards to do this, but we'll talk a little bit more about that tomorrow. But that's just in case I forget about that. That's what we're going to do. So on Friday, you may want to make sure you have a jacket with your comfortable shoes. But we'll go into that a little bit more. So that's the schedule that we anticipate for the rest of the week. So on Friday.
Oh man, and I don't know if you guys know, but the current home is not owned by the Clancys. They have since sold the house, and it has completely new owners. So the new owners are going to have probably like 20 people coming in their house inspecting and looking around. Is she permanently paralyzed? From what I've heard, yes, from the chest down. So she does have mobility of her arms. However, anything below that, like her legs, she needs like full-time assistance from nurses that are around her.
When we do the view, we'll come back. We usually generally do that in the morning, and then we'll come back. And we'll probably go to, again, probably around 3 or 4 if we can. All right, and then on Friday, I'll discuss with you the next week's schedule and kind of where we are in the timeline of this case. All right, so I'll try and keep it up to date as best I can in regards to the case. But like I said, there may be some unanticipated breaks here and there that we're going to have to take. So with that, we're going to return now to the Commonwealth's case. The Commonwealth had a witness on the stand at that time. I'm going to ask Ms. Sprague if you could recall that witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. We recall Patrick Clancy.
I love how this judge just gives so many updates. I think it's really helpful. It's like, hey, this is when we're going to have lunch. This is how long your break is going to be. This is the time that you might be going home. So for the jurors, it gives them like, it's like a good anticipation for them where it's like, okay, well, let's say they go on their lunch break and they can text their family members, hey, I'll be back maybe a little bit early today. Maybe we could like get dinner or something like that. Go grocery shopping together. So it's really nice. It's really considerate. I like that. I really like this judge so far. She has trouble with her arms and hands. Hey, Dino, how are you doing today? Hey, Moondog, good morning.
Hi, good morning, sir. Hi, Ms. Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
So on Monday, I had asked you some questions about the Surface Pro that you and the defendant had in your home and had access to, and about whether you had looked at a site on suicide methods on August 22nd. If I could ask you, did you look at a site for suicide methods on August 23rd, 2022?
I don't believe so.
And I had also asked you on Monday about when you were leaving the home on the night of January 24th, 2023, your observations of Lindsay and the children. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you had testified that you observed Dawson on the couch eating, I believe you said chicken nuggets and green beans. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Do you recall, if you're facing the couch, where he was on the couch?
If I were facing the couch, he would be to the right.
To the right, okay. And showing you a photograph of the living room where there are some bowls on the couch. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how the couch looked that night?
Yeah.
We could have this photo marked as an exhibit.
All right, any objection? No, of course not. That may be admitted.
Now, as you're getting ready to leave the house to head out to get the takeout, did Lindsay say anything to you?
Nothing specific that I can recall, just other than maybe goodbye.
Do you recall something about discussing something about CVS with her?
Yeah.
Okay. And what did she say about CVS?
She wanted me to pick up some stool softener for Cora.
And she hadn't mentioned that earlier in the text, correct?
Yeah, I don't think so.
So as you're leaving, she asked you to make a second or another stop while you're out. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in response to that request, did you ask her to do something?
I don't remember.
I could show you page 77, lines 23 and 24, if you could just read those to yourself.
Yeah, I told her to text it to me, which she did.
I'm sorry, so that refresh your memory and
Yep.
asked her to text it to you?
Yep.
And did she do so?
She did.
And was that at approximately 5:15 p.m. that she texted PDLX?
Sounds correct.
Yeah, so we're gonna get the timeline today of what time he leaves the house, what time he gets to CVS, what time he makes a phone call to Lindsay, which Lindsay misses the call, but she calls him back. And in the police report, when he initially interviewed with police, I think he said that it seemed like she was in the middle of something. So I mean, nothing alarming or anything like that, but maybe the way that she was responding back to him, maybe it seemed like kind of rushed or abrupt.
So your two stops then that night were going to be CVS and the 3V restaurant, correct?
Yes.
Where did you go first?
CVS.
And do you remember the route that you took to get there?
Yeah, I went out our driveway, took a right on Winter Street, and then took a left on the main road and went to CVS.
So it's a pretty direct route from your house to CVS?
Yeah.
You have the map. Just going to have you look at the screen, if you would, to a map.
We are in Massachusetts.
And coming into this red dot here, is that the approximate location of your home at 47 Summer Street?
Yeah.
And then looking at this pink dot here next to big Y, is that where the CVS is located?
Yes.
And that's the CVS you went to that night?
Yes.
About how long did it take you to get there?
5 minutes, I think.
3 minutes?
Oh, 3 minutes.
And when you got to CVS, did you go inside?
Yes.
Okay. And what section did you go to in CVS?
I think it was pediatrics.
If we could pull up the CVS video.
The prosecution wanders from the microphone stand at times, so I'll try to boost her audio up here and there. Let me know if you have trouble hearing, though. I'll do my best.
I'm going to ask you to look at the video here. Is that you entering the store?
Yeah.
Okay, Patrick entering CVS. Oh my god, this must be so hard to watch.
And that section you head to on the right, is that the pediatric medication section?
Yeah.
Okay. And while you're in that section, looking for the medication, do you do something?
I called Lindsay
And why did you call Lindsay?
because what we were looking for wasn't there. The shelves are pretty empty. It was still during COVID.
It was just, I'm sorry, what?
It was during COVID, so
Okay, so, and was that call at about approximately 5:33 p.m.?
yeah.
Okay. And then, did she answer the call?
Yes.
She answered when you called her?
Actually, I think she didn't at first. She called back.
Okay. And did you receive a call back from her about a minute later at 5:34 p.m.?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And can you describe?
I'm surprised that she called him back, but maybe she, let's say that like we go with the state's theory that she intentionally murdered these kids. She knew exactly what she was doing. Maybe she called him back because she was afraid that, oh, well, if I don't answer Pat's question, he might come back home and be like, oh, hey, there's no medication or something like that. Maybe she was just afraid that he might return for some sort of reason. And that's why she called him back. Because quite honestly, I would have just assumed that she would have just not called him back. I don't know.
Describe that phone call for us.
It was very brief. I just said, I think there's a generic brand, and I said, is this one okay? And she said, yeah, that's fine.
And what was her demeanor during the call?
She was pretty quiet. It sounded like she was busy. I remember hanging up thinking she's probably in the middle of giving baths or something like that.
So it sounded to you like she was in the middle of something?
Yeah.
Were you able to understand her when she spoke to you?
Yeah.
And did she seem to understand what you were saying?
Yes.
And she didn't seem to have any trouble recalling why you were at CVS or what you were looking for?
That's correct.
And did you, in fact, purchase some Pedialyte at CVS?
Yes.
So all this is very important because the state is hammering over and over again that it seems like Lindsay was lucid at the time. Let's see what the defense
Did you purchase
says.
anything else while you were there?
I bought a pack of Skittles.
Just showing you a receipt here from CVS. Does this appear to be an accurate description of what was purchased?
We'll have to hear from the experts too about psychosis.
All right. That may be admitted.
All right, so he buys Miralax, he buys Skittles.
And then if we could have the original CBS video marked as an exhibit and the CBS timeline, a condensed version marked as the following exhibit.
27 and 28.
We have the original marked as 27, and the timeline is 28, please. It's 26, 27, and 28 is the mark.
All right, thank you.
After you had made your purchases at CVS, where did you go next?
To 3V.
And do you remember the route you took to get there?
Yeah, I think I got on Route 3 South for just one exit, and then I got off and went straight to 3V.
And showing you the map again here on the screen, this green dot here on the bottom, is that where 3V restaurant is located?
Yeah.
You haven't been watching this, but you heard people saying the prosecution is being low-key rude to him. Is that true? From what I've observed so far, there were times where the testimony was really hard and he was breathing really, pretty heavily. But because the microphone feed goes directly into the stream, we can hear it. I don't know if she can hear it. I don't know if the microphone gets broadcast in like a speaker that the courtroom can hear, or if it just goes directly to stream, or if it goes directly to like the jurors. I don't know how the setup is. So when she was asking questions and she's not like, kind of pausing and giving him time to break or offering him water or tissues or anything like that, that may seem like, oh, she's being pretty insensitive, or she's just trying to, plow on through. I haven't really seen anything egregious to really say that, but we did notice it when it was happening. Like, oh, I wonder if she can't hear him. And also, he does, from what we know, he does support his ex-wife Lindsay. So he's not treated as like a witness that's like in contempt or an adverse witness, but there is that support that he does have for Lindsay. Good morning, everyone. Hello, or good afternoon.
Your Honor, I'd move to submit a copy, a digital copy of the map. We have it on the computer. I can make a hard copy.
All right. That may be admitted.
We can use empty case as a marker. Is it 29?
All right, thank you.
If you could pull up the 3D video, please.
Oh, so they have surveillance footage of him arriving at 3V.
Now, sir, how long approximately did it take you to get from CVS to 3V?
Probably around 10 minutes.
And when you got to the 3V restaurant, did you go inside?
Yeah.
I'm just going to ask you to watch the video on screen. At 5:54:15 p.m., is that you coming in behind that other couple there?
Yeah.
So it's him right there.
And what are you doing at that point when you're looking at the bags?
I think I was looking for the bag with my name on it.
Oh, this is so sad because like while all this is happening, the children were
Do you recall what you're doing on your phone at that time?
being killed.
I don't. It could be work related. It could be anything.
And the order that was listed under your name and phone number, correct?
I think Lindsay ordered it.
Right, but do you recall whose name it was under when you picked it up?
I don't recall specifically, but it could have been mine.
Show you a receipt here from 3V Restaurant for Mediterranean Powerball and scallop and pork belly risotto. You could just look at the name and the number on the receipt.
Yeah, that's my name and my number.
So that's your phone number?
Yep.
Okay. So although the defendant called in the order, your name and phone number were given and were given accurately. Is that correct?
Correct.
Oh, I was wondering why she was hammering on that. I guess it's to say that to, doubly sure, that it was Lindsay, the one who made the order, that she was in the right mind to, order the Mediterranean Power Boy. And I forgot what the other one was, the risotto or something.
If we could have the 3V video.
Just in case the defense says that, like, oh, Lindsay didn't order it. It was Patrick. See, it was under his name.
As the next exhibit.
Sure. That may be admitted.
Oh, he's talking to the judge right now. What is he saying?
Can I see counsel just very briefly?
Oh, he just said something to the judge. Can't lip read. I'm sorry, y'all. You know what I was thinking? I don't know why my mind like wanders like this, but what if you got to the restaurant and then they forgot your order and then you had to wait there for another like 30 minutes before you can get your food? And then you go back home and then you realize that like, oh, your kids are all like deceased and maybe you could have done something to save them had you came back earlier. I don't know. I always like think of like stuff like this. And then like if you're the restaurant people who took the order, then you forgot to put the order in and you're like, oh my gosh, is it my fault? Like, like these are all like human errors. Like it happens, right? But there's like so many ripple effects that this case can have on people. Oh man. All right. So they're in sidebar right now. I don't know if they're still in sidebar, but we're a little bit behind. So let me just do.
And subject to the court's order, that may be admitted.
Sir, after picking up the order at 3V, where did you go next?
Home.
And do you recall the route you took home?
Probably the same route, one exit on the highway, and then went home.
Okay. Do you recall approximately how long it took you to get home?
I would guess 10 to 12 minutes.
The what ifs drive you crazy. I'm a huge what if person. I will ruminate on something and just think of different scenarios over and over again. I'm trying to train my brain to not do that because it's really annoying.
When you arrived home, where did you park?
In the driveway.
What type of car did you drive then?
A Chevy Silverado.
And was that a white pickup truck?
Yeah.
What kind of car did Lindsay drive then?
It was a Kia SUV.
And once you parked there, were both vehicles now in the driveway?
Yeah.
I'm going to show you a series of photographs of the exterior of your home. You could just look through them and tell me if they accurately reflect how your home looked on January 24th, 2023.
Yeah, these are accurate.
You have these photographs of the exterior of the home, front and back, front, essentially it's nice exhibits.
They may be admitted. Thank you.
Are you going to be able to see them? I mean, I've shown you guys the pictures of the home before, assuming it's the right address, but we put up on Zillow. We weren't able to see pictures of the basement, though. They did not post that on there. Couldn't they share one account under Lindsay's name? Just asking. Huh? What account? Hey, Joe. What's up?
Sir, showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 32. Is this the front of your house with the main door?
Yes.
And then showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 33. Where is this in relation to that main front door?
It's to the right.
And here, where the light is that a secondary entrance at the front of the house?
Yes.
And for the record, that's to the left of the garage.
Yep.
Showing you Exhibit 34. Can you tell us what portion of the house this is?
It's to the left of the front door.
So if I'm facing the front door, it's to the left, there's a fence there, is that correct? And Exhibit 35, is that more of that same fence on the left?
Yes.
And then showing you Exhibit 36, is this looking at your backyard from that left side area where the fence is?
Yeah.
And then Exhibit 37, can you tell us what we're seeing here?
This is the back of the house. and the window where Lindsay jumped out.
And Exhibit 38, is that a more direct view of that back of the house?
Yeah.
And so the window you referenced about Lindsay, is it this upper right top window?
Yeah.
And what is behind that window?
Our bedroom.
And the window to the left there in the middle, what room is that window in?
That's the upstairs bathroom.
And then the top window on the far left, what room is that for?
That was Dawson's bedroom.
Dawson's, okay. And then directly below the top right window, so the bottom far right window, what room is that window for?
The living room.
And then again, the middle window on the bottom level.
Downstairs bathroom.
Is that important to ask and clarify what the other windows are for, or for which room?
And then that window on the far left there, is that the kitchen?
Yeah.
And on the far left of the photo, where the sliding glass doors are, where does that lead into?
There's like a room off of the kitchen where there's a kitchen table.
When you got home and you parked your truck, how did you get into the home?
I went in through that side door.
The door that was to the left of the garage?
Yeah.
And what did you do once you got inside the home?
I started taking my boots off.
And did you have some bags with you from CVS and 3V?
Yeah.
Where did you place those?
On the kitchen island.
Show you a couple photos of that area where you came in. Just tell us if it accurately represents how they looked, that area looked on January 24th, please.
Yeah, that's accurate.
You could have these two photos marked as the next exhibit, please.
It may be minute.
Exhibits 39 and 40. So we're showing you what's been marked as exhibit 39. Can you tell us where the sliding glass doors are in this photograph?
They're to the left of the kitchen table.
So we have here the kitchen table, kind of in the center of the photograph, is that correct?
Yeah.
And so these are the sliding glass doors?
Yeah.
And where's the door that you came through?
To the right after the kitchen table.
Right here, next to the curtain?
Yeah.
And the door, when you're looking at the photo straight ahead, this door to the left of the mirror or the photo there, where does that lead?
The garage.
And then showing you exhibit 40. Is that where you place the bags on the island in the kitchen?
Yeah.
When you came into the house and you were taking off your boots and putting things down, was there anything you noticed?
Yeah, the house was really quiet.
Was that unusual?
Yeah.
And when you realized it was really quiet, what did you do?
I called out.
And who did you call out to?
Everyone.
Did anyone answer?
No.
After you called out and no one answered, what did you do next?
I think I don't know the order, but I called down in the basement and no one answered. And then I called Lindsay to see if she was home because I looked out and I couldn't see her car, but it's because it was dark and her car's black.
Okay, so when you say you called down to the basement, when you approached the basement door, do you remember if it was open or shut?
It was shut.
So did you open it and yell down?
Yeah,
And there was no response?
correct.
And showing you a photo here, is that a fair and accurate depiction of the stairway down to the basement level?
Yeah.
We could have this marked as the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 41. Do you recall when you opened the door to yell down whether the light was on or off?
Yeah, it was on, but Lindsay always left the light on.
And you said you called Lindsay. Was that a phone call?
Yeah.
And was that at approximately 6:09 p.m.?
Yeah.
And did she answer?
No.
After calling down the stairs to the basement, did you leave the door open or did you close it?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I would think I closed it because I always try to keep it closed. I'm not sure.
Okay. And so after you called Lindsay and didn't get a response, what did you do next?
I started checking upstairs.
And where did you check upstairs?
First, the bathroom. I thought maybe they were taking baths, but there's no one there.
And then where did you go?
The kids' bedrooms.
Was there anyone in the kids' bedrooms?
No.
And then did you go to your bedroom?
Yeah.
And were you able to get into your bedroom right away?
No, the door was locked, and that's when I knew something was wrong.
And when you realized the door was locked, did you have a way to unlock it?
Yeah, the previous owners, when they installed
Oh, I was wondering how he unlocked the primary bedroom. I was like wondering if he like kicked it down or something.
all the doorknobs, had these like these little keys that they taped to the back of each door. So I got the one from Cora's room, and then I started unlocking the knob.
And when you unlocked the door to your bedroom, did you go in?
Yeah.
And what did you see when you opened the door and went in?
I just saw blood everywhere, and the window is open.
And showing you here a photo, is this the bed in your bedroom?
Yeah.
Now, the way the bed is in this photo, kind of pulled away from the wall and slightly askew or at an angle, is that the way it was typically?
No.
And when you left the bedroom that day for the last time prior to coming home later that night, was the bed in that position?
I don't think so.
Could have this photo marked just the next
It may be admitted.
Exhibit 42.
Why would she move the bed? Maybe the window is like really high to
You said
climb
you saw the window, is that
into?
correct?
Yeah.
Was it open?
Yeah, there was wind blowing in.
Doesn't look that
Showing you
high.
a photo here. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how the window looked?
Yeah.
Mark this in its exhibit, please.
Oh, we missed a cameraman.
Exhibit 43. Did you walk into the room and over to the window?
No.
How far into the room did you get?
Probably 1 or 2 steps, and then I immediately turned around and went outside.
And the blood that you saw, where was that located in the room?
It was everywhere. It was, it looked like it was sprayed almost with like a hose. And there was a huge puddle in the middle of the room, and it was sprayed all over pretty much every surface. I remember it was on the doorknob.
Okay. Showing you 3 photos. Do you recognize what's depicted there? And is that a fair and accurate depiction of how the room looked on January 24th, 2023?
Yeah.
We could have these 3 photos marked as the next 3 exhibits.
It may be admitted.
So showing you what's been marked exhibit 44. Is this the entrance to the room, looking into the room?
Yeah.
And then exhibit 45, is this mirror to the right of that bureau we were just looking at?
Yep.
And this area right here, is this the blood you were referring to?
Yeah, that's some of the blood.
And then in exhibit 46, is that getting closer to the window?
Yeah.
And is that more of the blood that you were talking about?
Yeah.
Sorry to get a picture of the other one.
And
Where
this
is it?
area right here, is this the blood you were referring to?
Yeah, that's some of the blood.
And then in exhibit 46, is that getting closer to the window?
Yeah.
And is that more of the blood that you were talking about?
Yeah.
Going back to Exhibit 42, there's no blood on the walls or on the bedding, correct?
On those walls and the bedding, correct.
Aware that the defendant's phone was found on the bed in the bedroom that night?
Yeah.
What is happening back there? Some click clacking.
They're showing you this phone with this light brown case. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Whose phone is it?
That was Lindsay's phone.
And is this the phone that she was consistently using between September of 2022 and, well, actually August of 2022 throughout the fall and into January of 2023?
Yeah.
You would have this marked as an exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 47. Sir, after making those observations in the bedroom, what did you do next?
I ran downstairs and went outside.
And do you recall whether you went out the front door or the back door?
I went out the back door.
So that would be the sliders, is that right?
Yeah.
And where did you go from there?
I just looked around in the backyard below that window and I saw Lindsay.
And where did you see her?
She was face up in the backyard,
And where in the backyard was she?
at the bottom of the window.
And so, looking at exhibit 38, you said this was the window, correct, at the top right?
Correct.
Where was she in relation to that window?
Directly below it.
So down here by the window well?
Yeah.
For the record, I was pointing right below the bottom right window by the window well. I'll show you a photo of that window you were referring to. Is this the exterior view of that window to your bedroom that night?
Yeah.
We could have this marked.
Remember the defense opening? He says that some law enforcement officers were saying that it looked like Lindsay was like Spider-Man sliding down the house or something like that, and that accusation is incorrect. I wonder if that's true, and I wonder if there's like some sort of evidence that shows that she was like sliding down or something. I don't know. I think that's to say that like, oh, she wasn't trying to jump and then she was trying to slide down, but then she actually fell. I don't know. I'm very curious about that. There are some things that the defense attorney said where I'm like, oh, interesting. Can't wait to get to
That may
that.
be admitted.
Exhibit 48.
I haven't gotten the overzealous
Showing
heel
you
from the
exhibit-
prosecutors yet, but I did see one of them in the pretrial stuff. Oof, where I was like, oh, I hope she like turns it down a little bit.
48. So the window's open, correct?
Yes.
And the screen for the window is up, correct?
Yeah.
At any point in time that night or afterwards, did you notice that the screen was cut or broken in any way?
I didn't notice that, no.
Is the prosecution trying to say that like she like carefully removed the screen or something?
And when you saw Lindsay on the ground there under the window, which direction was her body facing?
Her head was closer to the house.
Where's all the blood? I don't know where I don't see the puddle that he mentioned. He said there was a puddle in the middle of the room, but we saw some like splatter, and then we saw some splatter or some like driplets all over the floor.
Feet were away from the house.
But maybe there are more photos that we haven't gotten to yet.
And did you go to her?
Yeah.
And did you observe any injuries?
Yes.
And what did you see?
She had deep cuts on her wrists, and she had a red line across her neck. I wasn't sure what it was at first, but she cut her neck.
And do you recall that these wounds weren't actively bleeding at the time?
I later learned that I said that on the 911 call.
And when you observed these wounds, is it correct that the 911 operator asked you or instructed you to apply pressure if needed?
I don't recall the whole call, but I believe that's probably true.
Okay. And you didn't at the time feel the need to apply pressure to any of those wounds, correct?
Correct.
Did you say anything to Lindsay?
Now, remember, the reason why the wounds are very important is because the state was saying that these are superficial wounds that was on Lindsay. And then the defense went up there, was like, hey, I printed the pictures. Do you think these are superficial wounds? Here are the wounds on her wrist. Here are the wounds on her neck. Are they superficial? There is one wound that she had, I think, on her wrist that looked kind of like, looks pretty bad. But when I first initially saw it, I was like, oh yeah, they don't look too terrible.
When you found her in that state?
Yeah, I said, what happened?
And what was her response?
She said, I tried to kill myself.
Did you ask her anything else?
But again, it's a lot of blood. I don't know. Superficial wounds, lots of blood. We'll see.
I said, where are the kids?
And what was her response?
She said, they're in the basement.
And at that time, she didn't tell you that they needed help or they were in danger or they were injured, correct?
Correct.
And so you mentioned talking to someone on 911. At what point did you call 911?
I don't know the exact time, but it took a few minutes because my phone was switching between Wi-Fi and 911. So I almost just started calling out for the neighbors, but eventually it went through.
Okay. So you had some difficulty connecting, but eventually you connected to the 911 operator?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you stay on the phone with them while they were sending people to respond?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sometimes your phone is like stuck on Wi-Fi, but then you're not within like the Wi-Fi radius. You'll have like no connection. And then so you have to like actively turn off the Wi-Fi and then wait until your cell provider loads, and then you can call again. Yeah, Rachel, I'll give a benefit of the doubt for now. I'll see if there are more photos of the crime scene. Maybe she just hadn't gotten to there yet, but I would expect, if there was, I don't know, maybe there are more photos that we haven't seen yet. So I'm just waiting on that, but yeah, I put a tab in it.
While you're on the phone with 911, are they asking you questions and you're responding with information about her condition?
Yeah.
Okay. And if you could just look at the screen here, is this the model of the first floor of your home?
Yes.
Okay. And
Oh, they
so
got a model.
we have here the sliding glass doors. Where would the basement door be in this model?
Directly below the stairs.
Oh, very cool.
So now that it's flipped around, is this the door to the basement right here?
Yeah.
For the record, that's the door across from the downstairs bathroom.
Yeah.
And then, how long approximately, and I know you weren't looking at your watch or anything like that, but can you estimate for us how long it took for first responders to arrive?
4 or 5 minutes.
Okay. And during that time, are you continuing to try to talk to Lindsay?
Yeah.
Is she responding?
She was in and out of consciousness.
Okay. Was she breathing on her own?
I believe so.
Okay. And you're communicating information to the 911 operators, and are they giving you, advice on how to deal with the situation as it progresses?
Yeah.
Okay. Once emergency personnel arrive, what do you do?
I immediately got up and ran to the
The fact that she slashed across the wrist instead of up the forearm, especially her being a nurse, slashing side to side would not kill you. Yes, but if you're also claiming psychosis, see, things get a little bit different when you're claiming psychosis. You can also make an argument from the defense saying that, oh, well, because she was in psychosis, that knowledge wasn't in her mind. She didn't know what she was doing, right? That's why this case is like really like, ooh, there's so many different explanations that you can kind of like go through.
Basement.
It's a good thing. It's a good.
And
good thing to know.
do you still have the phone on you? You're still on the 911 call?
Yeah, I
Very
didn't
valid.
realize it at the time, but I did.
Okay.
Or is she going to make the argument that she was in psychosis when she murdered the kids, and then she realized that, oh my gosh, what have I done? And that's why she wanted to kill herself. And maybe that's when she was in a sane mind. I don't know. I don't know what her defense is. In this case, the reason why there's not a lot of information, all we have is what she alleges in the lawsuit and what he alleges in the lawsuit as well. But we don't have a lot of information about this case. That's why it's like, oh, you know, you just got to absorb all this information and just kind of wait it out.
And have you look at this model here on the screen. Is this a fair and accurate depiction of the setup of your basement?
Yeah.
Okay. If you can just describe the rooms for us, what the purpose of each room was.
Oh, this is the basement. So this is the basement where he worked. All right, let me take a little clip of this.
So the room in the back left is my office. The room with the black rubber mat is the gym. And then there's a living room to the right of that. And then the back right is just an area of the living room. And then there's a bathroom next to that.
So when you come down those stairs that night,
Then the claim could go back. She had in her mind to self-reserve. When you're in psychosis, the will to live, my opinion. That's why I don't know if she's going to say that, like, hey, I was in psychosis when I murdered my children, and then I was still in psychosis when I tried to kill myself. Or is she going to say that she was not in psychosis anymore? I don't know. That's what we're waiting for. Because if she does say that, like, oh, I wasn't in psychosis when I tried to kill myself because I realized what I did was terrible, then people could be like, oh, okay, well, you're a nurse. You should know that, you know, X, Y, and Z. You should know this. You should know that, right? Because you're in your right mind. So we do not know yet. And if I was the defense, I wouldn't reveal my cards either. It's like, oh, well, let's see what the state says.
which direction did you go?
I immediately went left.
And when you went left, what did you see?
I saw Cora.
And how did she look?
She had a band around her neck.
And was that an exercise band?
Yeah.
And do you recall whether she was, what position she was in, whether face up or face down?
She's face down.
And when you saw her in that condition, what did you do?
I immediately ran over and tried to take the band off.
Were you able to get the band off?
Yeah.
And do you recall how you got the band off?
I think I untied it.
And when you say untied it, was it in a knot that you had to, you know, put everything down and unknot it, or how was it tied?
I'm not sure I fully remember.
Do you recall describing it previously as when you initially tie your shoes but then don't do the bow?
Yeah, that sounds right.
And was she responsive?
No.
And what did you see or do next?
I saw Callan.
And where was he?
He was next to her.
And how did he appear?
He had a band around his neck.
Sorry?
He had a band around his neck.
And did you remove that as well?
Yeah.
And do you recall what position he was in?
Same as Cora.
And looking at the model here, if you could just tell us, where was Cora?
The left of the couch.
So would that be this area here that I'm pointing to in between the bureau and the couch?
Yeah.
And where was Callan?
To her left.
That's so
So
sad.
would that be more over here towards the chair and the bureau?
Yeah.
After you removed the band from Callan's neck, what did you do next?
I tried to find Dawson.
And where did you go?
I looked in the bathroom and on the other side of the couch. And then I went to the other side of the basement and he was in my office.
Oh, you know what? I was thinking, why would Dawson be separated? I think it's because the two older children who would panic more to see the other sibling getting, you know, killed. It's like, let's separate the two older siblings, but then, you know, the baby could be with whoever, because the baby's still a baby. Oh my God, this is so sad. Ah, I don't know. That kind of seems like she really thought this out. Who knows? Or maybe there's an explanation. Maybe Callan ran off. I don't know. Oh my God, this is like so grim.
And when you saw Dawson, what condition was he in?
I knew he was gone.
And did he also have a band around his neck?
Yeah.
And did you remove that band?
Yeah.
And looking at the office here, where was he located within the office?
Just to the left of the door when you went in.
Just in this area here, right inside the door?
Yeah.
Show
We may
Chad.
approach briefly.
Yeah, please.
All right, they're approaching right now. If she got back to her right mind, wouldn't she take the bands off the children's necks? Oh. We'll see what they say. Or you know what? They might not even address it. They might just be like, no need to.
Now, after finding Dawson and taking off the band, what happened next?
I think I was back and forth. I think I went to try to help Cora.
Did you try to give her CPR?
Yeah.
At some point in time, do the first responders make their way down to the basement?
Yeah.
And do they take over care of the children?
Yeah.
Where do you go?
They sent me upstairs.
Okay. And at this point, Your Honor, I'd move to submit the 911 call as the next exhibit.
That may be allowed pursuant to the earlier order.
All right, so they're going to mute it because we're not going to be able to hear the 911 call. I don't know if the 911 call will be released after the trial is over. We'll see. But he did make a request for the 911 call to be kept out. And then also he wanted photos of the children before the children's clothes. And I'm trying to think what else. Photos of the crime scene, I think. And so the judge did say that 911 call
Or
be
Dawson and
kept out.
Cowan removed from the home and taken to a
Oh, and the autopsy photos too, which we weren't really expecting to see that, of course. Can she snap out of psychosis that fast? Is it possible? I don't know. We're not gonna. I don't think we're gonna hear. Actually, do you think it's best for the state to put on their experts early on, or typically like later on in the trial? Because there's just so much that I personally do not know, and yeah, I look forward to hearing what the experts say.
Cora, Dawson, and Cowan removed from the home and taken to a hospital.
Yeah.
Was that Beth Israel Deaconess in Plymouth?
Yeah.
Did you also go to that location?
Yeah.
And at the hospital, were you able to see your children?
Yeah.
And was Cowan then transported to Children's Hospital?
Yeah.
Did anyone ever tell you not to leave your kids alone with Lindsay?
No.
In January of 2023, did Lindsay
See, that could, I don't know, that can go both ways, right? The defense could, claim that, like, yeah, because they were incompetent, they should have told him not to leave her alone. Or the argument that the state is obviously trying to make is that, well, the reason why they didn't tell him to not leave her alone with the kids because she wasn't suffering from anything severe. It goes both ways. Why didn't Lindsay give the CPR show? We don't know. We don't know. We have no idea if she claims that she was out of psychosis afterwards. We have no idea. I was just basically going through different scenarios. We do not know. No idea. But I will say this, though. If you are jumping out of a window and you're not keen on getting hurt, I don't know if you would go out landing on your tushy. Right? You would probably try to land on your foot and then land on your knees and then fall forward. I don't know. There's a lot of what ifs.
ever tell you that she wanted to harm your children?
No.
Did she ever tell you she was going to kill your children?
No.
Wait.
Tell you that she wanted, January of 2023, did Lindsay ever tell you that she wanted to harm your children?
No.
Did she ever tell you she was going to kill your children?
No.
Did you receive, a few days after this happened, did you receive a phone call from the defendant while she was at Brigham and Women's Hospital?
I think it was like a week or so after, yeah.
And what did the defendant say at that time about what had happened with the children?
She didn't talk about our kids. She talked about what she went through.
And what did she say about what she went through?
She said she heard a man's voice telling her that if she didn't do it now, she would lose her chance or something like that.
And did she also tell you that she had had a moment of psychosis?
I don't recall.
A moment of psychosis. Now, how long was that moment?
Did she mention the children at all during that call?
I don't think so. I mean, not directly.
Had she ever mentioned psychosis to you before?
No, I didn't know what psychosis was until after this happened.
I'm going to go back just a little bit because I was reading the chat. You guys are saying some very interesting things.
Psychosis?
I don't recall.
Did she mention the children at all during that call?
I don't think so. I mean, not directly.
Had she ever mentioned psychosis to you before?
No, I didn't know what psychosis was until after this happened.
Did she ever tell you she was hearing a man's voice before?
No.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Borgie, what I'm most interested to see exactly when each medication was prescribed, because if they are not refills in the original bottle, it proves that she wasn't as medicated as she claimed. We do have the defense did have a list of medications that were prescribed to her on that poster board that he had. I think I tried to take a picture of it. I don't know if it's super clear though. And then they did have a list, I think it was like listed out in the lawsuit, but sometimes the doses or the amount that was being dispensed was not mentioned. And then someone else said something very interesting. If the claim is that the medication made her do it, but she never took more than 9 pills of the original script, there goes her claim. Like I said, I think it can go either way though, because what if she was suffering like mentally, and then her not taking medication made it worse, right? Or what if she was suffering mentally, and then her taking sort of some medication made it worse too? I don't know. Yeah. Because I think the argument that the defense could also make is that, oh, yeah, she wasn't on the meds. That's why she acted this way. Or, yeah, she was on the meds. That's why she acted this way.
I have no further questions for this witness.
All right.
I just have exhibits
All
after.
right. Counsel, can I see just briefly, sidebar?
All right. Well, I think that's good. She kind of just went straight to the point and just moved along. Not really lingering along for too long because, you know, I'm sure she doesn't want him to have to relive it and re-traumatize him all over too. All right, so they are doing a sidebar right now. No, I think Taxi, what Rain was saying that is if she killed the children and then somehow snapped out of it, right? Then she could have given the children CPR before trying to unalive herself.
The witness could be
All right.
excused.
So you can be excused subject to recall at a later point today. Thank you, sir.
Oh, okay. So no cross-examination right away. All right. So who do you think our next witness is going to be? Are we going to hear from law enforcement? Probably law enforcement, right? I don't think we're going to go straight into the expert.
All right. Commonwealth?
Your Honor, at this point, I would move to submit some evidence first.
All right. We got the gloves on.
Would be the clothing Cora Clancy was wearing the night of January 24th, 2023.
With how fast she changed meds, did she also change doctors each time and not report previous meds? We do not know. She was seeing Dr. Tufts, I think, for the first like month or so. things weren't going very well. So her mother-in-law was like, hey, I'm a nurse. I have someone that works in perinatal that I can refer you to. And so the referral was made to, I think nurse Julie Paul, to Julie Paul. And then Julie Paul, well, wasn't working anymore. So then it went to Gelada. But then during that time, she would admit herself to like the ER, see additional doctors, get some additional medication. She tried to admit herself into like a day hospital. And then like, I think they said that she didn't qualify for it for some reason. And then she was seeing Gelada again. And then at some point went back to Tufts, and then, which were the two original. And then she was admitted for that 5-day hospital and then came out of it and then would see, I think, Tufts again. So we don't know how communicative she was, I guess, to all the different doctors. If she was very open about it, maybe she was. Maybe she was very meticulous because, you know, it has been mentioned that Lindsay's the type of person who is like on top of it. Like she will, you know, keep track of the scheduling for sleep, for food, you know, for sleep. I think the prosecution said it was like to the minute or something. So I don't know. Maybe she was on top of it. Maybe she was disclosing all information to all the different healthcare providers. Maybe she wasn't. I don't know. I have no idea. I think the most information that the public has right now is just on the lawsuits that were filed by Lindsay and Patrick. And again, in those lawsuits, I mean, you could kind of just almost claim anything at this point. And let's see.
First, the pajama pants.
The pajamas. They have like little duckies on them or something. Oh my gosh.
First, the pajama pants.
So sad. He probably wanted to be excused for this part of the evidence showing, I guess.
Pajama shirt.
Oh, the
And the pink
bathrobe.
robe. We could have these marked as one exhibit.
I think that's, is that Cora's
They
clothes?
may be admitted.
Lindsay is not, yeah, she's not looking.
Thank you.
And then Dawson's clothing.
I think Lindsay's crying.
We have dinosaur underwear for record. And a gray t-shirt or shirt, long sleeve shirt. Have this as the next exhibit, please.
She's holding
That
the
may be
defense
admitted.
attorney's hand right now.
And then Helen's pajamas.
Oh, little Mickey Mouse.
As the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
Yellow exercise band found with Dawson.
Oh man. For some reason, when they said exercise bands, I was thinking of the thick ones, the really thick ones.
This is the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
Black exercise band found with Cora.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, this is the next exhibit, please.
That may,
And then the blue exercise band found with Callan. could have this as the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
Your Honor, we would ask that the 911 call be played.
All right. All right. Members of the jury, I just kind of wanted to give you,
Oh,
all right. Sometimes in a trial, evidence that is introduced that produces in jurors an emotional response. For example, it's understandable to feel sympathy and empathy when you hear or see certain evidence. But as jurors who have taken an oath to follow the law, I'm instructing you that the law says you must separate any emotional reaction on your part from the informational value and weight of the evidence. You must not be influenced in any way by the unpleasant nature of some of the evidence, including testimony, including exhibits. And so you must find the facts in this case based only on the evidence. And so you can't find facts or base your decision on sympathy, anger, passion or prejudice or pity for or against either side. Rather, your verdict must be based solely on the evidence that is introduced in this case in my instructions and any other limiting instructions. And I'll go into that, but I just kind of wanted to remind you of that as we go through this. All right, at this point, we're going to play the exhibit, which is, I believe, the 911 call. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I want to remind everyone that
sorry, the
there
audio's
is
like going in and out.
a order entered by the court regarding this matter. It's not to be recorded. It's not to be broadcast. And it's not to be reproduced in any way.
Are the members of the jury getting visibly upset? Probably not yet, but I think when they listen to the 911 call, it'll be tough. Yeah.
Subject to any sanctions that would go along with the violation of that court order. So I just kind of remind everybody that order applies to the media and applies to the public. So I just kind of wanted to remind everybody in regards to that. So with that,
You wonder if you took the strongest band for the eldest. You know, I didn't take note which bands were found on which child, but the state prosecution did mention it. I do remember the thicker gray one was on the youngest, I think.
Commonwealth.
All right, so they are going to listen to the 911 call. Seems to be about like 7 minutes long. All right, so I'm going to forward through this. We'll look at the tweets to see what they mention about the 911 call. I think even it's even hard for the defense attorney to listen to it, and they probably listened to it many times. I think it's a very hard case to separate your emotions. I think him reminding them about that was a good move on his part. Yeah. He had postpartum bad after your newborn. He is 16 now. You're diagnosed with bipolar now, but it wasn't then. It was brutal finding a doctor who cared. Some of the worst mental days when I had the best baby. You don't think the 911 call be released after the trial? You're pretty sure the judge sealed it, not just the trial, but for good. From what I've heard, 911 calls are like if you make a public records request, generally the public has access to 911 call. So that's why people were wondering that, you know, it might be a possibility that you might be able to get access to it after the trial is over. But we'll see. We'll see if the judge has the power to just keep it, you know, sealed forever. You wish the prosecution describe how deadly those bands are. As someone who works out, they are deadly. I mean, they're very young children, and she's an adult. So maybe she assumed that, you know, in the hands of adults versus, you know, kids that are 8, was it 2.5, 5? Very deadly either way when there's an adult using it on you. You have so much sympathy for people with postpartum depression. You had it with all 3 of your kids. It's good she's crying, but I don't know how she can move on at all. So I do have it sped up, and maybe this is the part where, you know, Pat discovers the children in the basement. So I do have it slowed down. This is the normal speed. Let me scope out on Twitter. See if anyone said anything about the 911 call. Okay, nothing on here yet. Someone who's present in the courtroom said they regret being present for the 911 call. Yeah, so on the call, you can hear Patrick discovering his children. Kathy Russin says jurors are crying during the playing of the 911 call, and judge is sending them out.
Jurors, close your notebooks, place them on the chairs. Follow me, please.
Whew. My drugs go.
Jurors have exited the courtroom. The court's in session. Please be seated.
We'll be in recess at this time.
Thank you.
Court, all rise.
Court is in recess. Please exit the courtroom. Clear out the courtroom, please. Thank you.
Great. They are taking a break right now. You're so thankful not to be on this jury. All right. Let's hop around on Twitter. Let's see. Nate is there this morning. Live updates on, I guess, on here. Prosecution. Our prosecutor displays each of the exercise bands. I don't think he has any more recent updates. Day 2 is underway. Patrick is back on the stand. On Monday, he testified about the events leading up to the time he returned home when picking up dinner when he discovered his children were dead. Prosecutors expected to play a 911 call. Lindsay does not deny committing the killings, but she says she's suffering from postpartum psychosis and should not be held criminally liable. Monday, she sat with her head bowed and often wiped away tears as her former husband testified. Let's read this one. Patrick Clancy resumes his testimony in the ex-wife's trial, walking jurors through what he sees and hears. House is quiet. So I was trying to see if there's any updates around just being outside the courtroom. Let's see. Oh, they have like a whole timeline here. Court is in session. Jessica Machado is also there. Good morning from Plymouth Superior Court for the second day of the testimony. Follow this live thread. Here's a picture of outside the courtroom. Is there anything else? Good morning. Opening statements. Okay, that's from Monday. Trying to see if the line was crazy. I wonder if there's a lot of people that are trying to get in from the public. And are they doing first come, first serve, or are they doing the David preliminary hearing where they're doing a lottery system? We're inside the courtroom, and today there is more press here than usual. They have opened up a fourth row. Court is in session. All parties are here. Judge Sullivan addresses the court and asks for a sidebar to start. Lindsay looks the same as she does every day, just a different color shirt. Her parents are here today, but her sister is not. I think I know who her sister is. There is someone that they keep zooming into in the back of Lindsay. And there is a woman there that looks like Lindsay. So I'm assuming maybe that's a sister. Court chief insists that each member of the press wear a lanyard with their photo and credentials on it and firmly stated without them, you would not be allowed inside. Sidebar's over. The CW alert the advocate they are able to bring Patrick Clancy to the courtroom. Judge asks if the parties are ready for the jury, and they respond, yes. It's almost silent in the courtroom this morning. Oh, we have some juror information. The way jurors are seated. Female, I guess. Yeah, female, female, male, female, female, male, female, 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 male, 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 female, 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 male, female. The judge, this is when he checks with the jury. All right. So Jessica says most of the jurors are not taking notes yet. They are actively looking around. One is looking out at the press area. One is looking at the defense table. One is looking towards Clancy's parents. Trying to see if there's any other juror observations. The male juror in the front row closest to the witness stand just asked the female juror on the side of him a question. She shakes her head no and shows him her notebook. He nods his head. Are they allowed to talk like that? I guess it depends on what it is. Anything else about the jurors? Reddington, that's a defense attorney, leans over, speaking with Lindsay. She leans into him to listen. This is when they're presenting Lindsay's phone, which they say they found on the bed that night. Okay. Now we're in the basement. Patrick finding the children. Okay, Reddington does not cross-examine Patrick Clancy. I think that'll be done later on because he's going to be called back into the courtroom. As Patrick Clancy passes me on his way out of the room, I can hear him breathing heavily. He has tears in his eyes. He is distraught. He walks with his head down swiftly out the doors. One of the jurors is looking at Lindsay. So this is when the 911 call is being played. Note, it is hard to hear. I can hear Patrick tell her to stay awake. I can hear her. Lindsay can be heard mumbling, muffled. You can hear sirens in the background. Patrick is trying to encourage Lindsay to say his name. She is grunting. It is hard to hear. I need you to stay there. I need to go check on my kids. CNR, the Clancy 911 call has been played in court. I regret being present for it. The screams of Patrick Clancy as he discovered each of his children dead could never be duplicated as he emerged from the soul of a father realizing what was lost. So sad. Oof. Here's a description of the call they wrote an X. Oh my god, I don't know if I can read it. It's so sad. Let's see what Kathy wrote. Dude, I'm like tearing up. It's so sad. Oh, all right. Judge calls for a break, clears out the courtroom. Lindsay Clancy is sobbing. Jurors are crying. Oh, this is a jury view. I want to read that with you guys, by the way. Okay, we'll read that in a bit. Jurors are crying during the playing of the 911 call. Judge is sending them out. All right, let's read this. So this is the viewing that they're going to do at the house. The court, after hearing, hereby orders the legal owners of the property located at 47 Summer Street, Duxbury, Massachusetts, to allow access to the premise of 47 Summer Street, Duxbury, Massachusetts, for the purpose of review by the jury in the above captioned case. Subject to the following provisions. 1. The parties permitted to access the premises are limited to the attorneys for the Commonwealth, attorney for the defendant, the judge, the jurors, and court staff deemed necessary. 2. Massachusetts State Police and local Duxbury Police are responsible for securing the area prior to arrival of the jurors and shall not permit any access by third parties during the time the parties are on the premises. 3. The parties will be permitted to visually inspect the outside of the property as well as following interior areas, the basement, all rooms on the first floor, all rooms on the second floor of the premises. Parties are not permitted to open closet doors, touch any items within the premises, or disturb items. Jurors shall be under supervision of the state police, Duxbury police, or court security while on or inside the premises. Yeah, make sure the jurors aren't speaking to each other or speaking to the court of the clerk. Courthouse Becky. Courthouse Becky. All right. What else? Let's see. Line waiting for the courthouse to open. Oh, it's not too bad. Not too bad over there. Okay. All right. Lindsay Clancy. Patrick is excused. Prosecution is done questioning. I think that's it. Okay. Let's go back to Nate. All right, rough transcript of the 911 call. This is from Nate. Nate says, 911, explain how she tried to commit suicide. Multiple voices. Where is she now? Patrick, stay awake. How old is she? 31, 33, 911. Is she awake? Yes. Is she breathing? Yeah. Patrick, Lindsay, what did you do to your neck? She's talking. 911, when? Patrick, last half an hour. 911, how far did she fall? 20 feet. Multiple voices talking over each other. 911, is she responding normally? Patrick, a little bit, wake up. 911, what part of the body was injured? Neck. She's breathing. Lindsay, look at me. Lindsay, look at me. 911, are there any weapons? Patrick, I don't see any. Where are the kids? Multiple voices speaking. 911, do not move her. Open your eyes. Can someone... Okay, Lindsay, look at me. Open your eyes. 911, I'm going to tell you how to stop the bleeding. Patrick, it's not bleeding. It's open wounds. She's in the backyard. Is there something on your neck, a knife or something? So that's a part that the state is highlighting because, again, they're making an argument that her wounds were superficial. 911, can you put pressure on it? No. What's the voices? Patrick, Lindsay, wake up. Moaning. Put pressure on the cut. Patrick, Lindsay, look at me. Say my name. She's conscious. 911, don't move her. Tell her to be still. Background whimpering. Sirens in the distance. I'm going to stay on the line with you. Is there a fence? Patrick Clancy, right here, right here. I need you to stay. I gotta go check on my kids. Hello, footstep. Guys, guys. Oh no, yelling. Oh no, yelling. Wake up. Screaming, screaming. 911, what is he screaming about? Crying, screaming, gasping. Oh my gosh, scream, scream. 911, hello, what's going on? Basement, basement, oh my god, hello, hello. Screaming, screaming, screaming. She killed the kids. Oh my god. Screaming, 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 screaming. Oh shit. Judge calls a recess. Oh my god, that's so sad. Oof. Yeah, I can't imagine hearing it. I hope they do keep the 911 call sealed forever. If I was Patrick, it doesn't need to be out there. I wouldn't want it to be out there. All right, guys. So they're still in court. Oh, court is on lunch. Okay. Well, if they're gonna go on lunch, I guess we'll go on lunch too. Alrighty, guys. I believe someone conflated men's postpartum on Monday as them throwing pity party like toddlers. No, I think they just said that the description of men's postpartum, because someone mentioned that like men's postpartum was like rage and something else, and then someone in the chat was like, "Oh, that sounds like toddler tantrum." I think they're specifically talking about the symptoms of it. All right, guys. Well, court is on. They're on lunch. What time is it? This doesn't make sense. Okay, so I guess they're on lunch right now. Let me see if anyone tweeted about that. I'm just assuming it's correct because that's what's updated on the live stream. Let me see if anyone else. I'm hungry, actually. I'm hungry too. When I wake up, even though it's not my normal, it's like 7:46 a.m. right now over here. I don't normally eat this early, but if I wake up within the first hour, I'm gonna be hungry no matter what. Okay. CNR. At first, I found myself surprised at how normal the 911 call even was. It seemed almost standard as Patrick spoke about his wife who had tried to kill herself. All right, I'm just assuming they're going to go on lunch break. All right, guys. I think the judge says that I don't know if they're going to do a 1 hour lunch break or if they're going to just keep it at, hey, we're coming back at. Oh, wait, no, actually, the lunch break thing is gone. Okay, maybe no lunch break. I don't know what's happening because I was like, if they have a lunch break, it's actually really early to eat lunch. Because I think the typical lunch break is at 1 o'clock. Right now, over there, the local time is 10:45. Someone who leaks on call. I mean, I don't know how strict the judge is with people bringing their laptops and stuff like that. You know, to make sure that they're not connected to Wi-Fi. Or like I think in the David preliminary hearing, people had to put their cell phones in like a Faraday bag. Oh, but you know what? There was that person who did have their Google Doc up and they were connected to the internet and they were able to like write notes and then someone was able to get them. But recording devices, I don't know, maybe they're more strict about that, or maybe they're just hoping that people behave. But yeah, I mean, hopefully no leakers. But we'll see. We will see if 911 call is out later. It doesn't need to be out there. Yeah, people don't need to listen to his worst moment. Yeah. Yeah. All right, guys. So I don't know, the lunch thing is gone now, so maybe they'll come back. I'm going to get some water. Let's see, which page am I on? Oh, oops, not this one. All right, let's go back to the court feed. Look, it said it's on lunch. Where'd it go? Court is on lunch. And then it went back to Lindsay Clancy murder trial. Yeah, I mean, I hope people follow. Oh, well, changing the subject. Did you guys see the Brian Koberger? He is throwing Ann Taylor, his defense attorney, under the bus. He's essentially saying that she like coerced him to enter in this plea deal, and he was promised things that were untrue. I think there were some truths to that. For example, when there was mention of him being promised of like how I guess like being a death row inmate would be like, and it was nothing like that. I wonder if he realized that, oh wow, this actually does suck. Or you know, if some people believe that he's innocent, maybe it's like, oh, why am I being punished for a crime that I didn't commit? But You watched Lori talk about Brian Kay. I haven't seen anyone talk about it yet, but I did see that Andrea had a like a 4.5 hour video, which I'm like, ooh, but I haven't seen it yet. I was gonna try to get the documents myself and read it myself before I would try to watch anyone cover it. But all right, guys, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some more water. Get up, stretch. Ugh, rough day, y'all. I'll be right back. You back there. All right. Damn, wake up early. I know. It was tough waking up today. You know what's crazy was I kept having dreams that I was already awake, and then I was very confused. And then so my alarm went off and I was like, "Oh, I guess I'm not awake yet." But then I went back to sleep. Oops. I forgot to mute the mic earlier. All right, guys, you guys can probably hear like me talking a little bit. All right. Let's see. Let's refresh. Let's refresh. Let's refresh. Let's refresh. All right. You wouldn't. So I don't have my glasses on. You wouldn't trust a line from Machado. She chooses the word so bad. I don't know who they are. But I'm just trying to see who's there, and it seems like so far, people are just kind of reporting. Everything's like reporting. Everyone's reporting things that are very similar to each other. So seems okay so far. But we will see. 5 a.m. is my everyday wake up time. That's good. Get a good early start to your day. All right, I'm going to refresh and go through people's tweets again to see if there has been any updates on whether or not they are taking this lunch break. Let's see. Lunch break, lunch break, lunch break. Nothing yet. It's crazy working nights. Oh, days and nights. I was awake at 2 a.m. this morning. You're so knackered now. Knackered. Knackered. I've never heard of that before. Knackered. Knackered. Is that like an English thing? Knackered's a common British slang for very tired, exhausted, or broken down. Knackered. Knackered. Cool. I'm gonna use that. Feel a little knackered, you know? All right. Let's refresh here. Oh, maybe they did go on launch. No, it's too early. They're probably just making sure everyone gets everything, get it all together. Oh, you know what? People probably aren't tweeting about it right now because they're probably all doing like their like mini live streams in the car or something. Like, oh, no one's tweeting about this. What's going on? Man, what happens if I mean, it must just be so tough to be a judge. Like, what if like one day, you're just feeling like a little extra emotional and then you couldn't help yourself and then you like cried during the 911 call as a judge. It must be really hard to keep your emotions like in check. Like, what do you do if you're like, oh shit, am I about to cry? Wait, this is unexpected. Yorkshire, England, proper broad with slang terms. Alrighty, guys. I guess while we wait to see what the update is, let me put my glasses back on first of all. Let me pull up. Let me see. I do want to pull up Lindsay and Patrick's lawsuit because I don't think we have that yet. Okay. Day 1, day 2. Let's make a new folder. Lindsay lawsuit. And then Patrick also has his own lawsuit as well. Patrick lawsuit. Oh, you know what? We could actually just go into the police report stuff. Lindsay Clancy police report. Forgot where I found it. PDF. Oh yeah, this. It's like 300 pages, but I was going through this. Here, we can read this while we wait. Figure out what's happening. Dun 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 dun. We have the search warrant here. Now, a lot of these are duplicative, so it might say, you know, oh wait, did I forget my water downstairs? Give me a second. I got my water. Hello, hello. We'll give court a chance to, or a moment to come back. And then for the time being, we are just going to. I'll read through this. Oh, awesome. I'm hungry. All right, so we have search warrant, trial court of Massachusetts. Got the address here, 47 Summer Street in Duxbury, Massachusetts. You are authorized to conduct a search at any time during the night. You're not allowed to enter the premises without announcement, and you are not allowed to command to search any person who may be found to have such property in his or her possession under his or her control, or to whom such property may have been delivered. The following is an inventory of property taken pursuant to the search warrant. So they did the search on January 25th, was it like a day or two after the murders? The property is an inventory of property. Well, I guess killings, right? Right now it's considered a killing. The property is an inventory of the property taken pursuant to this search warrant. Google camera with cord, ring camera. Google Nest, 3V, that's the restaurant receipt. Toshiba hard drive, CVS bag with PDLX, baby monitor, brown journal. I want to see what's in these journals. There are some journals that Lindsay had where she was documenting things. Notebook, 3 books, McLean Hospital paperwork, pink iPhone, 4 medication bottles, and paperwork with unknown amounts of tablets. Tablet with blue case and power cord. We also have black laptop with charger, Windows laptop with charging station, laptop cord. Man, lots of devices here. And with more devices, hopefully we get to see some search history, some Google searches. 2 workout bands, pink iPhone with clear brown case, brown belt. yellow exercise band, black exercise band, blue exercise band, silver knife with black handle, digital video disc, and swabs from red brown stains on the bedroom floor, the mirror, the windowsill, the nightstand, the backyard, red pajamas, the pink robe. Evidence of murder. That's why they're doing the search warrant. This is a little bit background of one of the law enforcement officers. There's an affidavit. So we got murder, strangulation, taking place at 6:11 on Tuesday, January 24th. Lindsay, date of birth, August 11, 1990. So Lindsay is 36 right now? 35. Victims identified as Cora, born on Christmas Eve 2017. Dawson, 9/30, 2019. Callan, May 26, 2022. Investigation history. On Tuesday, January 24th at approximately 8:11 p.m., Duxbury Police dispatched radioed all cruisers to respond to 47 Summer Street in the town of Duxbury for an attempted suicide where the wife, who was positively identified as Lindsay Clancy, had cut her wrist, neck, jumped out of the window from the second floor. The police responded to 47 Summer Street and located Miss Clancy on the ground on the left side of the house. Located with Miss Clancy was her husband and the 911 caller, Patrick. The police officers were assessing Miss Clancy. Mr. Clancy entered the home to check on his children. The police dispatch then radioed to officers that the husband, Mr. Clancy, was in the basement and something was wrong because his children did not wake up. What are Patrick and Lindsay's lawsuits about? They are suing the healthcare professionals. So there's a lot of people listed on there and the hospitals that they're associated with. So they're essentially saying that there was like extreme negligence. There was like one HIPAA violation that like someone had like searched through the kids and Patrick's medical records or something like that. I don't know. That was another accusation. But yeah, essentially going after the people that had seen Lindsay, had, you know, given her medication, and saying that they were all like negligent, amongst other things. Good morning. Hi, good morning. How are you? The officers then heard extremely loud yelling, entered the home, responding to the basement. In the basement, the police officers located Mr. Clancy and the family's 3 children, 5-year-old, 3-year-old, and 8-month-old infant. The 3 children were positively identified. They were all located in different areas of the basement floor, not breathing and unresponsive. All 3 children were transported to EMS to Beth Israel Plymouth Hospital, where Cora and Dawson were both pronounced deceased. Miss Clancy was transported by EMS to the South Shore Hospital in Weymouth. Callan was med-flighted to Children's Hospital in Boston. Duxbury police then secured the residence of 47 Summer Street. On Tuesday, January 24th at approximately 7:29 p.m., Trooper Rabbit arrived at the emergency department of Beth Israel Deaconess Hospital, Plymouth, BID Plymouth. What is BID Plymouth? Trooper Rabbit was met by Duxbury Police Department Officer Joseph Polini. Cora Clancy was located in exam rooms 3. Dawson was located in trauma 1. Callan was located in trauma 2. However, he was med-flighted to the Boston Children's Hospital shortly after Trooper Rabbit's arrival. On Tuesday, January 24th at approximately 7:48 p.m., Trooper Rabbit spoke with the emergency department Dr. Mark Tenerowicz. Dr. Tenerowicz stated that he tended to Dawson Clancy upon his arrival at the emergency department. Upon arrival, Dawson was in cardiac arrest. Dr. Tenerowicz, I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name, I might be, stated that he had been told that Dawson had an exercise band around his neck prior to being transported to BID Plymouth. Dr. Tenerowicz stated that Dawson had signs of strangulation, particularly, I don't know how to pronounce that word, petiche, petiche, petiche. Petiche. Petechiae. 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 particularly petechiae on the side of his face. Petechiae.
Petechia.
Petechia. Oh, petechia. Okay, so petechia are reddish, purplish spots containing blood. They're like minor bleeding under the skin. Okay. Petechiae. So Dawson has signs of strangulation, particularly petechiae on the side of his face. Dr. Tenarowicz stated that Dawson had a bruise on his right knee and an old bruise on his right shin. Dr. Tenarowicz declared Dawson dead at approximately 7:28 p.m. the same date. At approximately 10:02 p.m., Trooper Rabbits and Trooper Ashley Fiella of the Massachusetts State Police Crime Scene Services Section, that is a very long name, CSSSS, observed Cora in Emergency Department Room 3. Cora was located on the hospital bed, was covered in a white blanket, and had medical devices protruding from her mouth and left ankle. Cora also had a automated external defibrillator, AED pads in her chest, and a neck collar around her neck. Cora also had a gray and orange pajamas partially in her body, which had been partially cut off. Cora had what appeared to be a bruise on the inside of her right bicep. Cora's hands were bagged by Trooper Fiella. Cora was digitally photographed by the same trooper. Cora was later moved to the BID Plymouth morgue to be picked up by members of the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner for a post-mortem examination. That same night, approximately 10:10 p.m., Trooper Rabbit spoke with Dr. Benjamin Kaufman. Dr. Kaufman tended to Callan upon his arrival at BID Plymouth. Dr. Kaufman stated that he noted no specific injuries besides Callan being in cardiac arrest, and he was in critical condition prior to being med-flighted. That same night at 10:25 p.m., Trooper Rabbit spoke with Dr. Michael Snyder. Dr. Michael Snyder tended to Cora upon her arrival at BID Plymouth. Dr. Snyder stated that Cora was in cardiac arrest upon arrival. Dr. Snyder stated that Cora had ecchymosis, bruising/popped blood vessels around her head, eyes, neck. Dr. Snyder stated that Cora had bruising to her chest that most likely was due to the medical staff performing CPR on her. The doctor had pronounced Cora deceased at 7:28 p.m. That same night, approximately 10:31 p.m., Lieutenant Lance Mello of CSSS, Trooper Rabbit, and Trooper Fiella observed Dawson Clancy in Trauma 1. Dawson was located in the hospital bed. He was located beneath a white blanket with a green hospital Johnny draped across his midsection. Johnnies, from what we learned in the Karen Reed trial, are those like hospital gowns. Dawson Clancy had medical devices on his chest, leg, AED pads on his chest, back, and tubes protruding from his mouth. His hands were bagged by the lieutenant and the trooper. He was digitally photographed and was later moved to the morgue to be picked up for postmortem examination, singular. Tuesday, at approximately 10:05 p.m., I interviewed Duxbury Police Officer Brian Josephine at the Duxbury Police Station. Officer Josephine stated he works at a school as a school resource officer during the day and was an overtime shift from 8 to 10 p.m. Huh? Overtime. Oh, okay, from 8 to 10, right? No, 4. 4 to 8. 4 to 10. 4 to 10. There you go. I was like, wait, that's a very short shift. 4 to 8 p.m. 4 to 8. All right. Officer Josephine stated approximately 6:11. He received a radio dispatch stating all crews respond to 47 Summer Street for a female who had lacerations to her wrist, neck, and jumped from the second-story floor. Officer Josephine stated he arrived at the front of the house at the same time as the Duxbury Officer Hall. Officer Josephine stated when he arrived, he noticed 2 vehicles in the driveway before he went to the right of the home. Officer Hall went to the left, trying to go to the rear of the home. Officer Josephine stated Officer Hall had called him to the left of the home when he got there. He located Miss Clancy on her back with blood in her mouth. Officer Josephine stated he was going to the left side of the home. Mr. Clancy was on the left side of the home and walked past him and entered the home. Officer Josephine stated he was assessing Miss Clancy. Duxbury Police Radio, something about the home's basement. Officer Josephine was unsure of the transmission before he heard an extremely loud screaming coming from the house. Give me a second. I'm going to do another quick little refresh of the Twitter. See if there's any updates about the courtroom. Nothing here. Oh, is there drama? Hold on a second. Drama. Let's see. I guess someone got kicked out of the courtroom, maybe? I wonder who the state will call up next. I'm assuming probably like paramedics, law enforcement officers. Be interesting if they went straight to the experts. Probably not, right? They probably have to like give like the lay of the land. So probably law enforcement officers, or paramedics. Let's see. Someone was live streaming. Oh. The correspondent for Surviving the Survivor, Tim Jansen, was removed from the courthouse. He was midstream reporting from inside the courthouse. He was approached by court staff instructing him to shut it down. Oh, is he not allowed to like stream while he's there? Court officers surrounded him, then escorted him back to the courthouse to get his things. He was then escorted out of the building. Hi. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello. I kind of want to hear this.
Tim knew that.
They were showing him going to the CVS.
Yeah, he probably didn't know that you couldn't. I don't know. Maybe they weren't clear about if you can live stream from the courtroom or not.
Showing him going into the restaurant, picking the food up and the mess.
Sir, that's off. You're in the courthouse.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know I can't.
You're in violation.
Oh, there it goes. Okay. All right. Any other updates anywhere else? Who's Jessica Machado? I have no idea. They just popped on my feed. I was trying to figure out who was at the courthouse. But they are. I can read their bio to you. Give me 1 second. Forced by legacy media to disclose my award-winning independent journalism has a free-thinking, popular woman behind it. I think they're also from Massachusetts. No idea who they are. Kathy Rossin. Let's see if she says anything about what's going on right now. She said, our photographer who runs the camera for this trial was crying during the 911 call. He said pretty much everyone in the courtroom was crying. I bet. Hidden True Crime is also there. Let's see any updates about. They decided to go on lunch break. All right, so they have a very strict no filming inside the courthouse. Things are very emotional in the hallways. Prepare to go back in. There's absolutely no filming or taking photographs inside the courthouse. All right. Christina Rex, I think, is also there. Let's refresh. Nothing yet. All right. We'll continue reading. Let's continue reading. Officer Josephine stated he entered the home through the rear sliding door, which was already open. The officer stated he entered into the kitchen, then took a left to get into the staircase to the basement. The officer stated Mr. Clancy was still screaming. Officer Josephine stated he went down to the basement stairs and turned right. The basement was divided into a left side and a right side. Mr. Clancy came out of the far room and stated she killed the kids. As he entered the rear room, he believed he observed the 2-year-old laying on his back, unresponsive, and was blue and purple in his face. The officer also stated he saw bruising on the child's neck. There was blue resistant bands right next to the child's head. Officer Josephine said he grabbed the child and ran him upstairs and out of the door into the arriving ambulance. He then returned to the basement and turned left this time. He observed the family's 2 other children on the ground unresponsive, both having life-saving measures performed by Duxbury EMS. Officer Josephine stated the room to the right in the basement appeared to be a weight room style room with an office, and the area to the left in the basement appeared to be a living room area with couches. He was unsure of the layout of the basement because he was focused on the children. At approximately 10:23 p.m., I interviewed Duxbury Police Stephen Hall. Hall stated he was working on a scheduled shift from 4 to 10 p.m. Officer Hall stated he received a radio transmission from Duxbury Police Dispatch saying all cruisers respond. Officer Hall said that when he approached the house, he heard someone say, over here, over here. He ran to the left side of the house and saw Mr. Clancy standing by Ms. Clancy, who was laying on the ground. Officer Hall stated that Ms. Clancy was laying on her back with her head towards the house, had lacerations on the wrists, the neck. The lacerations were not currently bleeding. So I wonder if that's going to be in his testimony. The state's probably going to be like, oh, was it actively bleeding? Oh, it was not actively bleeding? Okay. Ms. Clancy was breathing but semi-conscious. Mr. Clancy then ran to the house. He heard Duxbury Police dispatch radio something about Mr. Clancy stating there was something wrong in the basement and that they won't wake up. He then heard loud screaming coming from the house. He entered the home through the rear door and entered the kitchen. He took his second left and proceeded down the basement stairs. He turned right and saw the husband coming out of the rear room stating, oh my God, and was breathing heavily. He went into the back room, located what he believed was the oldest child. He ran up the stairs with Officer Josephine and transported the child into the arriving ambulance. Oh my gosh. Officer Hall stated in the basement to the left was couches. When he went back to the house and re-entered the basement, EMS was performing life-saving measures on on the family's other two children. All the children were blue in the face. The first child to the right in the basement had no shirt, and their face and chest were blue. He exited the house the last time. He observed the window on the second floor of the rear left of the home. The window frame had blood on it when looking from the ground. Now we have Officer Cahill. Officer Cahill was dispatched. He opened the front door of the home for EMS to access the front of the home. He then went downstairs to the basement where he observed Mr. Clancy pacing back and forth. He then went to the left side of the basement and observed the female child on the ground. He observed blood on the child's hand, blood on the face and nose. He then realized the youngest child, the infant, was lying behind him on the ground unresponsive. He observed indents and trauma to the infant's neck. There was a blue exercise resistance band on the ground next to the child. He then assisted in performing life-saving measures. He was then able to talk to Mr. Clancy, who stated he had gone to pick up food and make another stop before returning home. Mr. Clancy returned home and realized the house was quieter prior to locating Miss Clancy. Lieutenant John Santos and Trooper Joseph Rabbit conducted an interview of Patrick Clancy. This was approximately 8:40 p.m., I guess. 8:40 p.m. So this was in the hospital room. Patrick was identified as the spouse of Lindsay and the father of Cora, Dawson, and Callan. The interview was audio recorded, and the following is meant to be the summary of the interview and not to be taken verbatim. Oh, I see some movements in the courtroom, like someone's jiggling the camera, so maybe they'll be back soon. Patrick said that he'd been married to his wife, Lindsay, for 6 years, and they have 3 children together. What? Water? Give me a second, guys. All right, y'all. All right, let's start over. Patrick stated that he was married to Lindsay for 6 years. They have 3 children together. At the end of September 2022, Lindsay stated she was beginning to get anxious prior to her return to work at Massachusetts General Hospital as a labor and delivery nurse. Patrick Clancy stated that Lindsay Clancy went to a psychiatrist who he identified as Jennifer Tufts and was prescribed Zoloft. Patrick stated that Lindsay Clancy also saw another psychiatrist who he identified as Rebecca Gelada. Patrick Clancy stated that Lindsay Clancy was also prescribed multiple other medications, including Valium, Trazodone, Ativan, Klonopin, Prozac, and Seroquel. Patrick said that Lindsay would take as many as 4 meds a day. However, she would take them as prescribed. Patrick stated that Lindsay called the restaurant 3V in Plymouth at approximately 5:15, the same date, for takeout food. And Patrick, I think they are back.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant.
All right. Counsel, can I see it sidebar, please?
All right, sidebar. Let's go back to reading this. Patrick stated he also stopped by CVS in Kingston near the Duxbury line and purchased laxative for his daughter, Cora. Patrick said that he arrived back home at his residence and he noticed the whole house was quiet. He stated he went upstairs to his bedroom and the bedroom door was locked. He stated he got into his bedroom, he saw blood in the window open, so he ran downstairs and outside and located Lindsay. Patrick said that he located Lindsay on the ground. Outside, it appeared that she had slit her wrist and possibly her neck. Patrick stated that he then called 911. Patrick said that the police then arrived at the residence. He went to the basement where he located Cora and Callan in the main living room and Dawson in the office. All three children had workout bands tied around their necks. He stated that he was home all day, with the exception when he left the residence to go to 3V and CVS. Lindsay stated that she'd been having suicidal thoughts as well as thoughts of harming the children. He clarified that she had communicated that she was feeling this way at the end of December. Patrick stated that Lindsay had reached out to her psychiatrist, Jennifer Tufts. Patrick stated that Lindsay had self-admitted herself to McLean Hospital from January 1, 2023 through January 5, 2023. He also stated that he and Lindsay had an amazing marriage and got along great. He further stated that they tell each other they love each other 10 times a day. At the end of the interview, Mr. Clancy consented to having his face, clothes, hands digitally photographed by Trooper Ashley Fiella. Trooper Chiaccio was able to review Apple Maps and calculate the travel times for Mr. Clancy's travel. Trooper Chiaccio stated it takes approximately 3 minutes to travel from the house to CVS and approximately 8 minutes to travel from CVS to 3V. Is it 3 minutes? Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I think we saw like 13 minutes when I mapped it. Trooper Chiaccio stated it takes approximately 9 minutes to travel from 3V to 47 Summer Street. On Tuesday, approximately 9:09 p.m., Duxbury Police Lieutenant Louis Chubb and Trooper Andrew Chiaccio visit the 3V located at 10 Cordage Park. Oh, I think this is where they're able to get surveillance footage. They spoke with Michael Viscariello, who's the manager of 3V. Mr. Viscariello provided us with access to the surveillance video system. We confirmed the time and date on the video was accurate. It shows Patrick entering the restaurant to the front door at 5:54 p.m. Patrick glances at the takeout table and waits in line with the couple for a brief moment. He waited looking at his cell phone. After the couple leaves, he approaches the hostess desk to pick up his order. He pays for it at 5:55:01. Mr. Viscariello informed us the hostess was Saria Sweeney. Patrick Clancy paid with an American Express card. Mr. Viscariello printed a copy of the receipt for us. The receipt showed the order for 2 items that was placed at 5:10 p.m. Again, the order that was placed by Lindsay. Mr. Viscariello was able to show us the video, but stated he would need to contact an outside vendor to obtain a copy of the video. Mr. Viscariello said he would have the video emailed to Trooper Chiaccio. On Tuesday, January 24th at approximately 9:40, Sergeant Mark Farioli and Trooper Andrew Chiaccio visited the CVS located on 189 Summer Street. During the investigation, investigators learned Patrick Clancy entered the CVS after leaving his house in the evening of January 24th. Sergeant Farioli and Trooper Chiaccio spoke with Angela Krause, who is the manager of the CVS location. Ms. Krause provided us with access to the surveillance video system. They confirmed the time and date on the video was accurate. The video shows Mr. Patrick Clancy, which we all saw this earlier, by the way, in today's testimony. So Patrick enters the CVS through the front door at 5:32 p.m., walks to aisle 20. Ms. Krause informed us that aisle 20 is where they keep the children's medications. Patrick Clancy spends only about a few minutes in the children's aisle before exiting the aisle and walking towards the registers. As he does this, just prior to exiting the camera frame, Patrick appears to be utilizing his cellular phone. Patrick arrives at the register at 5:36.
We're going to take about a 5-minute break. We'll come back out and I'll address the scheduling with council. All right, so about a 5-minute recess.
5-minute recess. All right, take your time, Judge. I don't know if he has children with his new wife, but there is reporting that he married a fertility doctor in New York. We don't have any other details. Patrick arrives at the register at 5:36 p.m., no longer utilizing his phone. Patrick enters the store through the front door at 5:37 and then turns right. Ms. Krause informed us there's no exterior cameras showing the side of the building. The surveillance was downloaded to a USB drive. All right, so conclusion. So this is basically the reason why they're seeking certain items in the search warrant. All right. There's an impoundment on the search warrant for 180 days. And so a lot of this is duplicative. We're just going to scroll on through. This is the treatment of the children. Patrick's interview. I think there is an interview that they have here of the friends that they had dinner with that same week. It was, I think, the Carneys. My hair. I cut it like a few weeks ago. It was made longer. I think it's because usually like the front of my hair is layered, so it looks a lot shorter sometimes, depending on how I have it. Well, thanks, Alice. Oh, my eyes are like stinging. I need to blink more. Okay. Carney interview. Okay, here it is. Tuesday, January 24th at approximately 10:50. While at the Duxbury Department, Trooper Corey Mello conducted a recorded interview of Kyle Carney. Mr. Carney stated he met Pat Clancy in college. They had been friends for approximately 10 years. He states that they speak just about every day, and he spoke with Pat early this morning in a group text. Mr. Carney stated the group text was with other friends and primarily discussed work. He stated that Patrick Clancy currently works for Microsoft while he works in the financial sector, and that when he spoke to Pat early in the day, he seemed to be his normal self. Mr. Carney stated that on Sunday, January 22nd, Pat Clancy came along with Lindsay and two of their older children had visited their house for dinner. While there, Lindsay seemed fairly normal, mostly quiet while on her phone and keeping to herself. He was actually surprised she was there due to Pat's statements about her health, and he didn't know she was coming that night. He said that overall, everything seemed perfectly normal, and this was the first time they had seen Lindsay in a couple of months. When asked why they had not seen Lindsay for such an extended period of time, Mr. Carney stated that Lindsay was having medical issues. Trooper Mello then asked him to expand on these medical issues, and he stated that Pat told him that Lindsay was about to go back to work and was having anxiety. She was prescribed medications, which were, in Pat's opinion, not working. Pat went on to tell him that Lindsay was prescribed more medication and thought she was now addicted to benzodiazepines. Pat also told Mr. Carney that Lindsay was having issues with her medication and she was mostly anxious and not depressed. Pat felt as if Lindsay was not overly anxious and that the anxiety level was normal and not severe. According to Pat, Lindsay had joked about talking to a therapist about her anxiety. So I'm fairly certain that we're going to hear from the Carneys, and they're going to testify about their interactions they had with Pat and with Lindsay. Mr. Carney stated that Pat mentioned Lindsay was suffering from withdrawals from the benzodiazepines approximately a month and a half ago, and that is when he began to open up to both Ms. Carney and his wife, Sarah Carney. Pat told Mr. Carney he was really concerned about the withdrawals and said that Lindsay had the worst side effects possible. Lindsay was also prescribed more medication for sleeping. When asked if Lindsay had any close friends in the area, Mr. Carney stated that besides the local mother groups, she didn't have many friends. Due to this, Mr. Carney informed me that he, along with his wife, are going to start to engage one-on-one with Lindsay in the near future. Pat also stated to Mr. Carney that Lindsay's family had been in Duxbury this past weekend to support her. Mr. Carney stated that he, along with his wife, went to college with Pat and they sent their children to the same daycare. It was during one of those drop-off that Pat looked as though he was having a rough morning and he opened up to Mrs. Carney. Pat had communications via text message with Mrs. Carney on January 5th in regard to Lindsay and the treatment and the medication she was receiving. Mr. Carney stated that Pat felt as if he needed to get more involved with her treatment due to the fact that Lindsay was going by herself to a psychiatrist for a while, and he felt like she was prescribed too many medications. Mr. Carney stated that Pat never voiced concern for Lindsay hurting herself. The interview was terminated at this time. Again, they're going to go through why they are doing the search warrant, what they're looking for. What is this a search warrant of? Let's see. Oh, they're trying to get blood and urine vials from Lindsay at the South Shore Hospital. Okay. So again, we have the same narrative that's given. narrative. CBS, the restaurants, the Carney interviews. Okay. What do we have here? On Wednesday, January 25th. All right, 4 a.m. Members of the Massachusetts State Police and Duxbury Police execute a search warrant at 47 Summer Street in Duxbury. During the search warrant, 4 medication bottles were prescribed to Lindsay. They were located in the kitchen island along with the medical paperwork. These medications and medical paperwork were subsequently seized and later placed into temporary evidence at Plymouth County State Police Detective Unit. On Thursday, January 26th, at approximately 2:30 p.m., Trooper Lawler examined the 4 medication bottles prescribed to Ms. Clancy. Below are the 4 prescribed medications. We have amitriptyline, IC amitriptyline, HCl, hydrogen chloride, maybe, 10 milligrams. Date filled, January 16. Quantity filled, 30 white round shaped tablets imprinted with ZA1 on the front. Remaining 22 pills. Directions: take 1 tablet by mouth every time at bedtime. Amitriptyline. We're gonna have to look these up, guys. Amitriptyline. Amitriptyline is a prescription tricyclic antidepressant used to treat depression, nerve pain, and prevent migraines. It works by increasing serotonin and norepinephrine levels in the brain. An allergy. All right. Then we have diazepam. I forgot what diazepam was. Diazepam. Oh, that's the Valium. That belongs to the benzodiazepine family. It works by calming the brain activity to treat anxiety, muscle spasms, and seizures. So we have diazepam 5 milligrams. Date filled January 9th. There are 14 round-shaped tablets. Direction: take 2 times daily, 3 days at 1.5 tabs daily, 3 days at 1 tab, 3 days at 1.5 tab, and then 3 days at half tab daily, 3 days, and then stop. Okay. So just slowly tapering off, I guess. Remaining count, 2.5 pills. So how many was dispensed again? Remaining count, quantity filled 14. All right. So she has like 11 and she took 11.5 pills. Oh, court is back, I think.
For the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant.
All right. Counselor, is the Commonwealth ready to call another witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Before we do that, can I see the sidebar?
All right, back at sidebar. All right, back at sidebar. Oh, no, not the beeping noise. This is so funny. This is what Long Crime wrote. Court is in a long break. It's unknown if they'll return before a lunch break. All right, so they're just as, they don't know as much as us. We're all just kind of clueless here. Okay, they returned. All right. All right, so we had diazepam at 5 milligrams, and then we have another diazepam, 2 milligrams, so smaller dose, that was dispensed about maybe less than a week afterwards. We had, let's see, she was given quantity filled. How many? Just 3. But remaining count 9.5. What does this mean? Oh, we also have the trazodone.
All right.
Trazodone is like
Be calling your next witness, please.
a relaxing, right?
Oh, jeez.
What's happening?
Wait a minute, it says, after we bring the jury in, are you ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Oh, wait, the jury's not even there yet. All right, let's go back. We have trazodone. 30 was filled, 20 was left. Conclusion.
Which ones do you want? All the exhibits are in that box. The prescription bottles are right here. Do you need those?
So they want to seize the vial. Oh, Lindsay's wearing glasses now. But I wonder if she was having a tough time seeing earlier. All right, Lindsay's back in the courtroom with glasses. Jurors coming back in. Alrighty, y'all. Can you guys?
Now in session, please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and the 18 jurors.
Members of the jury, thank you for your patience with us. With that, Commonwealth, we would call your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Angela Kraus.
Angela Kraus. Angela Kraus. We read that name earlier, didn't we? Kraus. Did we?
Good morning. Stop right here, raise your right hand for the clerk, please.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall put to the court and the jury that have now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Why don't you step right here, please? And take the other side.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. How are
I'm
you?
going to ask you to keep your voice up and speak into that microphone, please.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Commonwealth.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, Melissa, how are you doing today? Melissa says, I'm really struggling to form a view on this case. I think a lot of people are. As a parent and grandparent and with the mental health issues myself and also my daughter-in-law is a psych nurse, I've heard so much about the after birth issues. Yeah, I mean, I think right now, a lot of the information is just, we're just kind of absorbing all this information. It's just way too early to just even try to form an opinion on her, on this case, on the evidence. Just got to play the waiting game for now. Hi, Melissa. Thanks for joining us from maybe Australia.
Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
It's Angela Kraus. It's ANGELA KRAUSE.
And your date of birth, please.
5/19/77.
Where do you work?
CVS Pharmacy.
And at which location?
Oh, yes, we did read her name. Okay. Interesting. We're going straight to CVS and I guess a 3B restaurant.
Kingston.
And do you know the address of that location?
189 Summer Street.
And how long have you worked there?
4 years at that location.
And what is your role there?
General manager.
How long have you been the general manager?
For CVS.
For CVS, yes.
9 years.
And so the entire time you've worked at that location, those 4 years, you've been the general manager at the Kingston store?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to direct your attention to Tuesday, January 24th, 2023. Were you working that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And which shift were you working?
Closing.
Which is what hours?
Say roughly 3 to 11.
So that would be 3 p.m. to 11 p.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
And I want to direct your attention further to 4:48 p.m. Did you receive a phone call while you were working?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that on the CVS line?
Yes.
And do you know that number?
No.
Okay. And where were you when you received that call?
I was in the office.
Okay. And what were you doing?
Preparing to do cash for the night.
And what does that entail?
Closing out the registers.
Okay. And the call that you received, was that from a male or a female?
Female.
And what, if anything, did she say?
She was inquiring if I carried a product in stock.
And what product was that?
It was like a constipation medicine.
Was it Miralax?
Yes.
And did she specifically ask for something to do with children's Miralax?
Well, I asked for clarification because depending on if she wanted children's or adults, it would be in a different part of the store.
Okay. And when you asked for clarification, was she able to provide clarification?
Yes. She said it was for children's.
Okay. And what was your response?
It's located in 2 different places in the store.
Okay. And did you give her any specific brand names or anything like that?
I just said that we carried Pedialax, and I was 13 and 20.
Okay. And approximately how long was this conversation?
A few minutes.
During that conversation, did you have any difficulty understanding the woman?
No, ma'am.
Did she appear to have any difficulty understanding you or the questions that you were asking her?
No, ma'am.
And her voice, did it seem slurred or impaired in any way?
Not at all. It's a very normal interaction.
I was just going to ask, was there anything out of the ordinary about the conversation?
No.
Later that evening, did the police come to the store?
Yes.
And did they request that you pull some surveillance footage for them?
Yes.
And did you do that?
Yes.
Okay. And if I could just have Exhibit 28, the footage, up for a moment. If you could look at the screen here. Do you recognize the store? Yes. And is this part of the footage that you provided to police that night?
Yes.
And directing your attention over here to the right, the aisle where the gentleman is standing, all the way to the right of the store. Are you familiar with what was in that aisle in January of 2023?
Yeah, that's our children's aisle.
So that would have things like children's PDLX?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any interaction with that gentleman while he was in the store?
No, ma'am.
And did the police also ask you to provide a copy of a receipt for that gentleman's transaction?
Yes, ma'am.
And just showing you Exhibit 26. Is this the receipt that you provided to the police?
Yes, ma'am.
And on here, it says Skittles Wildberry. Would that be Skittles?
Yes.
It also says FLT PDLX LQD GLY for the second item. What does that stand for in CVS?
It's Fleet brand, but then it's going to be PDLX and then a glycerin suppository.
Okay, so the FLT is for Fleet?
Yes.
And the PDLX is for PDLX?
Yes, ma'am.
I have nothing further for the witness. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Reddington.
I have no questions. Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Thank you. Me sit
Yes.
down. Thank you.
Please.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would call Soraya Sweeney.
This is the hostess that was at the restaurant. I really hate how the prosecution is framing this case. Just because she could speak normally doesn't mean she didn't snap out of it. I think if you take it just like piece by piece, it's like, oh, well, you know, she called the order in like an hour before she murdered her kids. It's possible that she was in psychosis then, right? But I think they're just trying to include as many testimonies as they can to show that, like, see, this person said she was fine. 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 But I think the argument can be made by the defense is like, well, yeah, she was fine at that time. She wasn't suffering from psychosis yet. I guess a tough one would be Patrick, because Patrick did get a call back from Lindsay, and it sounded like she was in the middle or something. But I guess the defense could say that, like, oh, maybe that was, you know, she was still bathing the kids or something.
That doesn't make a difference to me.
Good morning, ma'am. Can you stop right here, raise your right hand for the clerk, please?
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury, no matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant, shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Thank
Wait,
you.
please.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, I'm just going to ask you to keep your voice up and speak into that microphone. Thank
Absolutely.
you. Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sprague.
Thank you. Good morning. Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Saria, Saria. My last name is Sweeney or Shelgren, depending on what year we're in.
So in 2023 was
It
your
was
last
Sweeney, Sweeny.
And now what is your last name?
Shelgren, Shelgren.
And what is your date of birth?
9/3/89.
And where do you work?
Currently have two jobs. I work at a doctor's office and I also work at 3V. It's a restaurant in Plymouth.
And how is 3V spelled?
It's spelled out the number 3, THREE, with a V at the end.
And how long have you worked at 3V restaurant?
Since 2019.
And where is it located?
In Cordage Park in Plymouth.
And in 2023, in January of 2023, what was your role at 3V restaurant?
I was a hostess then.
And directing your attention further to Tuesday, January 24th, 2023, were you working that night?
Yes, I was.
And what shift were you working?
I work an evening shift. Usually I would arrive between 4:45 and 5 o'clock,
And when would your shift end?
typically between 8 and 9 o'clock.
And what was your role as a hostess?
Greet patrons, take takeout orders, give takeout orders, seat people, generally help with the running of the restaurant, front end.
And directing your attention to 5:10 p.m., did you receive a call for a takeout order?
Yes,
And was that a male or a female?
as a female.
And did that person place an order?
Yes,
And do you recall what she ordered?
yes.
What was that?
It was a order of risotto and a Mediterranean power bowl.
And the Power Bowl, is that considered a type of salad at 3V?
Yes,
Did you ask any follow-up questions about the order of the salad?
yes.
What did you ask?
We ask if it doesn't automatically come with protein. It's something that we always ask, do you want to add a protein?
Does the Mediterranean Power Bowl automatically come with protein?
No, it does not.
So did you ask the woman if she wanted protein?
Yes.
And what was her response?
No, thank you.
And did she also give you the name and phone number of the person who would be picking up the order?
Yes.
And is that something that you enter into the system as you're entering the order?
Yes.
Did you have any trouble understanding the woman?
No.
Did she appear to have any trouble understanding you or the questions you were asking her?
No.
Did her voice sound slurred or impaired in any way?
No.
Was there anything out of the ordinary about this interaction?
No.
Directing your attention to 5:54 p.m., was the order picked up?
Yes.
And was it picked up by a male or a female?
A male.
If we could pull up Exhibit 30 footage. And are you depicted in the video here?
Yes.
And where are you?
I'm standing behind the host stand.
And so for the record, the hostess stand or the host stand is in the upper left-hand corner.
Yeah,
of the
it's
video.
that black stand that has a wooden framer on the top.
So am I pointing to the right area?
Yes.
In the upper left corner.
Yes.
You could play that for a moment. And if you could pause it, please. So we're at 5:54:19 p.m. You see the individual who picked up the order.
Yes.
And which individual is that?
The man in the dark jacket that entered last.
And is he the person behind the couple at the host stand?
Yes.
And showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 31. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be?
That is one of our printouts that comes with orders. We attach those to the bags for takeout and have a copy for ourselves as well.
And displaying it. Okay. Here. Here in the line where it says Patrick and then a phone number, is that where you would enter in what the person calling gives you for the information of the person picking up the order?
Yes.
Was there anything out of the ordinary about your interaction with that gentleman?
No.
I have no further questions.
Attorney Reddington.
No questions, thank you, ma'am.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Let me step down. Thank you.
Okay, so this might make it easy for the jury to follow. The common theme that the state has put on is, were you able to understand her? Was she able to understand you? How was the interaction? Was she slurring her words? So it's like a theme that they're hammering over and over and over again, which I think could be very helpful for the jury, but we'll see. Unless if the jury disagrees with it, it could be annoying for them to have to hear that over and over again.
What's your step, please?
All right. Counsel, could I see you at this time? Thanks. Scheduling.
All right, they are on sideboard. Okay. let's go back to this for now then. All right, guys. So we're in the middle of the police search warrant application.
All right. Well,
Oh,
members
nope,
of the
they're
jury,
back.
remember I said today was going to be full of a couple of starts and stops. This is going to be one of those stops. All right. So I'm going to excuse you till 2 o'clock.
Huh.
All right. And then we're going to come back and we're going to resume, I believe, with the Commonwealth's case. So we're going to be in recess on this matter till 2 o'clock. All right.
Court, all rise. Good. Close the notebooks, place them on your chairs, please.
All right. What's the local time? Oh, so they have a 2-hour lunch break.
Call them out.
It's nice for the jury. You know how they said this trial was going to be 4 to 6 weeks? I think we're leaning towards 6 weeks, maybe. Why a 2-hour break? I don't know. Maybe there's something that they want to discuss with the attorneys.
Jurors have exited the courtroom. This court's in session. Please be seated.
All right. We're going to be in recess on this matter till 2 o'clock. I want to remind everyone of the media order regarding not videotaping or broadcasting from the courtroom or inside the courthouse. So I just kind of wanted to reiterate that. All right. So with that, we'll be in recess till 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Court, all rise.
Trying to see if anyone else reported anything. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, I guess, let's see. Court is in recess until 2 p.m., says Kathy. CW has only had those last 2 witnesses ready because Patrick Clancy was supposed to be on the stand. Oh. So either they finished early with Patrick Clancy or they allowed him to be cross-examined later on. And they're like, oh, we don't have any witnesses that are on standby right now. So that's probably why. That's what I'm guessing. See if there's any other updates. Alrighty. All right, so we have a 2-hour lunch break. I guess I'll just finish reading some parts of this. We'll see. Let's see how long this is. Alrighty. In addition, okay, so investigators learned that Lindsay was prescribed amitriptyline, diazepam, so 5 milligram, 2 milligram, trazodone, 150 milligrams. In addition to prescribed medication found during the search warrant execution that Patrick mentioned during his interview that Clancy was, in his opinion, addicted to benzodiazepines. We tend to determine which medications Lindsay was taking, prescribed or otherwise, in what dosage. So they're going to get like the blood and the urine sample that was taken from her at the hospital to see what type of medication was in her system during that time. According to Mayo.com or Mayo.org, a list of precaution for trazodone is for some teens and young adults. This medication can increase the thoughts of suicide. All right. What else is there? There's some writing on there. All right, so same thing, copy paste of the narratives. Good. Have fun in your meeting, Sherry. Good luck. Have fun. Oh, I guess I could do a recap of what happened so far. All right. For those of you guys who are just joining us, or if you missed what happened earlier this morning, we continued with Patrick Clancy's testimony. Where we left off yesterday was him going over the time leading up to when the murders would eventually happen. or the killings would eventually happen. So today, again, the state prosecution asks Patrick if he looked up suicide on the tablet back in August of 23, and he said no. So it was maybe Lindsay who looked it up. Then, Patrick was working from home that day. Lindsay had a good day with the kids, from what he said. And she had asked him to pick up Miralax. This wasn't mentioned in their text message when they're discussing what to eat for dinner and if he was down to, go pick up food for takeout because she didn't prepare anything that day. It was a busy day. So she tells him to go to CVS to pick up Miralax, and he does that. He drives about 3 minutes to CVS. Now, they didn't have the brand that she wanted, so he called her. She didn't answer. A minute afterwards, she called him back, and she was like, yeah, the generic brand is okay. Lindsay is described as pretty quiet, although she sounded like she was busy, like she was in the middle of something. He could understand her. She could understand him. And he had, let's see, no trouble recalling why. Oh, and she had no trouble recalling why she was at CVS. Like she wasn't confused, like, oh, wait, why are you at CVS? Oh, I told you to buy something at CVS. Oh, interesting. Patrick then drives to the 3V restaurant and he picks up the food. It's under his name, but the state made it clear that, it's under his name, but Lindsay was the one that called it in. He drives back to the house. He goes through the door that's left to the garage. He places the bags on the kitchen island, and he notices the house is really quiet. He calls out to the basement to see if the kids were there, if Lindsay was there. He wasn't sure if Lindsay's car was in the driveway because it was really dark outside. Lindsay has a black car, so he calls Lindsay. She doesn't answer. The basement door was shut, but the lights were on. He did mention that the lights were, always on in the basement. He checks upstairs and he thought maybe the kids were taking a bath. He checks the bedrooms. They were not there. Then he goes in, or he tries to go into his bedroom where, he shares with Lindsay, and it's locked. So he grabs a key, he unlocks it. He says there was blood everywhere. The window was open and the bed had moved around. Sorry, that had moved. He only took about 1 or 2 steps in and he turned around. He did say that there was blood everywhere, like it was sprayed with a hose, and there's a huge puddle in the room. The state prosecutor showed 2 photos of the bedroom, and I would say that the pictures don't really track with like blood being everywhere, but it's possible that maybe there are more photos that we haven't seen yet. We do see some blood, I think, somewhere like on the wall, and then there are the driplets of blood on the floor. And it's not a little bit. It's like, oh, there's like driplets everywhere. But when I'm thinking of like spray like a hose, blood everywhere, I'm thinking of like gush, like just lots of blood everywhere, similar to maybe like the Brendan Banfield trial. He went to the backyard. He found Lindsay. She was face up. She had, he claims that there were deep cuts on the wrists and cuts on the neck. However, state prosecutor was like, well, on the 911 call, you did say that the wounds were not actively bleeding and that you did feel the need to actively apply pressure onto her wounds. He's trying to figure out where the kids are. It took him a while to call 911 because the phone was switching back and forth between Wi-Fi and I guess cellular. So I think he probably had to turn off the Wi-Fi and then call 911 again. First responders arrived pretty quickly, around 4 to 5 minutes. Lindsay was in and out of consciousness. At some point, he was able to find out that the kids were in the basement because Lindsay said so. And so he goes down there. But Lindsay doesn't tell him that the kids were deceased or something happened to the kids. He goes down. He sees Cora first. He tries to take the band off. She was face down, unresponsive. And then she sees Callan, the baby, to the left Cora, same position. Dawson, however, was in the office. So I think, a thought that can come to the juror's mind, and it came in my mind was, oh, was this calculated? Did she purposely separate the 2 older kids? That way they wouldn't see, the sibling being harmed, because the 2 older kids were separated and one of the child was with the newborn. Newborns can't really do much, they're 8 months old. So was that a calculated move? He attempted CPR on Cora. First responders came and told Pat to go upstairs. The kids were transported to the hospital. And the state does ask Patrick that, during that time, January, did anyone ever tell you not to leave your kids alone with Lindsay? He's like, nope. And again, did Lindsay ever tell you that she wanted to harm the kids in January? He says no. No, actually, no. I think when she asked him if anyone told him to not leave her alone with the kids, I think she did put a timeline on that. However, But she did put a timeline on January 23rd of whether or not Lindsay had told him that she wanted to harm the children. He says no, or kill the children. He says no. Then they talk about this phone call that happens days afterwards. Patrick thinks it's like a week after. And so Lindsay's on the phone call with him, and she doesn't talk about the kids. However, she did talk about what she went through, that she heard a man's voice. If she didn't do it now, she'd lose her chance. Now, they do ask him that, well, did Lindsay say that she had a moment of psychosis? And he's like, I don't recall. And so State asks again, like, hey, did she mention the children at all? He says, don't think so, not directly. And that she never told him that she had heard a voice before. That's when he's excused at some point, and there's no cross-examination right now, but they are going to go through some of the evidence. So the clothes that the children were wearing, and also the exercise bands that were found wrapped around their necks. The 911 call is played. We don't get to hear it. And then they take a very long break because apparently there's, everyone in the courtroom were just in tears listening to the 911 call. The people that are sitting on the jury, and then the people that are sitting in the courtroom, Lindsay, of course. Witness number 2 and number 3 are going to be the people that interacted with Lindsay over the phone. So we have Angela Krause at CBS, and then we have Saria, who was the hostess at the restaurant where Lindsay ordered the takeout order. Of course, they didn't get to see Lindsay face to face because Patrick was the one that picked up the laxative from CVS, and then he picks up the restaurant order at 3V. So again, the state is basically saying that Lindsay was calculating and trying to get Patrick outside of the house, and she chose this restaurant that's a little bit further than their normal, typical place that they order takeout from. Defense. We'll see what happens in cross-examination. We haven't heard him crossing yet, although he'll probably cross-examine Patrick, maybe he'll call Patrick when they're putting their, case in chief. So we'll see. Haven't heard too much yet, but just heard from defense's opening statements. All right, so back to this right here. Let's go back. Ms. Krause, the CVS employee, mentioned investigators that a female had called the store if they had children's laxative prior to Patrick entering the store. Patrick stated in the interview that Lindsay had called the restaurant for takeout food and asked Patrick to pick up the food. It is the belief of the investigators that Lindsay called both CVS and 3V in order to facilitate Mr. Clancy leaving the house for an extended period of time so she can commit these crimes and attempt suicide. The pink iPhone was believed to be Lindsay Clancy's, located on her bed, powered on, in her bedroom, where it appeared she had cut her wrist and neck before jumping out of the window. Lindsay used notebooks, which were discovered during the search warrant, to log her expressions and thoughts, and could possibly use her phone for a more comprehensive log. So I want to see what's in these notebooks. Investigators can use Lindsay Clancy's phone to obtain her contact list, and text messages to identify Sue and her other friends she confides in. Oh, apparently she was confiding in someone named Sue. It is known to be in other investigators that individuals would use their phone to Google or research means to commit murder or suicide. It is known to me and other investigators that individuals will use social media, text, notes, or other applications to explain the crimes they have committed or will commit. It is known to me and other investigators that individuals will use social media. Oh, I read that already. That individuals will use family sharing location to see where family members are returning or leaving. I wonder if they had that on. All right, so they're asking for these digital devices. They want contacts or communication between Lindsay and contacts, chat groups. They're limiting to the date, other communications. So when they're doing these search warrants, they have to be very specific as to what they're looking for. They can't just have a, like, hey, I'm looking for everything, and then figure out, from that search warrant and from what they find, oh, okay, actually, I want this. We will take this. They have to be very specific, include dates and specifically what they're looking for and why they're looking for it. Oh, this is a blurry page. Let's see. I think this is the same thing. Interview. Autopsies. Okay, so there's autopsy. Did I read this already? On Wednesday, January 25th, Trooper McKelligan got a search warrant. Located on the kitchen counter near the sink was one tablet with a purple case. They were aware that Ms. Clancy and Mr. Clancy had access to this tablet prior to the 3 murders. Ms. Clancy previously used her cellular telephone to conduct internet searches, utilized notes, and social media applications. Located on the nightstand directly below the open window was a large blood-covered kitchen knife. The knife was secured by the Massachusetts State Police. Located in the basement was a brown notebook. Located in the kitchen cabinet was a separate multicolored notebook. In both notebooks, Ms. Clancy listed medications she was taking and at times suicidal expressions and thoughts. In these notebooks, Ms. Clancy also expressed that she confides in friends, one named Sue, but does not list last names in the notebooks. Investigators were also aware that Ms. Clancy used her cellular telephone and her journal to document her mental state and her feelings about her children. In addition to keeping track of her medications and searching ways to kill, researching ways to kill, that might be phrased, we'll see. It might be phrased in a biased way, which means that it's reasonable to conclude that Ms. Clancy would have used all 4 methods and tools available to her, including a tablet. I feel like they'll be more specific about that, right? Wednesday, January 25th at 9 a.m., Trooper William Frias attended the autopsy of Cora Ann Dawson. During both autopsy, Dr. Vidal observed the following trauma to Cora Ann Clancy. Small bruising on both sides of both legs. Small bruising back of right leg, not present on Cora. Small bruising on right arm. Ligature around the neck. Redness of the heck. I learned how to pronounce this word, but I forgot how to say it. I forgot. Peta something. Pronunciation. Petechia. Petechia of the, is this petechia though? Is this pronounced differently? I don't know. Petechia of the face, petechia of the head, petechia of the face, petechia inside the eyelids, petechia inside the upper and lower lip. So I think that's when your blood vessels are popped, right? Tiny red or purple spots on the skin, caused by minor bleeding under the skin. Heavy lungs, skeleton x-rays were negative for trauma. No evidence of blunt force trauma, brain bleeds, or skull fractures. No soft tissue damage in back. Neck muscles were negative for hemorrhaging. Hyoid intact. Eyes did have hemorrhaging and optic nerve. Hopefully Lindsay testifies. We'll see. There were trials where I thought the defendant would testify, and I was like, oh, they didn't. I really thought Donna was going to testify. Donna Adelson. She did not. Corey, I was like 50-50 with Corey, whether or not she was going to testify. All right. What do we have here? All right, so they went to go. Trooper Foley digitally documented Lindsay's injuries. During the execution of the warrant, registered nurse Meg Collins and registered nurse Rachel Amity assisted with pointing out the injuries and removing bandages for Trooper Foley to successfully document them by use of digital photography. So right wrist, multiple lacerations from a sharp object. Right hand, multiple scrapes on backside of hand around the knuckles. Left wrist, multiple lacerations from a sharp object. Left hand, possible scrapes on backside of hand around the knuckles. Left bicep, 2 bruises. The neck, multiple lacerations on the neck. Left and right side of the neck. Deep cut to the right side of neck. Deep cut right there. It says deep cut. Left leg, possible light bruising to the thigh. Right leg, possible light bruising to the thigh. So I think the defense can use that to their advantage. Like, hey, there's a police report here, and they observe a deep cut on the right side of the neck. Trooper McDonald was unable to observe any trauma to the back of Lindsay Clancy because of the spinal cord injury. Registered nurse Rachel, I don't know if it's Raquel or Rachel Amity, advised Trooper McDonald that she was her original nurse for Lindsay when the patient arrived, and nurse Rachel Amity stated she did not witness any trauma to the back of Miss Clancy. Wouldn't they be bruising us up to the back? Where the spinal cord is? Sorry, where the spine is? Lindsay Clancy became unresponsive, was worked on by hospital staff, and was considered stable for approximately 4:30 a.m. Nurse Amity advised Trooper McDonald that Lindsay Clancy was unconscious at the time and was unable to hear their conversations. Petechiae. I'm going to forget that. Once digital documentation was complete, the state police chemist Maureen Hartnett conducted external swabs from the left hand fingernails and the right hand fingernails of Lindsay. All right, so here are a list of Lindsay's injuries. C1, burst fracture. I think that's where like the bone just like kind of like shattered, right? That's what it sounds like. Bilateral non-displaced C4 lamina fractures. T5, T6, comminuted, I don't know. Tricolumnar fracture. Well, it's a lot of words happening here. With 14 millimeter T5, T6, enterolisthesis with multiple osseous fragments within the canal, which is largely obliterated. Having your spine being described as obliterated does not sound good. T4 spinous process fractures, malalignment of the RT57. Maybe this is like lumbar, thoracic, right? Lumbar, and then this is cervical, maybe. LT68 TP fractures, malalignment of the RT57, LT78 costovertebral junctions. Hemorrhage tracking with upper retroperitoneum from caudal postal mediastinum. Okay, if you guys are in like the healthcare world and if I'm terribly mispronouncing this, I'm so sorry. I'm trying my best. From caudal postal mediastinum and thoracic paraspinal soft tissues. Acutely, mildly displacing, how do you pronounce this? Comminuted fracture.
Comminuted.
Comminuted. Okay. I think I was way overthinking because there was an I right there. I was messing up. Comminuted FX of the spinous process, T4, small, BI, hemopneumatothoraces, right first rib fracture. Superficial laceration of the anterior neck and bilateral wrist with associated thyroid edema. On Wednesday, January 25th at approximately 7 p.m., search warrant was completed and all the troopers secured from the women's hospital. Now they are going to talk about the autopsy of Callan, the baby. Callan was observed in a white body bag on top of an autopsy table. Callan was dressed in a diaper and a gray and white blanket. Callan had medical devices attached to his mouth, nose, and legs. Callan had abrasions to both sides of his neck. Dr. Springer noted abrasions to Callan's neck and petechia to all over his face. Dr. Springer stated she did not find any hemorrhage at Callan's neck during the autopsy. Oh my gosh, when the jury sees these like autopsy photos, it's like, it's not just one child, guys. It's 3 children that they have to look at. You know, one is already bad enough because you're going to look at all the different angles, the zoom ins, the close ups, and all that stuff. But times 3. Oh boy. Dr. Springer, let's see, she did not find any hemorrhaging to Callan's neck. Dr. Springer said she collected Callan's eyes and brains for further analysis by medical staff. Like samples from the eyes and brain? Dr. Springer stated the final cause and manner of Callan was currently pending further analysis. All right, so this is the digital stuff, emails, text messages. They want a purple tablet that was located in the kitchen counter near the sink. Here's tablet again being mentioned. There's notebooks belonging to Lindsay. We read this already. Sorry, guys. It's a lot of copy paste here. Hopefully I'm not missing anything. All right, so they are going to do a motion to impound, and I think they impound the search warrant for like 180 days. That's where I saw earlier. District State Attorney. This is an affidavit. Jennifer Sprague. These are the statements. Patrick's interview. Interview of the people that worked at CVS in the restaurant. Interview from the Carneys, the friends that they visited. Lindsay's injuries. They want a tablet with a blue case found near the kitchen counter near the sink. Do they have to do this each time for each individual device or something? What is happening here? Things you can't unsee or hear or know. I'm just seeing this movie called Sheep Detective. It's actually a really cute movie. Hugh Jackman is in it. Although very briefly. But it has like the sheeps that you're following. They're trying to solve the crime of like who killed the shepherd. And I don't know. I guess maybe sheep are like goldfish. Maybe they're known to have bad memories or something like that. But they can apparently, per the movie, they can force themselves to forget something traumatic. So they're all like, okay guys, like I don't like this makes me uncomfortable, let's all forget it as a group. Okay, cool, so let's count down 3 2 1 and we're all gonna forget. So they're like 3 2 1. What happened? Why are we here? Why are we out in the fields? It kind of reminds me of Eternal Sunshine in a Spotless Mind. Did I say that title correctly? The movie with Jim Carrey and Kate Winslet, where he goes through this like really, I guess, like sad, maybe traumatic breakup, and he doesn't want to be in pain anymore. So he like goes to this doctor, which is really shady, by the way. It's a doctor, and like it's like his house, and he's like sitting on the sofa with this machine thing on his head, and he tries to forget. They're like scrubbing through his memories, and he's trying to forget his ex girlfriend. Really good movie. But if you guys had an option to do that, would you do it, or would you want to, hold on to your memories? Because you never know when your memories might serve a better purpose for you in the future, right? Even something painful. All right, scrolling through this. Sorry, I should have scrolled through this while I was giving you guys that talk. Injuries, cell phone. The search history be interesting. Yeah, search history, Google searches, the journal. Testimonies of the families, friends. All right, we are almost there, y'all. I think this is just same thing. I guess I could upload this into like the AI and then have them point out which parts are new as you scroll down the list instead of doing it myself. Definitely not. Hi, Roro. I need to stay remembering so I don't actually end up back with an ex. Oh, oh man. I know, right? Wait, what if you are trying to get over your ex because they were so traumatizing, and then you wipe them out and erase them from your memory, and then you actually get back with them because you forgot? That'll be the worst. Oh man, not the ex. Uh, Same thing. All right, y'all, we are almost done. Yeah, we just have different affidavits of different law enforcement that were involved. Dun 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 dun. I think we are. I guess what I could do is like sometimes there's so many long sidebars in this case. Sprinkling in, we can also read some of the lawsuits too later on. Maybe that's about it. We're about 50 pages away from the end. Oh, how are you guys feeling? You guys wake up early for this, or what time is it for everyone right now? What time zone are you guys in? My alarm went off at 10. No, sorry, 10. My alarm went off at 5 a.m. I was like, oh my gosh. 5. I am glad that there was no court yesterday, though, because I was super, super tired. I needed a good night's rest. All right, anything down here? Also, the court says they're going to be back at 2 p.m. Do you guys think they're going to come back late? It's like, am I going to see you guys at 2 p.m. or 2:30, 2:15? You've been up since 4 a.m. Is that your normal time? It's 11:26 right now. I'm assuming that's your normal time. I love waking up early, but because I have my friends, they are not on the same sleep schedule as I am. My sleep schedule gets messed up sometimes. Like, I have a friend that goes to sleep at like 2 a.m., maybe even 4 a.m. I don't know. Just scrolling on Reddit. Just wild to me. Oh, you're in Massachusetts time zone. Okay, East Coast. 12:27 for you. You woke up at 7 a.m. You guys normally wake up that early? All right, 284. I think this is just all the same. Yeah, so all the information that I know about this case is based on the search warrant application and the 2 lawsuits. I don't know. I don't think the court docs are. You probably have to reach out to the clerk of court. Request documents and pay for it, maybe. I don't know. So I think same thing with the Karen Reid trial. I don't think they had documents were uploaded that you can just get from the internet. I think it's like reach out to the courtroom. You have friends in, oh my God, in Korea? Oh, who you game with? Weird hours. Oh, yeah, I bet. All right, guys. Well, let's take our lunch break. Court will be back at 2 p.m. So that's about an hour and a half from now. I'm going to leave the stream up. Behave. Although I'm usually watching the chat anyways. But yeah, guys, get up, stretch, get something to eat, go outside, get some fresh air, and we will be back and resume. If you guys are not caught up with this case, though, I did do a recap of day 1. So day 1 has been uploaded, or if you want to watch the entire thing, the live stream is up too as well. So if you guys either want to watch the entire live stream or speed it up, or maybe, I don't know. But you could probably watch the day 1 recap because I don't think, how long was the video? Oh, no, it's like an hour and a half. So if you speed up a little bit, you'll probably be finished by the time you come back from lunch break, and you will be all caught up. So feel free to check it out if you guys want to. And other than that, I will be back in an hour and a half. I'm going to go eat and probably, I don't know, maybe take my dogs to run around in the front yard or something like that. Let them stretch legs. Or what did they say like that? Sounds weird. Okay, just kidding. Guys, I'm just tired. They could spread their wings. Alrighty, y'all. Court is on lunch break till 2 p.m. EST. And I think the reason why they had such a long lunch break today was because they didn't expect Patrick to not be on the stand anymore. So, oh gosh. Was I on this screen? Image. And boom. All right. Court is on. Well, it says short break. It's an hour and a half. I guess I can write it on here too. Let's see. Court lunch break till 2 p.m. ST. Dun, 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 dun. Alrighty, guys. Thank you so much for watching this, and it's nice to do the live streams again. We'll be back. All right, guys. Hello, hello. Wake up, wake up. How are we doing? They are back from the very long lunch break. 4 a.m. in Australia. Oh my goodness. 2 degrees Celsius. Oh, that's right. You guys have winter time right now. So it seems like the reason why they had that very long lunch break. I mean, yes, they did break for a bit just so everyone can kind of, recollect after listening to the 911 call. But they had expected Patrick Clancy to be testifying in the stand, and since he was no longer testifying, they only had two witnesses that were available to testify. So my assumption is they didn't have any other witnesses, so that's why they took this very long 2-hour lunch break. And are they late? Yes. All right, guys. I got a 5-minute nap in. Alrighty, y'all. So we are back with the back in the courtroom. The camera's looking at Lindsay, and I got a piece of hair in my mouth. Must be dog hair. Oh, we're on camera. Okay. All right, guys. How are you? Hello. How's it going? Oh no, my water's not here. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Let me grab my water real quick. I will be right back. No more. No more, guys. All right, I grabbed my water. I could not find my old mug. I don't know where it went. I lost it. Alrighty, y'all. So we ended with Patrick, or no, we did not end with, but we finished up Patrick Clancy's testimony. Got to see some exhibits from the state, the pajamas that the children were wearing, the bathrobe, the exercise bands, the what else was there? Was anything else? No, that's it. And the 911 call. Then we got to hear from two witnesses that interacted with Lindsay over the phone and interacted with Patrick in person. One was a manager that worked at CVS, and then, well, actually, the manager at CVS did not interact with Patrick in person. And then there was also a hostess that worked at the 3V restaurant. Alrighty, y'all. We're back.
Please have a seat. All right. Water there.
Yeah, thanks.
Oh, also, they had a little break after the 911 call. We did get to read the police arrest warrant application. So feel free to go back to that if you guys want to. Oh, it seems like Patrick is back on the stand. Is she detained or is she out on bond? I think she is detained. I don't know where she's being held right now.
Jurors entering.
You can look it up.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Well, members of the jury, thank you for your patience with us. What we're now going to do at this point is we're going to return to the evidence. We have witness Patrick Clancy, who testified earlier, is now being recalled, as I said, for the purpose of cross-examination. Okay. All right, counsel.
Thank you, Judge. Afternoon, Mr. Clancy. You and I have certainly met before, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree with me that I went with you and your brothers, and maybe some other people, into your home very shortly after the state?
Let me boost the audio. Give me 1 second. Oh God, it's already boosted. All right, guys. It might be tough to listen to him, but hopefully maybe they will boost it on their end.
Police finished with searching and removing what they felt was evidence from the home.
Yes.
And you recall that went into different rooms and looked at different things, and I think I took some photographs and things of that nature. You remember that?
Yeah.
Maybe they wanted to give him a moment and they let him have a nice long break before they do cross-examination.
So, if I may, you met Lindsay back when she was in school, or was she working as a nurse?
She was at the MGH Institute.
And the MGH Institute is like Mass General Hospital nursing program, correct?
Correct.
She had some kind of like an accelerated course or something?
Yeah.
Had a double major?
Yeah.
Was a very good student?
She was, yeah.
And she, at a relatively young age, got her RN and was a nurse at Mass General, correct?
Correct.
And at Mass General,
He didn't get to cross-examine yet.
she was a, they call it L&D, a labor and delivery nurse, is that it?
Yeah.
Do you remember how many years she worked for Mass General?
I think she started in 2014.
Do you remember when she graduated from nursing school?
6 months earlier.
And were you guys in a relationship then?
We were, yeah.
And had you started living together in Southie, or was that before that?
Not in Southie. We didn't live together in Southie. We lived together in Quincy.
Quincy. Okay. Tell us a little bit about...
I'm glad the cameraman moved, because if I was the attorney, I'd be like, please don't zoom in on my head.
You know Lindsay, obviously, better than most. How did she like being a nurse?
She loved it. I think it was her dream.
Would you say that she enjoyed her work and helping people?
It's possible that maybe those other two witnesses, the CVS worker and the restaurant worker, maybe they're like, hey, can we just go now? And then, you know, that way they don't have to wait around.
Definitely, yeah.
So there's been some commentary here from the government about that she was anxious because she had to go back to work, or she didn't want to go to work, she's lazy, or whatever the case may be.
Objection.
This is sustained. If you could rephrase that.
No one's called her lazy. I don't know if he's reading Reddit or somewhere else.
All right, so I'll strike lazy then. That she didn't want to go back to work, but I believe you said in answer to the DA there was a reason that you could see that she was anxious about going back to work, correct?
Correct.
Now, was she anxious about going back to work, to your knowledge, because she just didn't want to work?
No.
What was the reason?
She struggled to be away from our kids at a young age.
So when you guys ultimately moved to Duxbury, did you have children then?
Yeah.
And as the years went by, obviously, you had more children. Ultimately, you got 3 children, correct?
Yes.
You told us about her birth with Cora.
This is not the defense presenting their case in chief. This is just we start with Patrick Clancy, and then after they did the direct examination, either for scheduling reasons or maybe Patrick needed a break, they decided to jump to 2 other witnesses, and they were going to do the cross-examination afterwards. So this is not the defense saying, oh, these are my witnesses now. I'm going to call my witnesses to testify. So Patrick was, yes, excused from the stand. We don't know the reason why. Maybe he just needed a moment. And then now he's coming back for cross-examination.
And
Yeah.
Cora, it was a bit of a rough birth, is that right?
Yeah, she didn't have time to get an epidural, and she bled a lot.
Oh, no.
Do you, in the years that you lived with Lindsay, as
I've heard of that before where, like, sometimes mothers don't have time to get the epidural and then they have to give birth without it. Yeah. Thanks.
boyfriend and girlfriend, fiancés, and then ultimately husband and wife, do you recognize her handwriting?
I haven't seen it in a long time, but so I'm not sure.
Okay. While counsel's looking at that, is it your understanding, would she take notes or lists and
Yeah,
for work and home and things of that nature?
you would, yeah.
Excuse me. I'm going to approach you, sir, with this document and just ask if you can recognize, if you can recognize the handwriting.
Yeah, that looks like her handwriting.
Looks like Lindsay's handwriting.
Yep.
So I'm going to run there after this.
Any objection?
Yes.
All right, if I could see counsel.
Sidebar? Okay. You know, I think today they're going to go probably for just maybe 1 or 2 hours because it's already, what, 2 o'clock over there? And the latest they'll go is like 4. So won't be too long today. All right. We have some buffering stuff happening right now. Just give me a second. Maybe we'll jump into the future. Maybe right here.
Can you see that, Mr. Clancy?
Yeah.
Pull it away a little bit. Looking at this, what does it appear to be to you, if you know? Does it appear to be notes of deliveries that she was involved with?
Yeah.
You see the first one? What's the date, if you can read it? I can't.
This is May 11th, 2015.
And does that indicate, would that, to your knowledge, be around when she started working as a labor delivery nurse?
I thought she started a little early, but I'm not sure.
You see the name of the little girl that was born on that date that was her first delivery?
Yeah.
What's the name?
It's Cora.
And is that the reason you guys named Cora?
It was, yeah. It was, yeah.
And is that the reason you guys named Cora?
It was, yeah.
Can you tell the jurors, as a husband living with Lindsay over the years, what kind of a mother was she?
She was very dedicated. She did everything. She started reading the books at 3 months, and she made up songs for them. I remember she used to make Green Eggs and Ham for Cora because she liked that book.
Is that one of the Dr. Seuss books?
Yeah. She brought them to music classes.
You're quite the musician yourself, isn't that right?
I play a few instruments, yeah.
You play guitar?
Yep.
In your home, one of the things that appears to be striking is that almost every room, other than maybe a bedroom, well, actually a bedroom, but was dedicated to children. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Like you didn't have a fancy dining room, right?
We did not, no.
What did you have in the dining room?
We had the table that I grew up with.
How about stuff on the wall in the different rooms? Did she put things, wall hangings on the walls for the kids?
There was a lot of art projects, stickers, things like that.
You have a hanging from the wall?
Yeah.
One of the photographs that the government had was a photograph that, excuse me, you can identify first. Is this photograph a fair and accurate depiction of one of your rooms?
Yeah.
And what room would that be?
That's the playroom.
Right off of this room?
Any objection?
No.
All right, that may be admitted. Thank you.
If I may put Exhibit 58 up so the jurors and so I can see it. There's some kind of like, what's this boxed out window? So are we standing in the kitchen looking into that room through that boxed out window?
Yeah.
And all those objects, obviously, that are in that room would be kids' toys and things of that nature, right?
Right.
Do you recognize this photograph as?
I don't remember. I'm trying to go back. I don't remember the defense attorney saying anything. I just remember the state prosecution, after she asked her questions, she's like, I don't have any questions. And they just went straight into exhibits. And then they put the 911 call. Maybe after the 911 call? Sorry.
Yeah.
And what room would that be?
That's the playroom.
Right off of this room?
Any objection?
No.
All right, that may be admitted. Thank you.
No, actually, after the 911 call, that's when they just decided to take a break.
Exhibit 58, up to the jurors, and I can see it. There's some kind of like, what's this boxed out window? So are we standing in the kitchen looking into that room through that boxed out window?
Yeah.
And all those objects, obviously, that are in that room would be kids' toys and things of that nature, right?
Right.
Do you recognize this photograph as being just a sample or sampling of the kids' rooms?
Yeah.
You know what room that was?
I think it was Dawson's.
Okay, right off of this.
Any objection?
No.
All right, that may be admitted. All right, thank you.
This one here has a bunch of stickers. It's got Bruce Lightyear, or whatever his name is, over to the right. And it's got an alphabet, A, B, C, D, things of that nature, correct?
It's Paw Patrol.
Okay. And again, following through on that same thing, you recognize this photograph as well being another portion of that wall?
Yeah.
And what are those, decals?
Yeah, they're just big stickers.
Okay. In the interest of time, Your Honor, I would just say, you also identified this as being one of the kids' walls. Would that be what you were telling us would be art projects?
Yeah.
And they were hanging on the wall?
Correct.
And who hung on the wall?
I think Lindsay did.
And would she also take hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pictures of the kids?
Yeah.
Do you recall her putting together a little collage saying newborn, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, and then hanging that on the wall?
Yeah, she did it for each kid.
And which child was that?
That one's Dawson.
Did you have occasion to see her interact with Dawson as a...
Greg, did you wish to introduce those photographs?
Thank you. I appreciate it. Please do it.
60 and 61.
Okay, thank you.
Can you describe for the jurors her relationship with Dawson? I know he was a little kid, but I mean, did she, to your observation, did she love Dawson?
She loved Dawson very much.
Did she resent him?
No.
You are familiar with, as her husband, Lindsay's, let's say, use of social media, such as Facebook, right?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I was muted. I was saying, sorry, I accidentally sped it up and I didn't realize it. And I was like, wait, why is it moving so fast?
Can you tell us, would you look at her Facebook a lot and took pictures that she would post?
To be honest, no, not really.
Okay. Were you able to identify any of her postings on Facebook?
Probably.
Okay. Representative, over the years, or the period of time, I'm going to ask if you can identify this.
Why is he putting up the kids' pictures? I mean, he just wants to show that Lindsay was very involved in with her kids' lives. She loved them. They did artwork together. You know, she documented these, I don't know, these like milestones in her children's lives.
Particular Facebook.
Honor, if we may approach briefly.
Sure, yeah, Counsel.
I think there's gonna be a long sidebar. I thought putting up the images of the kids was a no-no. No, he did ask for that, but the judge did not rule that he was going to exclude the photos to be shown to people on the live stream. But no autopsy photos and no 911 call is what he said so far. But in terms of photos of the kids before, videos of the kids before, the clothing, that's going to be shown. I think we could just jump to the live, I think.
exhibits 63 through 75.
Mr. Clancy, you know, and if I ask a question and it's difficult, or if you need a break, I'm sure that, you know, listeners will certainly give you a break.
Yep.
If I push too hard, just let me know.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep. Appreciate it.
Okay, so again, just
You know what? I think it was good that the defense attorney did that because, you know, some people probably thought that the state prosecution was a little bit too, like, maybe robotic, I guess. But the defense attorney's like, hey, if you need a break, let me know. And I couldn't understand what the fuck else he said in the rest of the sentence.
representative
It's hard to
of
hear.
the Facebook postings that Lindsay would post as the mother of your children. This, for example, would be July of 2018.
Yep.
Can you tell the jurors who that would be?
That's Cora.
Oh, baby Cora.
Moving forward, say June of 2021.
Your Facebook
Tell
post?
us who that,
That's Cora and Dawson.
okay. Again, the end of July 2021.
That's us with Cora and Dawson.
August 2021.
Dawson.
Okay. End of August 2021.
That's Cora and Dawson.
August again of 21.
It's Cora and Dawson.
Number 1 of 21.
It's Cora and Dawson.
Is that first day of preschool?
Yeah.
September of 21.
That's Lindsay and Cora.
And was that some kind of like a family fun day, if you recall, where there was like lots of things for kids to get in?
Yeah.
Okay. The end of September of 21. Callan?
No, that's Dawson.
Dawson, okay. September 21. Callan was born when? Sorry.
May 2022.
Okay. And Christmas Eve, December 24th of 2021.
That's Cora's birthday.
Okay, and that's her birthday party that year?
Yeah.
Now that's 2021, right?
Correct.
Fast forward 1 year, and that would be December, Christmas of 2022, right?
Right.
And was that when you guys had the birthday party for Cora at the trampolines?
No.
When was that?
I believe it was January 7th.
Okay, but that would have been for that particular birthday, right?
That was for the birthday with friends because most people weren't available on Christmas Eve.
Christmas Eve, right?
Yep.
Okay. And then down again, September 1st of 22. Remember when that was taken?
Yeah, that's with Callan and Dawson.
Was that your yard?
That's in the backyard.
Backyard. Okay. This would have been September of 22, obviously right before 23, right?
Right.
And again, for this one here, July of 22, can you tell the jurors, you guys had a pretty good summer that year?
It was a good summer. Yeah, that was on Cape Cod.
This picture was on Cape Cod.
Yeah.
A couple of points that I wanted to raise, sir, with you. You have an email sent from your, is it Surface Pro? Is that what it's called?
That was my laptop.
Laptop?
Yeah.
I'm going to approach you, sir, and ask if you can identify this as being an email that you sent.
Yeah.
Okay. Right off of that, Your Honor.
The objection.
I'd just like to know the purpose of.
Purpose? I'll
Yes.
tell you the purpose.
No,
We could approach sidebar.
sure, yeah.
Sidebar. All right. It'll be interesting to see the transcripts for this case to see what was being discussed in sidebar. I mean, so far, you know, we're not seeing like, at least in the trial, different story in the pretrial stuff, but at least in the trial, the jury has not seen, I guess, much ire between the two attorneys on both sides. Or I guess, actually, is there another? I think just one defense attorney, right? Between the three attorneys, two on the state side and then one on the defense's side. Let's see.
Well, while we're waiting for the copy, let me just move on to something else. Do you recall yesterday the district attorney was asking you a question or stated to you that on December 2nd of 2022, that you and your wife went to a fancy hotel in Boston and she had a massage and you both had a big dinner? Do you recall her asking you that question?
Yeah.
And in fact, would you agree, sir, that you did not, in fact, go to a fancy hotel on December 2nd of 22, being a Saturday night before your anniversary, the 3rd? You stayed at home, didn't you?
We did. We stayed at home.
And when you were asked that question by the DA, she wanted the inference to be that Lindsay Clancy in December of 22 was so relaxed that she wanted to have a massage and have a big dinner in a hotel. In fact, she was in her bed, in her bedroom that night, wasn't she?
Objection.
Sustained, if you could rephrase that.
I'm approaching you with what appears to be
I knew that was gonna happen. I was like, they're gonna make you rephrase it.
from one of the photographs that the district attorney had showed you yesterday with her in a mask and I believe the Dawson in the mask, right? And then,
Yep.
now that photograph, sir, was actually preserved, if you will, on the Laptop Pro computer. Isn't that right? Did she send that to you?
She sent it to my computer.
Okay.
I don't know.
And where was she? Do you remember when that picture was taken? Let me
I
just show you.
believe it's
what yeah. That's what the photograph was.
It looks like they're at the doctor.
At the doctor's office. Okay. And can you tell me the date that that picture, right-hand corner top, what date was that picture taken and sent to your computer?
It's December 2nd.
The same date that we're talking about, correct? And what
Correct.
time was the picture sent?
12:45 p.m.
Okay. So the jury. So when you're dealing with these things on the computers, it's a little hard sometimes to understand what they're depicting.
Stop moving it.
There it is. All right.
Stop moving it.
Right there, you see that there? That's the date that we're talking about, right?
Right. Just to clarify, though, it looks like that was on an iPhone.
Oh, I'm sorry, iPhone. Okay, it was sent to you, though.
Correct.
And it was on December 2nd, the date that the DA was suggesting you were in Boston having massages and dinner, right?
Objection. That was December 3rd.
All right.
It's
Well,
the jury's memory, but
yeah, if you can answer that.
Do you recall, sir, that she also had sent you the same day, or taken a picture of what appears to be Cora's Christmas list, wish list? Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Okay. And if you look at the
Jewelry, scientist set, dollhouse, unicorn wallet, princess set, baby doll cradle, hairdresser doll set, crayons. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Okay. And if you look at the record on that, that was sent if you can read that,
It's December 2nd at 6:13 p.m.
6:13 p.m. And then finally, if you look at the metadata that is apparently buried in the photograph, it gives latitude and longitude of where the photograph was taken. Is that right? You're familiar with metadata, I would imagine. No way I can't do this.
Use the tape. Use the tape. The tape on the thing tells you where to put the.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's our address.
Okay. And that would be the metadata.
I mean, quite honestly, even if she did celebrate with Patrick and, you know, they went to a hotel and they had a nice dinner together, I don't think that's that bad. But the story that the state is trying to paint over and over again was, oh, look, she celebrated Thanksgiving. Look, she took pictures. Look, she had fun. Oh, look, you guys celebrated Christmas. You know, you guys got Christmas trees together and stuff like that. So I understand where they're coming from. But I think it's also very easily to think that, oh, yeah, I mean, you're just trying to make the most out of it, right? You're trying your best. You could still be suffering on the inside. So I think it can go either way. What's the point of it? The defense just wants to show that, like, hey, she wasn't at this fancy hotel getting a massage, being all relaxed. They didn't celebrate their anniversary together.
With the latitude and the longitude, and shows you where these photos were taken, correct?
Correct.
I'd offer these, Your Honor.
So I think we had exhibits.
So sometimes as we're watching these trials, later on, we'll start seeing like the grand picture just like really being put together. And then we're like, oh, now it makes sense why they took their time with this. Now it makes sense why they asked about this. You know, right now it's just like, okay, where are we going? You know, where are we going? We're just absorbing information right now.
76, they're making a copy of that. You want to mark that? I don't know if we marked that yet. That was the earlier one, just so everybody can keep this straight. And this latest email would be Exhibit 77.
That would be the letter.
Oh, I did want to read this. Oh, Rain. Patrick's testimony did absolutely nothing for me towards Lindsay. He seemed very clueless about things and also seemed like he was taking things very lightly. So I think the jury can think that. And I also think the jury can also be like, well, maybe the reason why, you know, if he was taking things lightly, then maybe because it didn't seem like she was struggling as much, right? We'll have to see.
The email? Yeah, the email right here. Yep. Yes.
We'll see, because, you know, when they get into family testimony and friends, if they start describing that things were like super dire and even they saw it and it's like, oh, okay. So then, you know, maybe Patrick did see it and it didn't come out in his testimony, or, you know, maybe he really thought that he was trying his best, or she was, you know, she was going to be fine. Who knows?
76 and 77.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, sir, Exhibit 76 is an email from
It
you.
still has to be about beyond a reasonable doubt. So whether or not she committed the crimes, which, you know, it seems like the defense said that she did, but, you know, it's something that the state has to prove. And then whether or not beyond a reasonable doubt, was she mentally ill? And then was she unable to differentiate between right and wrong?
You.
So the standard is still high.
We're going to delete the people that are on the email, if I may, Your Honor, as we mark it as an exhibit. let me approach you. Does it indicate the date and the time? At the very top, you sent that email to your staff members or people that work with you.
It does, yep.
Tell the jurors what the date was.
It's January 24th at 5:24.
And that was sent from your Surface Pro?
I don't know, actually. It could have been sent from my iPhone.
Okay. Right off of this one. Sorry,
Yeah. That would be Exhibit 76.
Now, when was Callan born?
May 26, 2022.
My memory serves that it was a good birth. It was not easy birth, but I mean, there were no complications.
There were no complications.
And were both of you very happy with Callan being
Yeah.
born healthy? And
We felt very lucky.
then in that summer of 22, you had one of the best summers that you've had, right?
Yeah.
What happened in September, October of 2022?
Lindsay's mental health started to deteriorate.
And when you say that, sir, what is it that you, as her husband, observed?
Just increased stress and anxiety.
And did she, as a result of that, go to see or reach out for help to see someone?
Yes.
And who was that?
I believe it was Jennifer Tufts.
Now, Jennifer Tufts is a psychiatrist.
Yeah.
And where is she located?
I never went to her office. Somewhere on the South Shore.
Do you remember when Lindsay went to see Jennifer Tufts?
I don't remember the exact date. I think it was sometime in September. I wasn't really involved at the beginning of Jennifer Tufts.
Of course. Do you recall that the difficulties or the trouble, so to speak, began towards the end of September into October of 22?
Yeah, it was pretty gradual.
Okay. But do you remember when the DA asked you yesterday whether or not you used your computer to Google suicide in, I think it was August of 22? Do you remember her asking you that question?
Yes.
And do you remember your response?
No, honestly.
You didn't Google that, did you?
I don't think I did, no.
No. But I'm going to show you, sir, a web history of your computer. Have in mind that the question was asked of you as to whether or not in August of 22 you Googled suicide. You responded no, right?
Correct.
The inference being, I guess, that back in August of 22, she would have Googled it, apparently, right?
Sure.
You know a guy named Tim Hall?
I think you mean Tom Hall.
Yeah, Tom Hall, I apologize. Who's Tom Hall?
He's a musical artist.
He's a what artist?
Like a country artist.
Country. Is he like a guitar playing guy or some singer?
Yeah, was.
When you say was, what happened to him?
He committed suicide.
And I'm going to show you, sir, your Surface Pro records back in August of 22. Do you recall Googling the name Tom Hall so you could access one of his new albums or new records?
I do remember briefly listening to Tom Hall's music.
Okay. Now, you've never seen, you haven't seen this document before, correct?
Correct.
All right, and this would be, I'm sure you're probably familiar with it.
Oh, so they're saying that maybe he did search for suicide back then because he was listening to Tom Hall? What was the exact search term that was searched again? I don't have it written here.
You get a phone dump or a computer records dump, you get a printout of all the sites that somebody would go on, Google, Wikipedia, things like that.
Right.
If you can look to the right,
Yep.
down a little bit, and you see, I think it says Tom Hall.
Yeah.
What does it say on Tom Hall?
It says his Wikipedia page.
Yep. Let me see here. So, here, we've got,
Let's see. Suicide methods, Wikipedia, Tom Hall, Wikipedia. Suicide methods of shooting. Grafton Bridge, Grafton Bridge. Oh no, what the fuck happened? Something happened.
so that shows you when somebody Googles, and then it goes Wikipedia, and you see where up above it says suicide methods?
Yeah.
Now, you didn't, as you said to the DA, you didn't Google suicide methods, right?
I didn't Google suicide methods, no.
But in fact, sir, when you Googled Tom Hall, it took you to the Wikipedia page and it said that he died, right?
He did, yeah.
And then you clicked on the Wikipedia page and it went into a hyperlink. You know what a hyperlink is? I imagine you
Yeah.
do. I don't. Hyperlink.
Yeah.
What is a hyperlink, just so I know?
So like in Wikipedia, it would be a word that's highlighted in blue and it goes to a website.
Okay.
Yeah, now I mean it's getting kind of interesting, and it depends on the time. I don't see the time frame too. So if it wasn't a Google thing, if it was a link that he clicked within Wikipedia while he was searching on Wikipedia for Tom Hall, that seems like it's possible.
So
Very likely.
if I suggest to you, sir, that as you move down on your searches that afternoon, that you were looking at Tom Hall, that it brought you to ways to commit suicide, Tom Hall, Google search again, Tom Hall, all on that date at the same time. And you were just looking to see about the guy because he killed himself, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Right off of this.
Any objection?
Can I just see the packet?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the state should have access to this.
Again, Your Honor, I got that discovery from the DA, so it's.
Oh, he says he got it from Discovery from the DA's office. I wonder if the DA has like an updated one or something.
No, from his
We'll just
expert, not us.
just take a look at it and we'll kind of go from there. Hold on a second.
Because what I'm thinking is maybe when you're looking up Tom Hall on the Wikipedia and it talks about his death, right? It's like a hyperlink. So it's something that you could click into that goes more into maybe suicide and how he died. She's looking at it. Musician, right? Tom Hall, musician.
Well, she's looking at that. I just asked her, what is a URL? What does that mean?
Hold on a second. Just, wait till she gets a chance to finish.
Yes, I would object.
If I could see.
She's objecting. Okay. Here's a Wikipedia page. I mean, I'm sure the defense attorney took a screen grab of this. Let me see, because there's hyperlinks on here. Because how I'm understanding it is he was on the Tom Hall Wikipedia page and he clicked on a hyperlink that had to do with suicide. I don't think I see anything. Let's see. NBC News, died by suicide. 2021. Suicide here. Male suicides. Suicides by firearm in Tennessee. I mean, those aren't the links that he mentioned.
Counsel.
Let's go back to what he was looking at. Let me see. Let's take a look, see really quick. Well, what's the? We can't see the time. Suicide methods. And then goes to a bridge, Grafton Bridge. What is Grafton Bridge? I have lots of questions. I want to see the entire thing. All right, so she looks at it. She objects. They do a mini sidebar.
For ID, basically, So while that's being marked Exhibit E for ID, basically that would at least refresh your memory, sir, that in fact, inadvertently, that you touched the Wikipedia thing for suicide, but it was for Tom Hall, the singer, right?
Sounds like that was the case.
Okay.
You touched the. Hold on a second, counsel. You touched the Wikipedia thing. There needs to be more technical explanation for that. You can't just touch the Wikipedia thing. It's like you clicked on it, you searched it, you typed the words in. What were we talking about here, counsel? You can't just touch the Wikipedia thing and then just magically happen. And then he's just like, yeah, sure, I touched the magical Wikipedia thing. We'll probably be back to that.
Do you recall what medication Lindsay was put on by Dr. Tufts?
She started with Zoloft.
Now, counsel had asked you about whether or not Lindsay was on Zoloft or any SSRI antidepressant medication in the past. Do you remember that question?
Yeah.
Do you remember her asking about that you were having a conversation with her and she said that she was going on Zoloft and that she had already been to Tufts, or was it Tufts that she got the script from?
Correct.
Okay. She told you that, right?
Yeah.
She didn't hide that from you, right?
No.
And it was, you were at a wedding.
Sorry, I'm still writing notes about this. Photo sidebar. Let's highlight this. This is pretty important. All right, you touched the Wikipedia thing. Can't get that out of my head. All right, so she goes back to Jennifer Tufts. Sorry, guys.
Mark Exhibit E for ID. Basically, that would at least refresh your memory, sir, that in fact, inadvertently, that you touched the Wikipedia thing for suicide, but it was for Tom Hall, the singer, right?
Sounds like that was the case.
Okay. Do you recall what medication Lindsay was put on by Dr. Tufts?
She started with Zoloft.
Now, counsel had asked you about whether or not Lindsay was on Zoloft or any SSRI antidepressant medication in the past. Do you remember that question?
Yeah.
Do you remember her asking about that you were having a conversation with her and she said that she was going on Zoloft and that she had already been to Tufts, or was it Tufts that she got the script from?
Correct.
Okay. She told you that, right?
Yeah.
She didn't hide that.
Well, that's different because the conversation that he mentioned with the state was that at the wedding they talked and Lindsay was like, "Hey, I think I'm gonna go on Zoloft," and he's like, "Oh, how are you gonna get that? It's a prescription." And she said she was gonna get it. But the counsel is asking a different question. It's like, "Oh yeah, like she already got it, right? Yeah, you're having a conversation. Yeah, she wasn't trying to hide it, right? So it's a little different."
Correct.
Okay. She told you that, right?
Yeah.
She didn't hide that from you, right?
No.
And it was, you were at a wedding. Is that right? You're walking down the street, the two of you together, like at the end of the night. And she basically told you that she had to use the meds.
It was earlier in the day. It was before the wedding, but yeah.
Wait, had to use the meds or she already had the meds?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you recall how, to your observation, how dedicated was she to taking her medications as instructed by the numerous doctors that she ultimately saw?
She always took them as instructed.
Do you remember, did she in fact have a diary that she kept of the milligrams, the type of medication, the date that she took the medication, and what, if any, reactions that she had to it? Do you recall that?
Yeah.
And do you remember where that was kept? Did she keep it in any particular place?
I think she kept it in the kitchen.
In the kitchen. So I'm going to show you a photograph that the state police took in your house. Is this a fair and accurate depiction of your kitchen?
Yeah.
So that kind of shows a bunch of books that are in like a cabinet or something, right?
Right.
I'm going to show you this enlarged spine, if you will, of a book. I'm going to ask if you ever saw that before.
I don't recall seeing this.
Would you agree, sir, that this book is, in fact, the same book, the same coloring that was in the bunch of books in your kitchen.
Yeah.
And on this book, you see what the caption of the book is.
Yeah, it says good moms have scary thoughts.
And I'm going to approach you with this document, sir, which would be a number of pages from the book, the cover of the book, and the inside of the book. Just, you've never seen that before, though?
Don't recall seeing this.
So with that understanding, Your Honor, I will not offer this at this stage.
I think when questions tend to be more leading, you tend to kind of like be more agreeable and go along with it. That's what I'm sensing right now.
Look, Counsel Kuma, if you could, Mr. Rankin, if you could show what it is that you.
I'm sorry, you said you're not offering it?
Well, I don't know what the foundation is. That's...
Okay.
All right, any objection?
No.
Okay.
Because there are times where someone will testify, and when they testify for one side versus when they're being cross-examined, it's like day and night. You know, it seems like they're hiding something, or they're willing to be more forthcoming when being questioned by a specific person. This one, because the questions are leading, I think he's just kind of like going along with it. He's like, "Oh yeah, yeah, yep."
So can I put it in?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, great, thank you.
No objection to him not offering it.
All right.
If I could just look at it,
Yeah.
there may
Why
not.
don't we do this? Why doesn't everybody come over here with that? We can kind of figure out where we go.
All right, get on over there, figure it out. All right, we're just gonna jump a little bit.
Copy of the book.
No objection.
Okay, that may be it.
Hey, Laura.
Who was the next doctor, if you recall, that Lindsay went to consult with?
Julie Paul.
And is this a doctor or a nurse practitioner?
I don't remember with Julie Paul. It was very brief.
Okay. Now, is it fair to say that Julie Paul was at South Shore?
Yeah, correct.
And Julie Paul was a friend of your mother's, is that right?
Yeah, I think they were acquaintances, yeah.
And your mother was a nurse also at South Shore Hospital.
In L&D, yeah.
L&D Labor and Delivery, same thing. Okay. And your mother was good enough to...
I wonder if him and his mom, or sorry, I wonder if his mom and Julie Paul are still on good terms. Probably not, I guess, right? Julie Paul is on the lawsuit.
to refer Lindsay to this person to consult with, right?
Yeah, I don't think it was a formal referral. I think she just said this is a specialist that you might want to talk with.
All right. And did she go to see the specialist?
Yeah.
And did you go with her, or was this a...
No, I never met
I should
Julie
back
Paul.
myself up. Were these like in-person meetings, or are they like, what do you call them, Zoom meetings? And
Most of the meetings were Zoom. The only in-person that I'm aware of was with Rebecca Gelata.
Rebecca Gelata. Okay. And that was because you insisted on it, right?
I thought it was warranted at that time, yeah.
Right, because you were pretty much at your wit's end with the 15-minute Zooms, and you wanted to sit down eyeball to eyeball and talk to this person, right?
I hadn't attended any prior to that. I just wanted to get clarification. I wanted to see if we could get on the same page.
All right. So now, Lindsay's on Zoloft from Dr. Tufts, the psychiatrist, correct?
Correct.
And then that runs into when she goes to see Nurse Paul.
Can you clarify?
What was it?
Can you clarify what you're asking?
Yeah, what month? When was it that she saw Nurse Paul?
Maybe October, but I'm not sure.
Okay. When she saw Nurse Paul, do you remember where she saw Nurse Paul, or was it a video thing?
I don't know. I wasn't involved.
Okay. Did Nurse Paul prescribe medication to her?
Didn't he say on Monday that he never saw her take the medication, that she only told him that she did? I vaguely remember that. Maybe when he said that she always took meds as instructed, again, it was something that he observed. It's just something that he probably just thinks that she did because maybe she told him so. Which, we end up finding out that maybe that didn't happen because there's so many pills left over from the prescription bottles. But he did mention that sometimes there are refills or sometimes they change the doses, so we don't really know. But yeah, him saying always took the meds as instructed. Are you sure?
A lot if he knows.
I don't know off the top of my head.
All right. Do you recall whether or not, to your opinion, that she had any reactions to the Zoloft that she had been placed on by Dr. Tufts?
I don't know any observations that were made.
Right, so it's not guesswork, it's observations, anything you saw and observed.
Yeah, it seemed to align with her insomnia symptoms.
Now, the insomnia, inability to sleep, was that a significant problem from your observations with her?
Yeah, it was a huge problem.
And when you say a huge problem, was there one point when she was on medication from Tufts that, in fact, she had gone 48 hours, I think, without sleep?
Yeah.
And that was disturbing to her?
Yeah, and it was just hard to function.
And how about you? Was it disturbing to you?
I just wanted her to get sleep and feel better.
Now, during that period of time, she then went and saw the next doctor, a nurse practitioner, which we talked about, which would be nurse practitioner Paul at South Shore, right?
Right.
Now, after seeing nurse practitioner Paul, if you remember, or no, did you observe, did she seem to get better or did she seem to get worse?
It would be hard to say. I think it was a week at most. So it's really hard to say in that short a time frame.
Sure. And when you say a week at most, you mean that that's like she was seeing nurse practitioner Paul for about a week? Now, during that period of time, she then went and saw the next doctor, a nurse practitioner, which we talked about, which would be nurse practitioner Paul at South Shore, right?
Right.
Now, after seeing nurse practitioner Paul, if you remember, or no, did you observe, did she seem to get better or did she seem to get worse?
It would be hard to say. I think it was a week at most. So it's really hard to say in that short a time frame.
Sure. And when you say a week at most, you mean that that's like she was seeing nurse practitioner Paul for about a week?
Yeah, and I mean, she may have only seen her once. It was very brief, and then she got reassigned somewhere, so.
And the reason, if you know, that she got reassigned somewhere would be nurse practitioner Gelada, right?
Right.
Same practice, right?
Right.
And the reason was because Paul moved on to another job, right?
Right.
So Lindsay wasn't out doctor hunting. She was referred by the nurse practitioner that was referred to you guys by your mom because Paul was leaving, right?
Yeah, she just switched doctors in the same practice.
All right. Now she sees Dr. Gelada, right?
Right.
Did Dr. Gelada, to your knowledge, put her on medication?
Yeah.
And what was the medication, if you know?
Mainly Seroquel and benzodiazepines, Ativan.
No, benzodiazepines. They're addictive, right?
Apparently.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
And a benzo would be, for example, Ativan, correct?
Correct.
Now, Seroquel, she was placed on Seroquel as well. Is that correct?
Right.
And to your observation, again, you're not a doctor, what you saw of your wife, was she affected positively or negatively by the Seroquel that she was on?
It appeared that she was affected very.
Yeah, I think it's good that he reiterated that, oh, you're not a doctor. These are just your observations. Because earlier when he asked if benzodiazepines were addicting and then the state objected and he's like, I'll allow it in. I think it could also be in the territories like, oh, he's not a doctor. He's not an expert. He doesn't know.
Very negatively. And she's reporting that that she was getting worse on the Seroquel.
And do you know, did she report that to Dr. Gelada?
Yeah.
When she would consult with Dr. Gelada, prior to you actually going, do you know, were they all on video? If you know.
I believe, yeah, they were all on Zoom.
Okay. Do you have any opinion for the jury as to approximately how long these meetings on Zoom would be with the nurse practitioner?
Probably around 20 minutes.
At some point, do you recall that you went with Lindsay to see Dr. Gelada? Is that right?
Yes.
And do you remember, if you remember, when that was?
Early December.
In early December of 2022, can you tell the jury from your observations, how did Lindsay appear? How was she acting? How was she faring?
She was extremely sleep deprived and just highly anxious.
Was there a number of occasions that you would actually see her on the sofa, rocking back and forth with her head under a pillow?
Yeah.
Did you report that and other symptoms to Dr. Gelada?
Lindsay did.
So when was it, if you recall, that you went and saw Dr. Gelada with your wife, person to person?
When was it?
Yep.
Early December. I think it was December 6th.
And do you remember, you have a pretty good memory about this, do you remember what medication she was prescribed by Gelada?
Coming out of that meeting?
Yep.
Yeah, she increased the Seroquel significantly. And then I and then she prescribed her Valium to help taper off of the benzos.
Taper off the benzos?
Yeah.
To your knowledge, did Lindsay go to doctors to seek out benzodiazepines or drugs just because she was a drug addict?
No. Lindsay, I think, wanted to. She definitely didn't want to take any more benzodiazepines, and definitely didn't want to take any more Seroquel. I think that it wasn't really a matter of trying to get off the medication; it was just trying to get on the right medication.
Okay. Let's say mid-December, what observations, if any, heading up towards Christmas, did you guys endure?
She seemed to get worse. The Seroquel was.
Now, in the police report that we read, it was mentioned that he said that Lindsay seemed to have been getting withdrawals from the benzodiazepine. So that's why the defense attorney is addressing that. Like, hey, is this a woman that was addicted to these drugs and she was just hopping for, for medication through different doctors to get certain medication? So that's why he's going over that. Like, she didn't ask for these, right? She wasn't asked to be transferred to a new doctor. It seems like she was assigned because, she was referred to because this person was assigned, or here she is going in to try to get medication, but it's not like she specifically asked, like, oh, I need the benzodiazepine. Those are the only meds that work for me. Give me those.
Increased to 400 milligrams.
400?
Yeah. And,
by Dr. Gelada?
Yeah. And grams.
Christmas, did you guys endure?
She seemed to get worse. The Seroquel was increased to 400 milligrams.
400?
Yeah. And,
by Dr. Gelada?
Yeah. And the idea behind that was it would help with sleep, but she didn't get better. She got worse.
Do you recall that at one point she went to a place called Women's and Infants
Yeah.
in Rhode Island?
Right.
Women and Infants Center for Women's Behavioral Health. Do you recall that?
Right.
Do you remember when she actually went to Women's Behavioral Health?
Sometime in mid-December. I don't know the exact date.
All right. So if I suggest to you, sir, that I have certified copies of the Women and Infants medical records indicating that on December 20th of 2022, that was the day that you dropped her off at Women. Does that refresh your memory?
Yeah.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer the certified copies of the Women and Infants hospital records.
I would object. We don't have a copy of those.
All right.
You don't have these?
Yeah,
I
it must
see-
be such a frustrating process.
Anybody here?
Going through all the different medications, getting inadvertently addicted to some of them, trying to find the right mixture of cocktail that works for you. Seroquel withdrawals are horrible. I hope she didn't stop cold turkey.
So, Mr. Clancy, do you remember that day, December 20th of 2022, that she
Yeah.
went to that place? How did she get there?
I drove her.
And do you remember dropping her off?
Yeah.
Do you remember what her state of mind was to go there? Was she scared? Was she happy? Was she?
I think she was scared.
Do you remember what you did that day?
I took Dawson skiing.
And where did you go skiing?
What she said.
At some point in the afternoon, did you receive a phone call?
Yeah.
Was it from Lindsay?
Yeah.
And as a result of the phone call, what did you do?
She said that you need to come pick me up, and the doctors here want to talk to you, have you come in and talk for a bit.
Okay. Did you go and talk to him?
Yeah.
Do you remember who you talked to?
I don't remember their names.
Do you remember the conversation? Did you describe or indicate what her symptoms were at that point in December 20th of 2022?
Yeah, the conversation was they didn't.
Objection?
Yes.
All right. Sustained at this time.
Did the people at Women's and Infants Facility in Rhode Island prescribe any medication to your knowledge?
I don't think so.
They provide any counseling or anything?
I think they tried to, but they felt that it wasn't the right fit for Lindsay.
Okay. Do you recall that in fact it was because of the drugs? They weren't sure what symptomology would be because of the drugs?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you recall whether or not the people at Women and Infants in Rhode Island reached out to Dr. Gelada?
Objection.
I don't think
Well,
so.
if he knows.
I don't think they did, no.
And
I don't think they did. Why wouldn't they reach out to Nurse Gelada? Wouldn't they want to? Unless they're only going off of Lindsay's, I don't know, Lindsay's medical history of like Lindsay's word of mouth. Wouldn't they want to reach out to Gelada? I wonder why they didn't reach out to Gelada. I guess the state can hop on and be like, yeah, they didn't reach out to Gelada because Lindsay didn't tell them about Gelada. Or, I don't know. Why did they?
Was it one day or half a day that she went to Women and Infants in Rhode Island?
It was half a day.
Half a day. So after you pick her up and you bring her home, it's now you and the kids and Lindsay, and it's days before Christmas, right?
Yeah, and her parents were there.
Why were her parents there?
They were visiting, trying to help out, and I took Dawson to watch. She said they stayed home with Cora and Kellen.
Now, during that time frame in December of 22, maybe a little bit before, maybe after Thanksgiving, did your mom and dad and
Yeah, I wish there was a way to have like a master system where it's all uploaded, but there's like so many different patient portals, so many different like places where different systems where they store like medical records and all that stuff that it's a pain in the butt. It's annoying.
Lindsay's parents come to your house and try to help out with the kids?
Yeah, I think it was separately though.
Yeah, of course it would be separate. I mean, what would they do?
Just be there, help out, play with them, to get takeout, play Scrabble.
Did Lindsay's mother and father actually stay there and sleep in the basement for
They did, yeah.
time? Were you aware personally, let me back up, you and Lindsay as husband and wife would in effect sleep in the same bedroom, is that correct?
Yeah.
There was an occasion, though, that she said to you about you go downstairs, and then I think she ended up downstairs.
Yeah, for the purposes of her getting better sleep.
And for her purposes of getting better sleep, were you aware that on one occasion she used a gummy, a sleep aid gummy? Did you know that?
I don't recall that, but we did have them in the house.
Okay. Now, to your knowledge, was Lindsay a person that liked to smoke the weed and use the CBDs, oils, and all that stuff, or did she not imbibe in that?
I don't know. She didn't smoke.
So you had these gummies in the house, sleep aid, right?
I mean, some people might call them a sleep aid.
Okay. Heading into the holidays of 22,
So that was the state when they were asking him, they were like, oh, hey, you know, when Lindsay, I think she admitted herself to the ER. Did you know that your wife was taking gummies, the CBD gummies? Was it CBD or THC? CBD gummies, right? Wait, is it CBD or I could have sworn they said THC gummies. I have to go back and look at it. But it was like, oh, well, Lindsay didn't tell you. She didn't tell the doctors that she had these gummies, right? It's like, oh, no, I didn't know about that. But I mean, CBD gummies? CBD gummies?
do you recall where you spent
I feel like not as much as a big deal as like THC gummies.
Christmas?
I think it was at our house. We celebrated Cora's birthday. And then I think we actually went down to Wallingford, Connecticut to be with her parents after.
Her parents?
Yeah, the state says she admitted herself to South Shore Hospital. It was 48 hours, no sleep, heart palpitations, and that she took weed gummies that day. Didn't tell the medical staff. And she drove herself home. Weed gummies? When I'm thinking of weed gummies, I'm thinking of THC gummies. CBD gummies are completely different. There's no THC in them.
Yeah.
Okay. And then heading into January of 23, who did she?
After it was at our house.
22. Do you recall where you spent Christmas?
I think it was at our house. We celebrated Cora's birthday. And then I think we actually went down to Wallingford, Connecticut to be with her parents after.
Her parents?
Yeah.
Okay. And then heading into January of 23, who did she then see for doctors or nurse practitioners, if you know?
After she got back from McLean,
Yes.
she switched back to Jennifer Tufts.
Now,
The original
before she
doctor.
switches back to Tufts in January, on New Year's of 2022, 2023, you guys drive to Boston, go to MGH, and ultimately she turns herself into McLean Hospital, right?
Right.
Now, McLean Hospital is basically a locked ward facility, correct?
Correct.
Was she allowed to just wander around and leave the place whenever she wanted?
She couldn't leave, but
Couldn't leave.
inside she could go to different areas.
Can you tell the jury what her state of mind was as she went to McLean Hospital with her husband on New Year's 23 at that point?
She was scared. She didn't want to go. But I think it was the second time we
I know, right? Weed gummies only remind me of Corey Richards now. Same. Be careful. Your weed gummies, you know, they might have some fentanyl in them.
went to the ER, and I said, you have to go.
Now at McLean Hospital, I know you You visited with her, is that
Yeah.
correct? District Attorney asked you yesterday about the excellent care that she was provided with all these counselors and therapists, and you indicated that it was your understanding that she was playing with clay and coloring, right?
Right.
Can you describe for the jury what McLean was like to you as a husband visiting his wife? In other words, were there doctors, were there nurses, were there people in the hallways?
What I saw was it looked like mainly nurses. It was the tail end of COVID, so they were mostly behind this plastic covered area. And it could have been just the time of day that I visited, but people were hanging around, watching TV, playing with clay.
Do you know whether or not she saw a doctor, a psychiatrist, ultimately from McLean Hospital?
I was not aware of that. The only one I was aware of it was the doctor on the second to last or final day.
And what was that, Dr. Goodhart?
Yeah.
And did you speak to Dr. Goodhart?
I ended up calling her.
Let's call her.
I wanted to see what her evaluation was. So I gave her a call and we spoke, and she said, she's clearly depressed.
Sustained.
Okay. So you spoke to Dr. Goodhart.
Yeah.
Did Dr. Goodhart, to your knowledge, prescribe any medication?
I think she recommended medication, and then
How many medications did she recommend?
I don't know if she recommended multiple. I want to say it was Cymbalta, but she said, check with your doctor and make a decision.
So when Lindsay left, it was because she wanted to leave one day early because of Cora's birthday. Is that right?
I didn't think it was. I don't think it was one day early. I think she had a 5-day stay, which at the time was my understanding was that was pretty standard. And yeah, she did want to attend Cora's birthday.
So there's no doubt, sir, in your mind that when she was discharged from McLean, that you got these right? McLean.
Yes.
Yeah. That when she was discharged from McLean Hospital, it was not against medical advice. The doctors gave her ill health and let her go with you, right?
Right.
And offer the McLean records.
Any objection?
No.
All right, they may be admitted.
We're going to hear from a lot of medical health professionals, I'm assuming. That's going to be called by the state, and it's going to be a lot of people. Probably Gelada, Nurse Paul, Tufts, the people that interact with her at the ER, maybe the people that interact with her at McLean Hospital as well.
Now, when you go to the hospital and you get out of the hospital, they give you a bag and you've got medications and a little card and it says, thank you for being here, stuff like that. Did you guys get anything from McLean at all?
I don't think so.
Did you get any recommendations other than the doctor suggesting that you might want to try Cymbalta? Did they give you a script?
I don't think so.
You know what Cymbalta was?
No.
You remember Dr. Goodhart telling Lindsay to Google it?
Google it?
I think that's accurate.
Yeah. In fact, she Googled it.
They usually give you like a little sheet thing. Well, that's when you're dispensing your medication, I guess, at the pharmacy. But, I mean, hey, just Google it. Have fun. Good luck. I don't know what to see. We're going to hear from a lot of different medical professionals. And if they all kind of say the same thing, like, hey, we saw her. We seemed like, yes, she suffered from depression. Yes, she suffered from postpartum depression, but we thought she was fine. She seemed fine. She didn't seem like she was going to act on, the suicide. She didn't, she recognized that she, had disturbing thoughts, So I wonder if so many different people just kind of like didn't treat her as like severe cases because they truly didn't believe it. Or, there is that other end where it's like, well, maybe everyone was just negligent. Maybe everyone wasn't doing their jobs.
Hundreds of times.
Doing their job.
Medication, right?
Yeah.
So when you guys go home, and now it's January, obviously, you had the party for Cora, correct?
Yeah.
You guys had friends over, or friends that you guys knew?
Friends came to the party, which was at a place in Plymouth.
Would you agree with me that Lindsay had a number of friends from actually grammar school through high school through college that she stayed in touch with over the years?
Yeah.
And you as well?
Yep.
And they're good friends. Like you still would see them and you guys would do dinner and things of that nature, right?
Yeah.
Actually, one of your friends, I think it was one of your friends, it might have been one of her friends, actually named her in January or around that time frame to be godmother or take care of their child if anything bad happened to them and they were dead, right? Remember that?
My brain has been foggy for the last couple of years, but
I understand.
Yeah.
Okay. In January, as time went by, do you recall that she would actually continue to take notes of her medications that she was taking, right?
That sounds like something Lindsay would do.
Kept a diary or a little log, right?
Yep.
I'm approaching you, sir, with this and asking if you can identify this.
I mean, if she's keeping a diary, she's keeping a log, she most likely took these and showed it to the healthcare providers, right? And if she didn't, it's like, well, why not? You're meticulous with keeping a log.
Yes.
And when you say yes, and I'll put it on the
Let's
little
see,
screen,
let's
what is it?
see.
It's the dosage of medication that she took and how she's feeling.
So this is kind of like a little medical diary that she was keeping?
Yeah.
For example, here you see on that 5 milligrams Valium, 200 Seroquel, slept well, horrible thoughts in the morning, right?
Yep.
And did she at some point, I think the DA had asked you, I'm going to offer this, Your Honor, if I may.
Any objection?
No.
All right, that may be admitted.
Thank you. There was an occasion where she told you, in the presence of her mother, that she was having horrible thoughts, right?
Right.
And you told us about that yesterday. And it was quite an emotional thing for her to do that, right?
Right.
After that time frame, you continued on. You were working in the basement, right?
Yeah.
I shouldn't say basement. It was a finished place, right?
Finished basement, yeah.
And that was where you worked on a regular basis. Is that right?
Yeah.
Would that be a 40-hour week or longer?
It varied, but yeah, roughly 40 hours.
And I know it was maybe COVID, tail end of COVID, but one of the other reasons that you did that was so you could be home and help out. Is that right?
Yeah, I worked from home since 2018.
Okay.
But yeah, I built an office down there.
So you were always there.
Yeah.
Not always, but you were down there when you would work.
When I wasn't traveling, yeah, I was there.
Okay. So when would you travel? Tell us about that.
I really didn't travel actually much during COVID, just towards the end and once in November
November of what year?
2022.
November of 2022.
But before that, I traveled extensively.
Let's look at November of 2022. November of 2022 was a month before she was telling you and her mother that she was having thoughts about hurting the children, right?
Right.
It's November of 2022, and you traveled. Where did you travel to?
New York.
And how long were you there, sir?
2 nights.
And who took care of the kids?
Lindsay.
Sorry?
Lindsay took care of the kids.
Lindsay. So for 2 days, 2 nights, a month and a week or so before she killed the children, she was home with the kids for 2 days. Is that right?
Right.
Fair to say that you also had your friends that you would do brunch with on occasion, Sundays or weeknights or whenever, guys night type thing?
Yep.
And you'd be out with your friends. If she wanted to kill the kids, she certainly could have done it that time when you're out, right?
In theory.
As opposed to sending you on a 3-minute trip to CVS and a 9-minute trip to a restaurant, you were away for 2 days in November and on a number of occasions for brunch, as well as skiing, right? You're a pretty active guy.
Yeah.
Right? I'm going to approach you, sir, and one of the books that was in the kitchen cabinet, I believe.
What I'm looking for also, remember how there's other cases where someone will hire a hitman and they'll try to do the hit before, but then something happens and doesn't go through, or they'll try to kill themselves before, but they decide not to go through with it because they kind of just talk themselves out of it, or it's hard to want to kill someone. So I wonder if the state's going to have any sort of evidence that maybe Lindsay thought about doing it earlier, but then she couldn't because of something that happened, or maybe not. But it is very interesting that the defense is saying that hey, she had an opportunity to do it in November. She didn't do it then. Okay. All right.
You remember?
It's possible that maybe she wasn't, maybe the symptoms weren't as bad back then, or she didn't think about killing
I don't
them
think
back
so.
then. We don't know.
But is it fair to say, sir, that she had a number of books, about parenting and things like that, and this one here was pregnancy and postpartum anxiety workbook. Did she have workbooks that you were aware of, or work diagrams and things like that?
She had books of different sorts.
So you can't identify this as being in the kitchen, right?
I don't recall seeing that book, no.
Am I
Yeah.
anxiety?
Sure.
Thank you. By the way, I'll withdraw that. I'm going to approach you, sir, with this document. Excuse me. And ask if you can identify it.
It says postpartum depression and anxiety patient information sheet.
And if you go towards the end there, does it appear to be her writing in it?
Yeah.
Okay. That off of this one?
No objection.
All right, that may be admitted.
Yeah. Understand. Now, sir, I'm looking at this item. It's got a bunch of flowers on the front. Appears to be a notebook. Is it your understanding that the state police went in your house and they seized all sorts of items, such as this?
Yeah.
So we don't have originals that the police do, but these are
Right.
copies. Fair and accurate?
Yeah.
Is that the caption that you were referring to?
Yes.
Postpartum depression and anxiety.
Yes.
And at the end of this particular document, you would agree, sir, that it has writing?
Yeah.
And whose writing is that?
Lindsay's.
And is this like a book or notes that she would take, documenting on a daily basis any effect that she had from postpartum?
It appears to be the case.
Yeah. Your Honor, I would offer the records of Dr. Jennifer Tufts, ask the mental health records.
No
Oh,
objection.
all right, that may be, they may be admitted.
I'm going to have to, I think, maybe talk to the DA about this, because I do have a lot of tabs and notes in this one. I know we have clean copies, right?
We have a clean copy we're planning to admit,
All right,
so that's
good,
not a problem.
okay.
So we'll enter that, and then before, we can then substitute it with a clean copy.
Thank you.
John, can I see the exhibit for the, oh.
What'd you guys eat for lunch
One of the
today?
things you had identified yesterday was the document that you obtained from CVS, is that correct?
Yes.
It sets forth all of the medications that were purchased by Lindsay by prescription from the physicians that she had seen during that period of time, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated yesterday that the police had seized a number of pill bottles, and then you also had a number of pill bottles, is that right?
Right.
And the pill bottles that you had, do you recall, what are the circumstances that you had them in a bag in your car?
The reason I had them in a bag is because sometimes a provider would adjust medications. So, for example, I do remember Lindsay had a prescription of Ativan, and then a few days later they wanted to increase the dosage because it wasn't effective. So what they would do is they would say, give that old prescription to your husband, he'll discard it, and then continue taking from the new prescription.
Oh.
When the DA yesterday went through that there were scripts and there were pills with a 30 count, but then there's 27 and 3 were gone, but that's because she wasn't taking her medication. That's not the case. It was what you were told to do, right?
Correct, yeah. Without that context, it paints a different picture.
Exhibit 2 would be the pills that you had turned in, I believe. Is that correct? That were in your bag, in your car?
Right.
I know you can't tell them what in the bag.
I remember it's Exhibit 2.
But how often was he told that? How often did he have to, take the medication and hold on to it? Because she was getting a different dosage.
Yeah.
Okay.
Baked chicken nuggets.
Wednesday, January 24th,
Yum.
one of the troopers located 4 medication
I actually think fake chicken nuggets is better than real chicken nuggets. Like, especially the frozen ones. Like, yeah, I like the ones that are the vegan ones. They're pretty tasty.
bottles, and at some point on the 26th at about 2:30 in the afternoon, bottles were then documented by the police. When was it, if you know, that you turned these items in to the police?
I believe it was after the event. I don't remember the exact date, but I remember I told him I do have other prescriptions in my truck still, and I gave them to him.
Okay. So the police already went in with a search warrant. They already seized all the drugs that they could find in the house, in the kitchen, in the bedroom. Were there drugs in the kitchen, by the way?
Yeah.
They're all over the place, right?
Yeah.
And they seized that, right?
Yeah.
And then you, to be cooperative, told the police that you also had pills in your car, and you went to the DA's office and gave them to Attorney Sprague and the state police, right?
Right. But to be clear,
Hi, Gigi. I mean, for the state, yeah, I hope they are going to call all the doctors that saw her. Now, they're not going to be able to disclose like HIPAA stuff, but they talk about what they observed from her. No. Or is the HIPAA stuff already out of the window? How does this work?
those were discontinued prescriptions.
These are the ones like that she
I guess I saw her. I treated her. She seemed fine. Like maybe it has to be like really short.
stopped.
Correct.
All right. And then you had new prescriptions, so there were new prescriptions that were prescribed to her, right?
Yes.
Now, when I met with you in the house, long after the state police had gone and finished their search, you recall that we went up to the bedroom and I removed this from the nightstand right next to the bed.
Yeah.
Can you tell us what that is? What is this? Is it a drawer, obviously?
That's the drawer that goes into the nightstand.
And inside the drawer, sir, do you recall that there were a number of items that, let's see, trazodone, Lindsay Clancy, prescribed on January 5, 23. Creatinine, January. Creatinine, 100 milligrams, prescribed for Lindsay Clancy, December 21st. Lorazepam, they're all empty too, right?
Yeah.
Because these are what she shot down with that lemonade or water or whatever was in the cup that she ground up these pills, right? Lamotrigine, prescribed to Lindsay Clancy, December 16th, 22. Mirtazapine, prescribed to Lindsay Clancy, January 23. Those are in this drawer, and they were
Is the microphone like right there? It's like boom, boom.
all empty, right?
Right.
You observed that, right? There's something else that was in the drawer. Do you recognize that?
Yeah.
What is it?
It's her Apple Watch.
Her Apple Watch. This is the Apple Watch that apparently the police used to go up the stairs, downstairs, heart rate, things of that nature, right?
Yeah.
They never even seized it, did they? They left it in the drawer, right?
Apparently.
So, what is this item, sir? If you can identify that for us.
It's a face mask for sleeping.
To sleep?
Yeah.
Now, you had mentioned something, I think, about pillow spray. What is that?
She bought some pillow spray.
They actually have the search warrant. I don't know if they were seeking for the Apple Watch. I don't remember seeing that. I know the tablets, yes. The phones, yes.
Really helps you sleep.
And did you see her using that on a regular basis?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah, she did.
Your Honor, I would offer the draw.
Draw.
I could just see.
Yeah.
I think you.
I think there's a watch on the side there.
I know it was in the front.
Oh,
No objection.
okay. Do you want to put that in as one exhibit? Okay.
Now, in reference to the Apple Watch, sir, how many Apple Watches did she have? If you
Just
know?
one.
Just one. It's the only one she had. Police never seized it, right?
Correct.
And the drugs that were in the drawer, the empty drugs and the pill bottles from January, December, 22, 23, the police never seized them, did they?
No.
I'm showing you an item, sir. It's like a little green vase. Have you ever seen that before?
Yeah.
Can you tell the jury what it is?
Objection. We could go to sidebar.
Yeah, can I see Counsel sidebar, please?
Okay. You can hop around. I was just making sure my notes are all good.
To your knowledge, sir, was she advised by nurse practitioner Tufts to keep a a nighttime dump diary of all of her thoughts and write them down so that she had something that she could refer to?
Not that I'm aware of.
Do you ever see her writing notes in a diary or like a thing with dates on it, November 23rd, for example, things of that nature?
I knew she kept notes, but I didn't see her doing it.
When I would show you this document, I don't ask, that appears to be her handwriting.
Yeah.
And does that contain indication as to her state of mind, particular date, or dates thereafter?
Yeah.
Just take a look at the other pages just to make sure that they're all right.
Yep.
You want to write it off of this?
Call.
Can I see it, please?
Yeah.
Again, I got it from the state police, so it's assume you guys have it.
No objection.
Okay, that may be admitted.
Eighth grade.
I'm going to show you another document, Sarah. It appears to be a document. Do you recognize her handwriting in that document, the dates, September 29, for example, 22?
Yes.
And is that, can you tell us what that appears to be, sir, if you know?
Looks like a schedule for Callan.
And the schedule for Callan, that would be, what, like when he's eating or sleeping or something like that?
Yeah, naps. Yeah.
So, for example, where it says September 29th, there it is, 22, and then it makes reference to Callan, last fed with a time frame, and then there's a bunch of pages like that go forward on those dates. Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Put them down for a nap, 9.
Oh, with a little smiley face. All right, so a little schedule for Callan.
That to go forward on those dates. Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Put them down for a nap, 9:35 with a smiley face, things like that, right?
Right.
Is this typical for Lindsay that she would document these things as a new mother?
Yeah.
Was she being controlling, in your opinion, of her child and of you by doing this schedule?
No,
Oh, is that what it was meant? Because the state prosecutor was like, "Oh yeah, the sleeps were planned down to the minute." I mean, was it planned down to the minute, or was she just documenting what time roughly the kids would sleep, wake up, and stuff like that? We'll have to see.
On those dates, is that what that is?
Yeah.
Put them down for a nap, 9:35 with a smiley face, things like that, right?
Right.
Is this typical for Lindsay that she would document these things as a new mother?
Yeah.
Was she being controlling, in your opinion, of her child and of you by doing this schedule?
No, I found it helpful.
After this, Your Honor, I don't think there's any.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, that may be admitted.
One of the things, sir, that the district attorney had asked you about is the exhibits of I think it was the window in the bedroom. You said it was 20 feet drop to the ground.
Right.
Is that right? This is a photograph of the same one you already introduced, but I just don't know where it is. So this is the photograph of the house. And you can identify that, right?
Yeah, that's the living room window.
Okay. And the window that you're talking about that's 20 feet up would be on the very top of that picture, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you identified this picture, I can't see it. You see that there's some kind of an orange ball. Appears to be an orange ball underneath the sill
Yeah.
to the left. It appears to be
An orange ball. What is that? What is that, guys? What the heck is that?
red marks or red spots, like possibly blood above it.
Yep.
Can you tell the jurors what that little orange ball is?
Yeah, we had a woodpecker who would peck at the house and create holes. That's why.
Oh, does anyone else have this issue? So there's some places where if you have like a house made out of wood, sometimes like the woodpeckers would just like peck away at your house. And then if you look at the exterior, there's like holes everywhere. So I always wondered, how do people deal with that? Because you have to keep plugging it up and like it's like a pain in the butt. All right, little woodpecker.
We had a woodpecker who would peck at the house and create holes. That's why I prepared some of the other sections too. And I took some foam and filled a hole.
Little woodpecker.
I'd offer that, Your Honor, just out of continuity.
No
All
objection.
right, that may be admitted.
And that also, if I may, just the top picture, I believe, is also, see where it looks like fingerprints or blood on the edge of the window on the second floor, you see that?
Blood edge of the window. Oh, so this is the sliding motion, possibly. That I don't know. The attorney was like, defense attorney was like, oh, law enforcement made an accusation that she was trying to slide down the side of the house like Spider-Man or something. Gigi, I assume it's the same, but I'm a social worker and could only testify to medical information if I had a court order from the judge. I assume it's the same for doctors and HIPAA.
That's from the house?
Yeah.
Thanks for sharing.
Excuse me, Attorney Redmond.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't take a picture of that. Sorry. Just too busy
Edge
yabbing.
of the window on the second floor, you see that? That's from the house?
Yeah.
Excuse me, Attorney Redmond.
Yeah. Okay, okay, I'm talking about the Hornet thing right here. And then this is, I see on this top here, okay. So you see on the top of this window here, it's not a very good picture. Underneath the Hornet thing,
Where?
see it, but in the exhibit, you can see there's like blood drops or blood smears there.
Yeah. I
That's
see
the
it.
first floor window that's directly underneath the second floor window, right?
Right.
I can't see it.
Any objection?
No.
They may be admitted.
Can't see it. Blood window. It's so blown up that I can't see it. Blood window says defense attorney. Okay. Oh yeah, you're right. The blood on the window was not brought up. Well, maybe the state's like, I'm not going to object. Let him ask it, and then we'll talk about it later on. I don't know. Or I don't know if they had an agreement where it's like, hey, you can ask Patrick questions that were not brought up in direct because we don't want to have to recall them later on. I don't know what agreement they have. If she threw herself out of the window, why are there skid marks? I don't know. I want to hear more about that law enforcement officer that had the theory that she was Spider-Maning down the side of the house. Yeah, I don't know.
Commonwealth, redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, that's it for now, I guess. Yeah, okay. Redirect. Huh. I feel like he could have slowed down and really went into the severe symptoms that Lindsay was suffering from. Like he did, I think it's because it was a lot of bleeding and that he speaks pretty fast. And so it felt like kind of rushed to me. I felt like he really should have taken his time more and like really get into like the nitty gritty details of like, everything that he observed. So maybe asking more like open questions to give him more time to kind of like set up a narrative and really talk about all the observations he had about Lindsay. To me, it just felt a little bit rushed. I'm like, oh, that's it? Okay. I don't know. Huh. Thought there'd be more. Maybe there'll be more later.
I'm all set. Thank you, sir.
Commonwealth?
Are we sure their slide marks could she have been peering out the window and was bleeding so it dripped down? I don't know. Interesting to see how the testimony goes. Also, the confusing thing to me is I can't tell where those slide marks are. So we talked about the woodpecker, right? So I'm going to go back a little bit.
The window, the new mother,
Yeah.
where she
All right.
is to the ground.
Right.
Is that right? This is a photograph of the same one you already introduced, but I just don't know where it is.
So drop
this
is
is
20
the
feet.
photograph of the house. You can identify that, right?
Yeah, that's the.
Where are the slide marks? Oh, is it right there? You guys see my pointer? Is that the slide mark right there? On the first story window? A picture of it.
Living room window.
Okay. And the window that you're talking about, that's 20 feet up, would be on the very top of that picture, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you identify this
That looks like it's on the bottom window.
picture, I can't see. You see that there's some kind of an orange ball, appears to be an orange ball underneath the sill
Yeah.
to the left. It appears to be red marks or red spots, like possibly blood above it.
Yep.
Okay, orange ball. Why is this defense attorney bringing up the orange ball? Did something happen with the orange ball? Oh. What if blood got on the orange ball and it dripped down onto the window below it? Yeah, that's what it is. Because let's say Lindsay slid her way down and was able to get to where the first story window was and then dropped herself. I don't think she would sustain such severe injuries from being dropped from that window, the window that's below. Like, let's say she slid her way down, right? Which I don't think so, because I think there'll be way more blood. Like, you'll see way more blood just being like slid down the side of the house. Man, interesting. But you know what? The prosecution never mentioned this in her opening statement, so maybe even she doesn't think this theory happened, right? And the defense attorney is bringing it up because he's like, "Well, one of the law enforcement officers said it, and it looks really dumb, so I'm going to bring it up." Okay, how'd the orange ball get blood on it? Don't know. Do not know. Yeah, maybe she did, like, maybe she put her arms out to peer over as she tried to hoist herself and her legs out the window. Because we don't know if she jumped with her 2 feet on the windowsill, or if maybe she like had her butt on the windowsill and then she jumped out. Yeah, don't know. But then there was a bed there, though. So maybe she jumped from the bed through the window.
Can you tell the jurors what that little orange ball is?
Yeah, we had a woodpecker.
Okay, so orange ball.
On the second floor, you see that? Fingerprints, top picture.
Okay, let's go back to this.
If I may, just the top picture, I believe is also, see where it looks like fingerprints or blood on the edge of the window on the second floor, you see that?
You said on the second floor. That's not the second floor, though. That's the first floor.
That's from the house?
Yeah.
Huh. Actually, I don't know if that looks like a ball had blood on it, dripped, and that looks like someone like slid down it. But maybe as she fell down, maybe some of her clothes touched the window. And that's why there's like that sort of like kind of like drag mark.
Excuse me, Attorney Redden.
Yeah. Okay, I'm talking about the hornet thing right here. And then this is, I see on this top here, okay. So you see on the top of this window here.
I don't know. No matter how many different ways we examine it, I think it's confusing either way.
It's not a very good picture.
So that's the ball.
Underneath the hornet thing, you see it, but in the exhibit, you can see there's like blood.
Yeah, so I think there's the ball right there that I don't know if it has blood on it or not. You can't even tell. But he's saying that maybe the blood dripped down. But I don't know. It looks like a drag mark, right? Maybe the blood dripped down, and then Lindsay's, as she fell down, her fabric of the clothes maybe like dragged some of the blood down. I don't know. Not actively bleeding, yes, but she probably still had blood all over her, though. But we don't know how long she was laying there before Patrick found her. So she could have been actively bleeding when she went out the window.
Blood drops or blood smears there.
Yeah.
All right, so state is going to do their redirect.
Mr. Clancy, you were shown an email, and it's been marked as an exhibit that you sent to coworkers on January 24th, 2023 at 5:24 p.m., correct?
Yeah.
And you were asked about it coming from the Surface Pro, but your testimony was that it could have come from your iPhone, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you watched footage earlier of your iPhone, and you were asked about it coming from the Surface Pro, but your testimony was that it could have come from your iPhone, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you watched footage earlier of yourself going into the CVS in Kingston at 5:32 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And you had your phone with you, correct, because you used it? And we also saw you on the 3V footage using your phone as well, correct?
Right.
So you were clearly out of the house at 5:24 p.m., correct?
Sorry, what time did you say I was at CVS?
So you walked in at 5:32 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And you left the house. As you were leaving the house, Lindsay sent you the text about PDLX, correct?
I don't know if I had left the house yet, but yeah,
But that was sent at 5:15 p.m., correct?
right.
And how far away is the Kingston CVS?
3 minutes.
Okay. And so you leave the house, you get into your car, and you drive to CVS, correct?
Correct.
And so that should have taken 3 minutes, correct?
Yep.
So after the text that was sent at 5:15 p.m., that would have been sometime around 5:18 or 5:20 p.m. that you should have arrived at CVS, correct?
Right.
But you don't go in until 5:32 p.m., correct?
I don't know.
We could
I
pull
don't know
up-
what time I pulled in the parking lot.
I'm not asking what time you pulled into the parking lot, but is it fair to say that the video that you were shown earlier shows you entering the store at 5:32 p.m.?
Yes.
So from the time you should have been at the parking lot of CVS around 5:20 p.m. until 5:32 p.m., could you have been in your car sending this email on your iPhone?
Yeah, I just don't know if I pulled into the parking lot at 5:20.
But sometime after the text was sent from Lindsay about PDLX, but before 5:32 p.m., you were in your car.
Correct. Yes.
Now, you were asked about my questions to you about going to Boston, and my questions to you were about December 3rd, not December 2nd, correct?
Correct.
Because your anniversary is December 3rd, not December 2nd, correct?
Right.
So Dawson was taken to the doctors on December 2nd, correct?
Correct.
And on December 3rd, did you have plans? Not that they were followed through, but did you have plans to go to Boston that day?
Yeah, so I can provide some clarification on that.
Sure.
So yeah, on Monday I was a little bit confused by it because we were home. But yeah, I think there was a plan prior to that, like an anniversary plan to go to Boston, but it was canceled.
Okay.
And the
Great.
picture you showed was from September.
So the plans that you had to go to Boston, showing you here. Some text.
I'm confused. Maybe he's not cooperating with the state. I was like, did they not already ask him questions about what they did on December 3rd and what they didn't do? It seems like we're just finding out about it now. Or did she find out this evidence afterwards and she's like, I'll just ask him at trial?
Messages between yourself and Lindsay. And here, there's one here that says, the spa, the Omni is booked, but you're on the wait list. As a backup, I have you booked for massage at the nearby IHG for 90 minutes at 1:45. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And then you later say we can get lunch and then head over. She responds, okay. And then you write that they'll let you use the gym and the pool while she's getting her massage. Is that correct?
Right.
And then you talk about plans for lunch and dinner. And so there were the plans, they just fell through, right?
Yeah, we canceled them. Yeah.
So it's not as if I made that up out of thin air. That's here.
It's not that I made them up out of thin air. Well, it made it seem like you were combating him about whether or not if he went to the spa that day, and he was like, I did it. And she's like, are you sure you did it? Are you sure you did it? He's like, no, I did not go. But to me, I'm like, how come they didn't know about this? I guess they didn't talk to Patrick before. Maybe Patrick didn't want to cooperate with the state. And he was like, no, I don't know.
The text messages, correct?
Right. Yeah. It was just confusing because we were home. But yeah, when I left, I recollected that, and then I found the picture, and the picture was from September.
And was that from the wedding you went to?
Yeah.
If we could have the text messages marked as in specific.
Any objection? All right, that may be admitted.
87.
Shit. No.
Now, in cross-examination, you said that Lindsay always took the medications exactly as instructed. But in direct, you said you weren't always with her every time she took the pills.
Yes, and we were wondering about that. Okay, let's see what he says. And again, I'm not calling him a liar or anything like that. I think he just tends to be maybe more agreeable when asked questions that are more direct, leading. That's what I'm saying.
You said that Lindsay always took the medications exactly as instructed. But in direct, you said you weren't always with her every time she took the pills. Is that correct?
That's correct. But the understanding was that she took it as directed.
Because she told you she did?
Yeah.
And because you trusted her to do so?
Yeah.
Okay. But you can't sit here and say definitively that she took every pill exactly as instructed every single time because you didn't watch her every time, correct?
I was not standing next to her every time she took pills.
And you were asked about the Facebook search in August 23rd, 2022. And you were asked about being on the Surface Pro and looking up the country singer who had killed himself. Is that right?
Right.
Okay. So I think that...
Did you say Facebook search?
What you said when you were asked by defense counsel about whether or not you accidentally went to this site on methods of suicide, you said that could be likely, that might have happened. You're not sure, correct?
It's so subtle that I don't remember specifically, but I do remember listening to Tom T. Hall.
Okay. How often did you listen to him?
It was like for a week.
Okay. And so were you aware that on 8/23, August 23rd, 2022, at 9:40 a.m., someone signed into Lindsay's Facebook account on the Surface Pro?
No.
And then at 9:43 p.m. is when the Tom Hall site was accessed. Do you recall that?
No.
And at 9:45 a.m. is when a person not just hit a link by accident, but actually had to click on a link to go to suicide methods. Are you aware of that?
No.
Okay. Is there any reason why you would have been going in and logging on to Lindsay's Facebook account while...
Yeah, but the Facebook account was logged in about an hour before that, though, right? She said 8:23, and then now we're at 9:45. Like an hour and a half later, almost. I do wonder, though, if maybe the devices that they were using shared the same, like Google browser or something. So let's say that he is on his Surface Pro, right? Looking up Tom Hall, and Lindsay's on her phone. Maybe on both devices, it's logged on to like Lindsay's Google or something. I guess I could see that being an explanation. We'll see.
Going on Wikipedia and looking at suicide methods all in that same 5 minutes?
I didn't log into Lindsay's Facebook ever. It's very possible that I looked at Tom Hall's Wikipedia page, but...
At some point?
Yeah.
Do you remember spending 3 minutes on the Methods of Suicide site, scrolling through and reading the Methods of Suicide site for 3 minutes?
3 minutes?
No, I don't remember something I did.
Is there a way that shows how long you were on the site for 3 minutes? What if you weren't on there for 3 minutes?
For 3 minutes.
You hope you never had to publicly explain your Google searches.
Almost 4 years ago.
Do you remember being on that site, the Methods of Suicide, and clicking on a link to a bridge in Australia that people use to commit suicide?
No.
No. So in this 5 minutes or so where someone's using the Surface Pro, using Lindsay's Facebook while doing that, and then clicking on these links you don't remember, you think it might have been you?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I don't know. What are your guys' thoughts about this? I mean, he says he was looking at Tom T. Hall, and then 2 minutes afterwards, it goes to suicide methods. So maybe they were sharing some sort of like search browser, or... I feel like because the Tom Hall happened so close to the suicide methods, if the Lindsay logging to her Facebook account happened more closer to the suicide methods, and then a Tom Hall thing happened like an hour and a half before, then I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, it's probably him. And then she used it later on. But now it's like really close to each other. Like, I don't know. The only explanation I can think of is they shared the same, some sort of history browser. I don't know.
Now, you talked about Lindsay's stay at McLean Hospital.
Oh, that's it? She's going to move on from that? Oh, man. Yeah, it's not resolved for me. Huh. I don't know. It's not resolved.
You said that that it was a locked ward. She had to stay there. Is that correct?
Correct.
But it was a voluntary commitment, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You didn't file any legal paperwork to have her committed, correct?
Correct.
There was no court order making her stay there, correct?
Correct.
So if she wanted to leave and expressed to the doctors that she wanted to leave, and they didn't believe she was a danger to herself or others, she could leave, correct?
To be honest, I don't know.
Okay. Now, you stated on direct examination that you visited her 2 times during the time that she was there at McLean, right?
At least twice, yeah.
And you said those were in the evening hours, is that correct?
Yeah, afternoon, evening.
Afternoon and evening. So you weren't there during the morning and early afternoon hours when they were offering these group therapies and when she was meeting with other practitioners?
I wasn't there in the morning.
Okay. And were you there during the when the staff was checking on her every 15 minutes?
No, but she did tell me about that.
Okay. And were you aware that she was evaluated several times, and at first she had to stay on the unit, but then eventually, based on what she was telling them, she was allowed to go on the grounds with staff?
I was aware that she went on at least one walk.
Okay. And so people were seeing her and interacting with her and changing the way her stay went at McLean Hospital throughout her stay.
Yeah.
And you talked about Dr. Goodhart recommending medications. What was the medication that you said that she recommended?
I thought it was Cymbalta, but I think she ended up taking amitriptyline.
So, looking here at the CVS records that you provided,
Cymbalta, I've seen the commercials before. That's for depression, right? Cymbalta, SSRI, used to treat major depressive disorder. Oh, so here it is, her getting an SSRI. So they also did not diagnose her with bipolar disorder because she was given an SSRI by Dr. Tufts and now giving an SSRI by this hospital. I thought they said that when she left the hospital, she was not. They recommended Cymbalta, but she ended up taking amitriptyline. Maybe the amitriptyline was still prescribed by Dr. Tufts because she did go to Dr. Tufts again afterwards after being at McLean Hospital. So there's ambiguity there. I'll wait and see. All right, what now? Amitriptyline. Amitriptyline is a tricyclic antidepressant. Oh, this is the one that increases serotonin and norepinephrine levels. Okay, so not an SSRI. We keep hearing that if you have bipolar disorder, taking an SSRI is no bueno.
we see.
You know, he generally sounds like he's confused. I mean, it's possible. I mean, most browsers nowadays have the shared function where you can have all your stuff across multiple devices. Yeah. Hi, Shunrai. How are you doing today? So that's why I was like, maybe they had some devices that shared similar, internet login. That's a possibility. One was hearing voices, one was functioning normally. Who was more likely to look up suicide stuff? I think it's also possible that if he was looking up, Tom T. Hall, and no, I mean it's just weird to look up the bridge though. I don't know, but sometimes have you guys ever done a search and then one thing leads to another, leads to another, leads to another? But if you had went from point A to point Z, it's like, oh, how the fuck did you get there? But if you saw the process of getting there, like A, B, C, D, and you showed the path that it led you in order to get to Z, then you're like, oh, okay, it makes sense. You're not crazy, right? But I don't know. I think it's possible that he was really into Tom T. Hall, wanted to know more about him. Maybe he looked up the suicide thing and maybe he looked up the bridge in Australia. But then the thing is Lindsay could have done that too, right? Maybe she was interested in looking up suicide, but why would she look up a bridge in Australia? It's not like it's anywhere near her. I don't know. Maybe she was looking for ideas oh yeah, if I were to do it, what's maybe the bridge, I don't know if they even live near a bridge. Right, Gigi? I felt like we're kind of just I don't know. I mean, maybe it's not a big deal because it was so many months before, but I wanted to hear more about it too because when something is raised like this, I want answers. I want them to zoom out. I want to see the search histories and all that. But I think we have to wait until the digital forensics person testifies. That's when they'll get into all the technicalities, I guess. So we just have to wait. I hate waiting. I hate being patient. All right, so back to the CVS, all the medications that were dispensed at CVS. Really? They put rails up? That's good. Just not this very bad incident. That's good. There's this giant bridge in Pasadena where I think apparently a lot of people would, yeah, apparently take their lives there. Now, I haven't been on that bridge recently. I don't know if they put up guardrails or anything like that, but maybe in Japan, maybe someday they'll do that for the trains. Apparently, people want to liven themselves, by jumping onto the train tracks. It happens quite often. There's this vlogger that I watch who lives in Japan, and she'll take the trains, and they'll have a lot of delays, and it's because someone decides to unalive themselves, and it's really sad. So I don't know. Hopefully they'll do something about that.
So we see here, here we go. Aaliyah Goodhart, second from the bottom,
Yep.
trazodone, 50 milligrams. So you thought that Dr. Goodhart had just recommended medication when there was actually a prescription that was given by Dr. Goodhart, correct?
Right, but I believe, so there's another one as well, lorazepam. I believe those were prescribed while she was staying there.
And so they were.
Sometimes it happens. Yeah, sometimes you see a doctor, and let's say they give you, like, I don't know, valacyclovir, some sort of like what do you call this again? Antibiotic, right? And then you see another doctor and you're like, hey, I was taking valacyclovir, that was working for me. And the doctor might be like, oh, you were taking that before, it works for you? Okay, cool, we'll prescribe you the same thing. So
Were filled at CVS and sent to McLean?
Possibly. I remember there was an issue where she didn't have her medications when she went to McLean, so she needed them to be brought there.
She was discharged on January 5th, correct?
Right.
Are you aware that this document from CVS says that the prescription for trazodone 50 milligrams prescribed by Dr. Aaliyah Goodhart was filled on January 5th, 2023?
Right.
Okay. And then the other prescription by Dr. Goodhart, the lorazepam, was also 1 milligram lorazepam was also filled.
when she said, when anyone here watch Bob's Burgers, when she said lorazepam, she sounded like Louise for a second there, like just the way she pronounced it. Lorazepam. I can't do it.
The lorazepam was also 1 milligram lorazepam was also filled on January 5th, 2023, correct?
Yeah.
So that's when she was discharged, not while she was staying there, correct?
Right, that's correct.
So Dr. Goodhart did in fact prescribe medication for Lindsay, trazodone and Ativan, and not Cymbalta, correct?
She recommended Cymbalta, but she wasn't the one who prescribed that.
And in fact, no one prescribed that, correct?
Because it ended up switching to amitriptyline.
Okay. And the amitriptyline was prescribed by Dr. Jennifer Tufts, correct?
Right.
And
I'm not going to be able to unhear her now. It sounded like Louise. Melissa, you usually start anxiety and depression low dose and wean up to higher doses, usually 7 to 12 days apart. What happens if you take it and it's just completely terrible and the person's like, this is terrible, I don't want to take it anymore. And you're at like day 2 or day 3 and you don't want to give it a chance. What the providers say, they're like, okay, you know what, just please give it a chance. It takes 7 days for you to get used to it, to adjust to it. Or they're just like, ooh, if it's really that bad, fine, I will consider switching you to something else.
And Dr. Tufts prescribed 5 milligrams of diazepam on January 9th, 2023, correct?
Right.
And amitriptyline on January 16th. It was 10 milligrams of amitriptyline. And that was prescribed when Lindsay said she was having some issues with depression.
These sound like low dosages, right? 5 milligrams, 10 milligrams.
Correct?
Correct.
Okay. So she went to McLean Hospital and she was weaned off the Seroquel, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
And all the medications that she had taken prior to going to McLean, she was no longer on. Those were gone, correct? Once she'd been in McLean.
Yeah, apparently the Seroquel was messing her up real bad. I think Seroquel went as high as 400 milligrams in December, right? I think.
I don't know if it was. I'm not sure. I don't know if it was all of them.
Well, did you have conversations with your wife about what she was taking? I mean, were you aware that she was only on only prescribed trazodone and Ativan when she left McLean, and then amitriptyline was only added on the 16th? So just those 3 medications?
Yeah, but I thought she was taking trazodone before McLean.
Right, so she had been prescribed it before and stopped taking it, correct?
I don't remember. I'd have to look back on records.
So you're,
I don't know how anyone can remember this, especially if it's not your own medication. Oh, if you rack bet, you stop. There's different families, these meds. Gotcha. But they usually would have you do 7 days. I've been on 5 different types over the years. 120 milligrams Cymbalta, which is 4x.
you're not sure about what she was taking.
The large milligram dosage is specifically for the lorazepam. Generally, 1 milligram is not unusual. For people, generally 0.5 is. Okay.
And when are you?
Not the exact dates, but I remember she was taking trazodone, and I thought she was taking it before McLean.
So the best resource of what she was prescribed and when would most likely be the doctors and the CVS records then, correct?
The CVS records is a good resource.
And
Did you hear that? So the best resource for this would be the doctors and the CVS records. He's like, CVS records. He doesn't trust the doctors.
you talked about the pills and how these were pills that she was no longer on. So it wasn't really a good representation of what she had taken, correct?
Correct.
But she was only prescribed Zoloft once, right? At the very beginning?
Right.
And she only took 7 of those pills, correct?
Right.
So it wasn't as if she was prescribed a higher dose or a different dose of Zoloft and was still taking that, and so that 7 pills misrepresents the Zoloft she took, right?
I believe she switched because, or she stopped because she was switched to Prozac.
Okay. And then even going forward, the Prozac, there weren't many pills taken out of that either, correct?
Yeah, eventually she stopped that as well.
Okay. So she'd take a few pills, she'd have some side effects, they'd switch the medication, correct?
Yes.
And so they were trying to figure out what would work for her, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And then she ends up at McLean because she's having difficulties, according to her, with the Seroquel, correct?
That was part of it, yeah.
And they wean her off of that, right?
Yep.
And then after McLean, she's only on the trazodone, the Ativan, and then on the 16th, adding in the amitriptyline, correct?
Right.
You mentioned that you...
I think it was in the States opening where she said that max 3 meds at a time, I think. It was usually like 2 to 3. Max 3, mostly 2.
went to New York in November of 2022. Defense counsel said that was a month before the children were killed, but that's actually 2 months before they were killed, correct?
It was, it was about a little more than 2 months.
And she hadn't been on the Seroquel yet, right?
I don't know exactly when she started the Seroquel.
Would December sound right?
Yeah, or end of November, yeah.
And so when you took your trip to New York, she was having some issues, but she was doing okay, wasn't she?
She was doing much better than she was in December.
Okay. And did you also take another trip with Cora in November?
Yeah, so I did the trip to New York, and as soon as I got back, went to bed, and then the next morning left with Cora.
And was that November 4th through the 7th to San Francisco?
Yeah.
And who was taking care of Dawson and Callan while you were in San Francisco with Cora?
Lindsay.
And so during your trip to New York, and then immediately after your trip to San Francisco with Cora, were there any issues or any problems, or did anything happen while Lindsay was caring for those kids?
Nothing bad happened. She was, I would say her anxiety and depression was starting to tick up, but yeah, obviously nothing bad happened.
Okay. And it's your testimony that things started to get worse in December. Is that correct?
Correct.
Wait, but he said that she was doing better in December. That's why I was getting confused, because I could have sworn December was like really bad for her. But maybe he just needs to clarify it for the state, because just before he said she was doing better in December, she was still having issues in November, still okay, but doing better in December. But now he says that she was doing worse in December. Maybe we're talking about like different parts of December, but we just have to be super clear about this.
Yeah, obviously nothing bad happened.
Okay. And it's your testimony that things started to get worse in December. Is that correct?
Correct.
But it was also your testimony that after the stay at McLean, things got better, wasn't it? And she steadily progressed throughout January, getting better, right?
Definitely, yeah.
And on January 24th, 2023, you testified that that was one of her best days.
Yeah.
You were asked about the Apple Watch. The police didn't collect the Apple Watch, right? They did collect her phone, correct? You identified it earlier, right?
Correct, yeah.
And her Apple Watch was linked to her phone, was it not?
It probably was, yeah.
You were also asked about the drop from the second floor window. Were you aware that the measurement from the windowsill to the ground was actually 12 feet?
I've never measured it, but yeah, I believe what you're saying.
And looking for one of the exhibits from.
Maybe he means she was doing okay in the beginning of December. I think it's possible, but that's why we need specificity. Otherwise, it gets really confusing. And I think it would help the jurors too.
Defense counsel.
Jurors.
It's the, yes. Exhibit 84. This was the packet here that defense counsel was going through with you, where you said this is Lindsay writing Kellen's schedule. Is that right?
Right.
But this was also Lindsay sending notes back and forth between herself and Elaine. Is that correct?
Possibly.
And there's different writing here, correct? You want to look at it?
Yeah.
For example, this first page after the cover, we have writing here that you said was Lindsay's, correct?
It looks like it, yeah.
And then down here, there's a note that's in different handwriting, correct?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay. So were you aware that Lindsay was using this notebook to communicate back and forth with the nanny about Callan's care?
She had different notebooks. She always had a notebook that she would leave for the babysitter or for me.
And so, for example, on Tuesday, September 4th, she wrote, last fed at 6 a.m., give him a bottle whenever he wakes up. He likes it very warm. He's been resisting the
Interesting. So we moved on from the window. I thought she was going to talk about the blood. Maybe she'll have the one of the crime scene person talk about it.
bottle. If you won't drink it, after 45 minutes of trying, please text me to let me know. Put down for next nap 1 hour after he wakes. Try to put down drowsy but awake. But if he cries, pick him up and rock, bounce, or hold him until sleep, then put down. He usually sleeps 45 minutes, but let him sleep as long as he wants. These are very detailed notes that Lindsay is sending to the nanny, correct?
Yeah.
And then she
Detailed, but I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
also wrote, if you have time, wash and cut up veggies, sweet potatoes, 1-inch cubes peeled, broccoli, small pieces, peppers, 1-inch pieces, plastic Ziploc bags to put them in. Next bottle 2.5 hours after the first bottle, correct?
I believe what you're reading, yeah.
So
I don't think there's anything wrong with telling someone if you're cutting vegetables, here are the sizes. Because sometimes you tell someone to cut vegetables, you might get some big chonkers and you're just like, all right, what is this? This is these are too big.
very particular about what she wanted the nanny to do, how she wanted her to do it, and when to feed Callan, when to put him down for a nap.
Yeah, he's a baby. I'm not buying this part at all.
All of those things, very particular, correct?
Sounds like it, yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that, in my opinion.
Again, Thursday, September 29th, 2022. Callan last fed at 8:45. Please put him down for a nap at 9:35. We will be home from gymnastics at 11:45. Clean clothes and dryer if you get to it. So again, very specific times for putting him down and when to get up and asking her to do additional work like laundry and things like that, correct?
Yeah.
Isn't that normal though? I have friends that leave notes for nannies all the time and they want to be as detailed and specific as possible to leave little guessing room for the nannies, you know? It's just easier when you just have more detailed instructions than not. maybe there's more. Maybe there's a bigger picture. Maybe we'll see some more crazy stuff. Or sorry, not more crazy stuff, but maybe we'll see some very stringent things that Lindsay was asking from the nanny. But for now, I'm like, yeah, she was giving detailed notes. Possibly. Brandy says maybe she's trying to prove that she's doing something wrong. Maybe she's showing the mental capacity and clarity. That's a possibility too. Okay.
Again, October 6th, 8 at 8:15, fell asleep at 8:40. Changing tables now in the bathroom. If he wakes before 9:40, give him 15 minutes to settle himself back to sleep. I'm hoping he will sleep till 10:15. If he is still asleep at 10:40, wake him. Feeding at 11 a.m. First try bottle. If he doesn't take it after 15 minutes, make oatmeal. 2 tablespoons of oatmeal. Make thin with breast milk. Can heat for 5 to 10 seconds. Again, very specific directions on what she wants done and how she wants Callan cared for, correct?
Yeah.
And throughout this notebook, it's more of the same, correct? Or have you even seen that?
I
Trying to push a control freak narrative. That could be one too.
haven't seen it. Yeah.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
So which nanny was that?
That would have been Elaine Rossi.
And Elaine Rossi, how long was she the nanny for you guys?
A month or two. Yeah, probably 2 months.
And then she just needed more hours and moved on, and Lindsay was home, so.
Yeah, I think she preferred more hours. We couldn't really give it to her, and Lindsay was home anyway, so.
Okay. And as far as the records are concerned, it's fair to say that Lindsay, as a concerned mother, would give instructions to people that would be taking care of her infant?
Yeah, I would have done the same.
A lot of discussion about these prescriptions and scripts from the different doctors, and one of the things you referenced was that you believe that she was on trazodone, and if I suggest to you that there was a Dr. Izad Parayarara Kavon on November 16th of 22 that prescribed 50 milligrams of trazodone while she was on buspirone and fluoxetine. Does that refresh your memory that in November she was prescribed 50 grams of trazodone?
In November. Yeah, we need like a giant timeline for everything. Okay. Babysitter wanted more hours. Okay.
From the different doctors, and one of the things you referenced was that you believe that she was on trazodone, and if I suggest to you that there was a Dr. Izad Parayarara Kavon on November 16th of 22 that prescribed 50 milligrams of trazodone while she was on buspirone and fluoxetine. Does that refresh your memory that in November she was prescribed 50 grams of trazodone?
Yeah, I remember trazodone being like a part of the medication plan for a while.
And one of the things that you did, as we talked about, is you went to CVS and you got a list of all the drugs, right?
Right.
And if I suggest to you, sir, that this is just an easy reference with different colors for different doctors of exactly what the CVS provided, does that appear to be fair and accurate of the scripts that were
Yeah.
provided?
Yeah.
Can I see which one that is, please? No objection.
Okay, that may be admitted.
That's all I have, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. Thank you. Counsel, could I see you?
Chelsea mentioned opening. Nobody would take care of the children the way that she wanted them, so she took their lives before her own. Something like that. Yeah, I remember that. You had an adverse reaction to Prozac while taking it. It made your legs really weak, and I think it fucked up your Achilles tendon. Oof, is it so messed up right now? All right, so they're going to do a sideboard, and I think they're just going to end the day.
Usually, kind of the same thing.
He says it's been a long day for everyone. Well, fine, I guess so. Because I was like, oh, not a lot happened today, but they did listen to the 911 call, so that does make it de facto a long day.
The hope is we'll start about 9. And kind of the same thing. We'll go to hopefully about 11. Take a break at 11. We'll have a break from 1 to 2. And
They start at 9.
we'll start about 9. And kind of
He says about 9. All right, guys, we're not going to start at 6 a.m. on the dot. He says about 9.
the same thing. We'll go to hopefully about 11. Take a break at 11. We'll have a break from 1 to 2. And
break at 11 and break it from 1 to 2.
we'll go into the afternoon around 3 or 4. All right.
Around 3 or 4. All right, so the same schedule.
So that's the thing. Remember, I'm going to ask.
I actually love schedules like this where it's like you try to get as much done as you can, and then you take like a lunch break towards the end of your shift, and then you come back, you're like, oh, I only have an hour or 2 left of work.
Those questions about not talking about the case, not doing any research about it, don't watch anything about it. You have to keep an open mind. At this point, you've heard some evidence, but you haven't heard all the evidence. You haven't heard the law that you are to apply to the evidence. So at this point, you've got to keep struggling in a sense, keep that open mind. So I'm going to excuse you. I hope you have a nice evening. We'll come back here tomorrow morning. If I forget to tell you, tomorrow, Friday, we're still on schedule to take that view, and then we'll deal with the schedule when you come in tomorrow. But that's as best I can tell you. That's the schedule for tomorrow. So again, thank you so much for all your work on this case so far. I hope you have a nice evening. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right, good. Close the notebooks, please, Madam Chair, please.
You wonder if she was also so organized and specific. Extreme anxiety can manifest OCD, where you feel the need to control over everything you can because you feel so out of control with the rest.
All right. And so we'll be in recess on this matter till tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, guys. That is it for today. We'll do a little mini recap. Mini recap. All right. That is the end of day 2 in the Lindsay Clancy trial. I did a recap earlier on the first part of today's trial where we got to listen to the rest of Patrick Clancy's testimony. How he talks about picking up the food, picking up CVS, coming back to the quiet home, noticing there's something wrong, and then finding his wife and his children. They showed evidence of the clothing that the children were wearing. They showed the murder weapon, the workout bands, and they played the 911 call for everyone to listen to, except for the people on the live stream. It seemed to be very distressful for people, so they left in tears. The jury was crying. People in the courtroom were crying. They had a long break. They came back briefly, and then they had a long lunch break. It seems like they may have had some maybe some issues with not having witnesses available to testify. So they had 2 witnesses testified. One was from CBS, another was from the 3V restaurant, where they interacted with Lindsay over the phone. And, there's a common theme that the state prosecution is going with, and that is, was Lindsay able to understand you? Were you able to understand her? Did she seem, was she speaking coherently? Was she mumbling or anything like that? And they're like, nope, she was fine. It was a normal conversation. So that's something they're going to hammer in over and over again. And they did the same with Patrick too, that, when Lindsay was texting you, she seemed fine. Yep, she seemed fine. Okay, well, when Lindsay asked you to, go pick up the food, go pick up the laxative, she was fine. Okay, and you left, she was fine. Yep, she was fine. So that was brought up. Now, after the lunch break, Patrick comes back to testify. Now we're doing the cross-examination. And so the defense wants to get it clear out of there that, Lindsay, she had anxiety about going back to work, but it wasn't because she was lazy. That was the same though. Patrick was like, she was anxious because she struggled to be away from the kids. They were so young. Should I do the big screen? Okay. Oh, nope. Hello. Because she was so young, because the kids were so young. And so they showed a collage of all the things that Lindsay was doing with the kids, the artworks and stuff like that, memorializing some of the milestones in the children's lives. Patrick said that Lindsay would make up songs for her kids, that she made green eggs and ham for Cora because Cora loved it very much. She also loved Dawson, that she didn't resent him, because I think the reason why Dawson was mentioned there was because why was Dawson separated from the other children, right? Dawson was killed in the father's office. So defense want to make it very clear that she didn't resent Dawson, right? And he's like, no, she didn't resent him. So they go through all the photos of social media. There's pictures on Instagram, pictures on Facebook of the family, when the kids go to preschool, and just like family photos and stuff like that. Seemingly they look like a very happy, normal family. There's clarification about whether or not they went to a fancy hotel and got massages on their anniversary. The clarification was no, they didn't. I think the defense attorney got a little bit confused about the date that the state had mentioned that, because he was going over the December 2nd date, and the state attorney was like, no, I was talking about December 3rd, because he was showing pictures and text messages that were being sent to and from Lindsay of pictures of, Dawson or like Cora's wish list to show that they weren't anywhere, they were at home. They talked about Callan being born and how that summer was great. It wasn't until September 2022 that Lindsay was struggling, and she struggled with the first two children because she wanted, she had anxiety going back to work and she probably wanted to spend more time with them. They mentioned August 2nd or August 2022. So apparently there was like a search that was done. And I think the state was trying to say that Lindsay used his tablet to search, methods of suicide. And she searched this bridge in Australia. The defense was like, oh, what? Maybe it was you because you were looking up Tom Hall. Oh, how did Tom Hall die? Oh, he died by suicide. So maybe you searched it. Maybe you were the one who looked up suicide methods. Maybe you were the one who searched this Australian bridge. But honestly, it's not very clear who searched it. One would think that it's most likely Lindsay, but because the search history showed that Tom Hall was searched like 3 minutes before the suicide methods thing, maybe it was him. We had some sidebars, and when the defense attorney came back, he was like, "Oh yeah, it's possible that you inadvertently touched the Wikipedia thing for suicide, but it was for Tom Hall." And it's like, touch the Wikipedia thing. What do you touch for the Wikipedia thing? It seems like either you have to search it in, or you have to click on the link, or I don't know what. I couldn't really see because they didn't zoom out. Initially, I thought it was a search, and then I was like, "Oh, maybe it was clicking on a hyperlink," and then it's like, "Oh, maybe it's a search." I don't know. I don't know what the hell it was, but we'll have to wait for the digital forensics. Then they started talking about Lindsay was not doing well, so she decides to see a psychiatrist, Dr. Tufts. She was given Zoloft, and the defense attorney was trying to clarify whether or not Lindsay told her that she was already on Zoloft. And I think because Patrick was on the stand and the questions were leading, he was just being agreeable. And so there were things that he kind of agreed to that sounded a little bit contradicting as to what he said earlier in the direct. So in the direct, it made it seem like Lindsay was just like, "Hey, I'm not doing well. I'm thinking of taking Zoloft." And he's like, "Oh, how? How are you going to get the prescription?" And she's like, "Oh, I'll get the prescription." And then when the defense was asking his question, he was saying that like, "Oh yeah, Lindsay told you, right, that she already had the prescription." I don't know. Maybe I have to go back and listen to it, but it seemed like the narrative was different. Patrick did say that Lindsay always took the meds as instructed, which perked our ears because we're like, wait a second, always took the meds as instructed. Is that something that he knows? Is that something that he observed, or he just assumed that? Lindsay kept a diary in the kitchen. They went through some of the things that were in the kitchen. There's a book called Mommy, Good Mommies Have Scary Thoughts. Then they talked about Julie Paul. Apparently, this was a nurse practitioner that was referred to by Patrick's mom. And they only saw Nurse Paul for about a week before, Nurse Paul was reassigned somewhere else. And so Lindsay was referred to Gelada. Now, again, the defense is hammering in that like, hey, Lindsay was not shopping for medication. She was not hopping around to different healthcare providers trying to get specific medication. This happened out of her control. Now, Dr. Gelada was the one who prescribed the Seroquel, the benzodiazepine. So the Seroquel, Lindsay was not doing very well, and they upped her dose on that. We don't know why. We don't know. We don't know. I just know in the lawsuit, they told Gelada that like, hey, I'm not doing well on the Seroquel. And Gelada's like, okay, well, let's up it up to 400 milligrams. I don't know. Benzodiazepine was something that it seems like Lindsay, started getting addicted to. But it was said somewhere that Lindsay was trying to get off of it. Let's see. Early December, severely sleep deprived, highly anxious. This was coming out of the defense attorney's mouth that Lindsay was rocking back and forth, and it was reported to Gelada by Lindsay. I kind of wish that the defense attorney wouldn't put words in Patrick's mouth. I kind of want Patrick to kind of give us a whole full scope narrative of everything that he observed of Lindsay. Because I felt like we were going through really quickly, and I'm like, this kind of just happened really quick, and I was just like, oh, okay, that's it. I don't know. It felt like we were missing a lot. All right, so Lindsay wasn't doing well in the early December. Man, I feel like I should keep track of a timeline or something. This is when December 6th, her Seroquel was increased. They gave her Valium. She wanted to get out of benzos because she felt like she was addicted to it. Mid-December was mid-December to Christmas. Oh, that was when they increased the Seroquel to 400. Gelada prescribed it to help her with sleep, but we don't know. We don't know if that's true. Now, at some point, Lindsay, December 20th, Lindsay goes to the Women and Infants Behavioral Health in Rhode Island. See, now I'm confused because Patrick said that December she was doing well, but it seems like beginning of December she wasn't doing well, middle of December she wasn't doing well, and in December she wasn't doing well. And it's possible that Patrick could just, it's a lot to memorize. It's tough. So maybe he's getting mixed up. But December 20th, she's not doing well. She goes to the Women and Infants Behavioral Health in Rhode Island. They tried to provide her counseling, but said that she was not the right fit. Very interesting. Not the right fit. Patrick says he doesn't think they reached out to Gelada. And to me, I'm like, why would they not want to reach out to someone that's been seeing Lindsay for the past, I don't know, month or two, right? Wouldn't they want to get some medical health records or anything like that? I wonder if they didn't do that because they met with Lindsay and they didn't deem her as, someone that was in severe need of being hospitalized. Days before Christmas, Lindsay parents comes and stays with him. The defense attorney clarifies that, like CBD gummies to sleep, you guys had them in the house, right? And he's like, oh, I didn't know she took them for sleep, but I know we do have them in the house. So I'm like, wait, is it CBD gummies or weed gummies? Because the state attorney was like, oh, she took weed gummies. You didn't know about that. And, it made it seem like a lot more worse than it really is. But the fact that she did not clarify it and redirect makes me wonder if, one, she's like, oh, I said weed gummies and it really was CBD gummies, but weed gummies sounded worse. So I went with that because she didn't clarify. She didn't say that, like, oh, actually, they're not CBD gummies, they're THC gummies. I don't know. Or maybe she forgot. All right, Christmas. So they were at home celebrating Cora's birthday. And then before New Year's, things aren't good again. Lindsay goes and she, goes to the ER, and then they transfer over to McLean Hospital at the insistence of Patrick. And so this is where Patrick and, both Lindsay and the lawsuit, they say that, like Lindsay wasn't really being taken care of, that when Patrick went to go visit her, she was like kind of like sitting around, everyone was watching TV and they were playing with clay or something. He believed that she didn't see a psychiatrist until the last day, which I'm like, I have a hard time believing because yes, there is a such thing as a 3-day holiday, but like when you're in healthcare, they're not really a holiday unless you're seeing like your primary care provider. Yes, they might work Monday to Fridays and that's about it, right? But when you're like in an emergency department, when you're at like a psychiatric unit, their holidays don't really, they're still working. It's not like, hey, we're on a 3-day holiday right now. You're not going to see anyone until like 4 days from now. That just seems really crazy to me. Then it goes back and forth whether or not, let's see, he said that the doctor had recommended, Dr. Goodhart at McLean Hospital recommended Cymbalta, but did not prescribe her anything. Now, the state was saying that Lindsay wanted to leave McLean early because she was like, hey, I feel great. I want to go and, be there for Cora's birthday. Patrick was like, I don't think Lindsay wanted to leave early. He just thought that 5 days was the standard amount of days that, you're there. But again, maybe she didn't tell him. Maybe she didn't represent it to him correctly, or maybe he just forgot or he doesn't know. We don't know. They talked about him traveling. So before, he used to travel a lot, but in November 2022, he went to New York, stayed there for 2 nights, and the defense attorney was alluding to like, oh, well, Lindsay could have killed the kids then. Why didn't you do it then? Actually, I don't know why he would make that argument, though, because usually you would make that argument if you are disputing that you are not a killer, right? It's like, oh, here's your opportunity, but you didn't take it. So I'm not really quite sure why he would bring that up. If I'm missing something, you guys let me know. Let me know. All right, so they went through the prescription that Lindsay was given. So again, remember how the state had the medication was like, oh, it seems like she only took like 7 pills out of the 30 prescribed, 6 pills out of 30 prescribed. It seems like she wasn't taking that many pills. And so Patrick again was like, sometimes the dose would change. So the doctor would tell her to give me the meds and I would discard it. That's why he had it. There was meds that were found in the drawer nightstand. Was the defense trying to say that the police didn't take these, or I'm not really quite sure. But he did throw, he did mention the Apple Watch not being seized by law enforcement and that Lindsay was moving up and down the house. I'm like, well, it's not in dispute whether or not she killed the kids, right? So maybe they didn't need the Apple Watch. Maybe, she wasn't wearing it when they found her. So it's like, what's the point of grabbing it? I don't know. Let's see. there's a diary that was kept. She kept notes on the kids, and their naps. Then we get into like the orange ball by the window and the blood on the side of the house. And we had a lot of questions, but I don't know what the answers are. No matter which way we look at it, either way, it's all confusing. So there's blood on the windowsill, and the only thing we know about the blood is that the defense attorney was like, "Hey, law enforcement tried to say that Wendy was like sliding her way down the house." We don't know. Back in redirect, clarification on what was the clarification? Clarification on whether or not Patrick was in the car emailing his coworker at 5:24 on the day of the killings. There was clarification on the state attorney was like making sure that we don't think that she just made up this, this anniversary celebration. She's like, no, there's these text messages that showed that you guys had a massage book. See, I'm not making it up. Which I'm like, okay. Is there a doggy? Oh, there's a doggy here. It's like I could feel the boop, but I don't know where the boop is. Again, the state was going back to Patrick saying that Lindsay always took the meds. And she's like, well, like, how do you know? And he's like, well, because she told me. And there was an understanding that she did. But the state attorney was like, well, you didn't see it. You weren't there all the time. He's like, yeah, I wasn't next to her every time she took her meds. Then they go back to the Facebook. I don't know. She said Facebook. I could have sworn she said Facebook search. So there was like a search somewhere. I don't know if it's Wikipedia. I don't know if it's Google. I don't know if it's Facebook. I'm a little confused on that. For Tom T. Hall. And again, the state was like, hey, Lindsay searched. She logged her Facebook account at 8:23. There was 9:43 search for Tom Hall. And then 9:45, 2 minutes later, someone clicked on suicide methods. And they spent 3 minutes on there. And then they clicked on, a bridge in Australia. And I'm like, okay, well, doesn't that show even more that it could have just been him? I don't know. Like, yes, Lindsay logged into her Facebook account. But are they also saying that she was looking up Tom Hall? Maybe Lindsay was like, hey, he's been listening to Tom Hall for the past week now. I wonder who he is. And then she looked at it. Possibly. McLean Hospital, again, the state says that they didn't believe she was in danger. They let her go. He visited her 2 times, and the state said that isn't it possible that when you went to go visit her in the early morning, when you went to go visit her in the evenings, that you weren't there in the early morning or afternoon during the group therapies, that, the staff checked on her every 15 minutes, and that there were several times where she had to stay in the unit until she was allowed to be on the grounds with the staff. And then they get into the Cymbalta. So whether or not Cymbalta was recommended by Dr. Goodhart from McLean Hospital, because they're going through the prescriptions that was prescribed at CVS. And the state was like, oh, trazodone was prescribed on January 5th, and she was discharged January 5th. But Patrick did say that, well, I think she was already on the trazodone. I think she was already on the lorazepam. The doctor recommended Cymbalta, but, we didn't get Cymbalta because she ended up taking amitriptyline. But then the state was like, well, it seems like she was discharged on the 5th. January 9th, she had 5 milligrams of diazepam, and the amitriptyline didn't happen until January 16th. So... and then again, the state was, really trying to push that, they were by the time she got to the McLean hospital for the 5-day stay, that Lindsay had already weaned off of Seroquel, and that when she took Zoloft, she only took Zoloft in the beginning, and she took 7 pills. So the state is saying that, like, well, I didn't misrepresent that only 7 pills were taken, because it seems like she took in the beginning, and then Pat's like, oh yeah, like she took Zoloft initially, and then she switched to Prozac. So there's some things that the state is addressing, and I wonder if they're reading some comments or something. The state's like, I'm not lying about this. I'm not misrepresenting this. I'm not making this up. It's all right here. Let's see. So the state says that, by the time that she got to McLean, she had weaned off of Seroquel. And I guess after McLean, it's like starting over again. Here are some medication that she's taken. Is that what they're trying to say? I don't know, because then we're still on the lorazepam, the diazepam, the trazodone, and now we have amitriptyline. All right, November 22nd. So going back a little bit, she was not on Seroquel yet. So again, November 22nd was when Patrick went to, he had a work trip, and then he went to San Francisco with just Cora a few days afterwards. So, the state's like, hey, she wasn't on Seroquel yet. It wasn't until December. She didn't kill the kids. and that there was a mix up of whether or not she was doing better in December. Because Patrick did say that she was doing better in December, but then he said in December she was getting worse. But when I go up and look at my other notes, it seems like December was not a good month for Lindsay. So maybe some confusion there. But however, after McLean, things were getting better, and that January 24th was one of her best days. So I think the state is really trying to, present that Lindsay, yes, she was suffering from, depression. She did have mental health issues, that maybe she was having issues sleeping, but she was getting better. And that January 24th was, she was of sound mind, and that maybe she wasn't just happy with where she was at with her life and it felt disorganized, disarrayed. And that's why she decided to, I don't know, it just still doesn't really make sense. Like, why would you want to kill your kids and then yourself? I don't know. Because normally when you hear about, tragedies like that, it's because of like resentment towards the husband, or resentment towards, like, let's say if you're having a custody issue, right? With like the husband and their family members, or, like that's typically like where you'll hear tragedies like that. It still just doesn't make sense, like, okay, so she did it because she was just felt like no one can take care of the kids like she can, huh? And then she didn't want to live anymore because it was hard for her. Like, I don't know. I think the jury's gonna have a tough time wrapping their head around that, but we'll have to see a lot of the evidence. Maybe at some point we'll see some evidence that maybe she did resent the kids, and maybe she didn't. She didn't really appreciate her life anymore. We don't know. All right, so the state clarified the drop from the window to the ground is 12 feet, not 20 feet, and that Lindsay used Nova to communicate with Callan's care. So she was giving instructions to the nanny about how to take care of Callan, what to do if he's like a little fussy, and like how to put him to sleep. Please chop the vegetables 1 inch. And like, honestly, to me, I don't think that's a huge deal. And I was kind of getting annoyed with the state. But someone in the chat was saying that, like, oh, well, maybe it's possible that the state is showing that Lindsay, she was of sound mind, right? That Lindsay had, like, there's, I forgot what they said verbatim, but that, Lindsay was like, yeah, she was meticulous, and she was able to leave these detailed notes because there's, nothing wrong with her or something. I don't know. All right. People don't know. People do not know how to cut. Oh, well, I don't know. It depends on how good the nanny is. You ever like cook with your friends, and then your friends are cutting vegetables and you're just like, what is happening here? We were making curry, I think a few weeks ago, and I had like one friend was doing potatoes. She was cutting them too small. Another friend, someone else cut like green peppers, for grilling, and I was like, these are way too huge. And then, yeah, I don't know. But maybe nannies, but I think that, like, if you're cutting vegetables, right, you might not know what you're cutting the vegetables for. So if someone asks me to cut vegetables, I'm just like, okay, well, what are we making with these vegetables? Like, are we making a stew? Are we sauteing them? So for someone to tell me to cut them, in like 1 inch, I'm like, okay, great. That makes it easier for me. I don't have to think about what size this person wants, right? For me, it's like more detail, the better. So I would like that. All right, guys. Anything else? You guys have any questions or anything? We also covered the search warrant application. And, I think there's going to be a lot of downtime in this trial. When there is, we'll probably cover, maybe the lawsuit or something. There's a lot of, there's different versions of the lawsuits that are uploaded because they keep amending it. So there's a lawsuit filed by Patrick. There's a lawsuit filed by Lindsay. All right, guys. Any questions for now? Any questions about today, yesterday? We did do a recap video of day one. So if you guys are not caught up with the trial, feel free to go check it out. And then I think for this week, I think I'll probably, honestly, like, because the court days are kind of like we're not doing 8-hour days. We're doing like, I don't know, maybe at most like 4 or 5 hours. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah. I think what will happen is I'll probably do Wednesday, Thursday, Friday in one video. We'll see. We'll see how heavy tomorrow is. All right, guys. Pretty much that's it. Yeah. Today was a tough day. We did not get to listen to the 911 call, but reading about what the people in the courtroom heard was pretty tough enough. It was definitely really, really sad because I have a very vivid, or not vivid, but I have a very my imagination can run rampant sometimes. So when they're describing about, you know, Patrick discovering their kids and how he was just like wailing, I could just imagine just how terrible it is. All right, let's see if let me see if anyone wrote anything. I forgot which. There was someone that was writing observations they were seeing in the courtroom. I don't remember who that was. Was it Kathy? Maybe it was Kathy. Kathy. I don't have any updates on there. Does anyone know how they're doing? How are they letting the public in? Are the seats really limited? It seems like people aren't having issues getting in. Apparently for the David preliminary, there was like 100 people around and they would like do a lottery and only 10 people got in. All right, court is adjourned. Prescription. Maybe it was hidden to true crime. So they'll be back again tomorrow morning, but you know, maybe I'll show up a little bit late. Maybe it was Christina. All right, guys. Hey, let's chill on the name calling over there. Let's be nice to Patrick, guys. He's been through a lot. All right, y'all. So we will be back tomorrow. And like I said, we'll do a recap. I think probably like 3 days in one video. So the recap will probably be on like Friday, Saturday. And if you guys haven't seen day one yet, we did the recap already. Feel free to check it out. And other than that, I have a lot of stuff to catch up with. I need to dig into this whole Koberger stuff. Koberger is, you know, quite unfortunately blaming Ann Taylor. Ann Taylor was someone that was like, you know, his defense attorney. I thought she was doing a pretty good job. But he is throwing Ann Taylor under the bus and saying that she forced him to enter in this plea deal. So I'm going to take a look into all that stuff because Koberger is now back on the news. I wonder what's up with that. All right, and then catch up with Koberger, and I think Corey Richards, we're not going to hear the state response until later on. I know in Sarah Boone's case, I saw like 2 or 3 weeks ago that the state replied to Sarah Boone's I think is it for appeal, right? To appeal her case and the reasons, yeah. So the state did reply. I have not read it yet. I saw it and I was like, oh gosh, I'm so busy right now. I have to get onto it later on. But I think, you know, I wonder if we're gonna read the Sarah Boone maybe tomorrow. We have like a really long sidebar or something. We'll see. All right, guys. Well, thank you so much for hanging out. I think Courtney Clenny, someone said her trial starts in like 2 weeks. I don't know. I don't know how we're gonna be covering both. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. All right, guys. Have a good one. Take care. Go outside, you know, get some fresh air. And if you guys are enjoying this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Would love to have you guys come back, say hello in the live streams. And if you guys are there quietly and you don't want to say hi, that's fine too. I do appreciate you guys being here. And, you know, I really do appreciate you guys chatting. There are times where you guys will say things and I'm like, oh, I did not think of that. So I always appreciate you guys sharing your opinions and thoughts about this case. And sometimes I disagree, but it's okay. We don't need to agree on everything. Why would you want to agree with everyone about everything, right? It's good to disagree and then kind of share our opinions onto why we disagree. So you guys have a good one. Take care, and I will see you later. I don't think I'm gonna take a nap today, actually. I already took a 5-minute nap. I don't know. Oh, thanks, Shun. I appreciate it. Yeah, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. You guys have a good one. I will see you guys later. Yeah, later. Oh, feel free to join the Discord if you like notifications. Best way to get notifications are on Discord. So join the Discord, y'all. And that's about it. Bye, y'all. See ya. See ya later.